Very happy Sunday, good Sunday morning and or evening, afternoon, wherever you may be. It is our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Thank you so much for joining us and spending part of your Sunday with us. Right here now at the moment, it is high noon on July 12th. Some things that we're marking today. It's National Eat Your Jell-O Day, celebrating that flavored gelatin dessert, which was invented in 1897 by Pearl Waite. And Jell-O, the company, had such a huge advertising budget that they were able to take what was a very niche product and turn it into this national institution. And then people have to ruin it by putting fruit in it. It's like serving eggnog with lasagna. Come on. But you only serve eggnog with managat. It's also Kiribati Independence Day, which marks the day in 1979 when the Gilbert Islands became the independent nation of Kiribati. And Kiribati holds the unique distinction globally. It straddles both the international date line and the equator, and so it makes it both the first country to see both the first sunrise of every day and the last sunset of every day. What a remarkable, what a romantic place to have one's wedding. You know, I'm assuming there's other things to do besides that little interesting thing in the Gilbert Islands and Kiribati. Some business that we're taking care of, let you know, as always, we have a buyer's premium of 30% applying to all purchases here. And if there is sales tax where you are, that will also apply. We have professional in-house packaging offering on most lots, shipping starting at $38. And when the invoices go out in 48 hours after the invoice, which will probably be Tuesday, maybe as early as Monday, but possibly more than likely Tuesday, you will have an opportunity and be offered if you want to have professional packing here, and we'll be happy to do that for you. 6 different auction platforms carry this auction, so it's possible that you might have some technical difficulties on your platform. If you do experience them, please give us a call at our phone number, 954-866-8044. Our auction team is standing by so we can make sure that everything is coordinated and that all of our auction platforms are in sync. And also, it's important to make sure you get your bids in as quickly as possible so that you don't leave disappointed. It's an electronic auction, so the bids that go in and are registered first are electronically acknowledged as such, so just keep that in mind. All sales, final items bought as is, where is. We may require wire payment on any or all invoices, particularly involving jewelry and some of the gold coins that we may have at auction today. Any technical difficulties, again, give us a call, 954-866-8044. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your licensed auctioneer, Colonel Cliff Dunn. Let's get started. Lot number 1, Royal Dalton Prototype. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, Bunnykins, a delightful traditional nursery rhyme interpretation of the character, and she's got her water jug. It looks like there's a nice silver gilt embellishment there to the water can. She's got flowers and a very nice tri-corner hat. Look at that. I like that. Kind of an 18th century outfit. $325 now. Got a bid of $325. Now $375 to go 4. I have a bid of $375. Looking for $400 to advance. An increase from $375 to 4. I have $400. Thank you so much. We got a bit of 4 on the floor. Now 4 on the floor. $400. Now $420. I've got $425 online. I need $450. I have $450. Thank you. Now $450 to $475. I have $475. Thank you, madam. Now $475. Would you go 5? I have a bit of $475. Now 5. Would you go $550? Now $550. Thank you. Would you go 6? I have a bit of $550. I've got 6. Thank you. Would you go $650? Now $650. Thank you. I've got $650 to go 7. $650 is my bid on the floor. I'm looking for now 7. Would you go $750? I have $750. Thank you so much, madam. Now $750 go 8. We've got $800. Now you go $850. I've got $850 go 9. I have a bit of $850. Now would go $950. Now $950. Thank you so much. Now $950 would go $1,000. I've got $950. I've got $1,000. Now $1,000 would go $1,100. I have $1,100. Thank you. Would go 12. Now 12 would go 13. I've got a bit of $1,300. Thank you so much, madam. Now 13. Now 14 would go 15. I have 15 would go 16. I have a bit of 16, would it go 17? I've got 1,600 holding steady. Now 1,600 is my bid. Any interest online? Do I have any online bidders want to jump in and take it to 1,700? 1,600 is going once. I've got a $1,600 bid. I'm looking for $1,700 to advance. Oh, the big mallet is back. Oh, my precious. 1,600 twice. Sold 1,600 to our 7925. I will use but not abuse it, I promise. All right, lot number 2, Royal Dalton Prototype. Little Miss Muffet Bunnykins. She is so cute, eating her curds and whey. 1,000. I got 1,000 would go 1,100. I got 11 would go 12. Now 12 would go 13. I have 13 would go 14. I have a bid of 14, would it go 15? Now 15, would it go 16? I've got 16, would it go 17? Now 17, would it go 18? I have 18, would it go 19? Now 19, would it go 2,000? I have 2,000, would it go 2,100? Now 21, would it go 22? I've got 22, would it go 23? I have 23, thank you, madam. Now 23, would it go 24? Now 24, would it go 25? I have a bid of $2,400 holding steady. Now 24, would it go 25? They said you had gone forever. $2,400 holding steady. You can jump in and take it to 2,500. Sorry, a moment there. Now 2,400 going once. Any increase on 24, 24 twice. Sold. 2,400 bidder. Bidder number 7925. Thank you so much. And lot number 3. Oh, we have a fantastic, I love the storyteller, buddy, because we got this one here. This one is a prototype sitting on a suitcase, looking very much like a interwar type design. Now $1,000. I got about 1,000 would go 11. Now 11 would go 12. I have a bit of 1,100 now on the floor, looking for 1,200 to advance. She's got her umbrella or her bomber chute, as it were, and she's holding a little toy train too, waiting on the train. Now 1,100 holding steady and going once. I've got 11. Any advance to 1,200? 1,100 twice. I've got 12. Would it go 13? Now 13. Would it go 14? I've got a bit, the sleeper awakens. Now 1,300, any advance from 13 to 14? 14. Now 14, I've got 14, would it go 15? Now 15, would it go 16? I have a bit of $1,500, looking for 1,600. Any increase, 1,500 going once. Now 1,500, you want to jump in and take it to 16? You can. 1,500 twice. Sold. 1,500 to bidder number 1294. Congratulations. Very nicely done. Nice to have guests in the house. Lot number 4, Royal Dalton Bunnykins prototype. This is Harry the Herald. Very rare Bunnykins, produced for the anniversary in 1996, but was never actually ultimately approved for production. I have $1,000 now, looking for 1,100 to advance. And it's got that great B, heraldic B for Bunnykins on the center of his Tudor-style smock. Now $1,000, or was that a cassock? Now 11 would go 12. Or doublet, maybe a doublet. I don't know, doublets got a little more action on it with the buttons and stuff. Now 12 would go 13. I used to do the Renaissance Festival. You know. Now 1,200, any advance from 12 to 13. Now 13 would go 14. I have a bit of $1,300, looking for 1,400 to advance. Any increase on 1,300, you want to jump in and take it to 14? You can. 1,300 is my bid going once. Now $1,300 in advance on 13 to 14. Any interest on the floor? 13 twice. We'll sub for 1,300 bidder. Number 7925. Congratulations. Lot number 5, Royal Dalton Bunnykins. This is a limited edition special gold Bunnykins figurine produced for UKI Ceramics Limited. And you've got this little, Dutch girl in the traditional attire wearing the hat, and she's balancing her baskets on both sides. And you got a lot of gold leaf gilding details throughout to the yoke and to the hat. Now $70 in advance on 70. I've got a $70 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 80? You can. I've got $70 now. Do I have $80? Any increase on the phone? I've got $80. Thank you so much. I've got 80. Would it go 90? Now $80 going once. I've got an $80 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 90? Any advance? Any interest on the phone? No. 80 twice. Sold. 80 to bidder number 1294. Very nicely done. 12. That was the year I was born. What a coincidence. Lot number 6, Royal Dalton prototype Bunnykins jockey figurine in the traditional racing horse colors. This are the King of England's own racing horse colors. I like that. That means he probably gets extra drinks purchased for him at the pub. Now $450, would it go $475? Is that like being a Targaryen Bunnykins? I don't know. Do they have Targaryens? Is that a yes to my question or to you? Now $500. I got 5, looking for $550. I don't think. Now $550 to go 6. I've got a bit of $550. Now 6, would it go $650? I have a bit of online at $600. Now $650 to go 7. Now, no, I'm looking for 700. I've got 7. I'm looking for 750. Now $750. Thank you so much, Press One. Now $750. Now 8. Would it go 850? I've got a bit of $850. Would it go 9? Property of Royal Dalton tests to the very, very rarity of the figure. Now $900. I got 9. Would it go 950? Now $950. Would it go 1,000? I have a bit of 950. Looking for 1,000. Now 1,000. Go 1,100. I've got a bit of 1,100. Thank you. There's 11. Go 12. Now $1,100. Looking for 1,200 to advance. Will you take me to 1,200, please? $1,100 is going once. 1,100 holding steady. You want to take it to 12? You can. 1,100 twice. sold for 1,100. Bidder, 79.25. Nicely done. Lot number 7. Ooh, Royal Dalton fortune teller, look into my crystal ball. And I'll tell you, it's very, very cool. This one modeled without ears and having this great lavish decoration, a prototype of the fortune teller with that great gown with a lot of cool mystical symbols and details throughout. 350 advance on 370, now 375 to go 4. I've got a bit of now 40 to 425, having the property of Royal Dalton back stamp, along with additional details and a hand stamp design sample mark. Now 1,000, go 1,100. I've got a bit of $1,000, looking for, now 11, we go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase on 1,100? Will you take me to 1,200, please? 1,100 is going once. I've got 1,100. You can still jump in and take it at 12, though. 1,100 twice. We'll sell it for 1,100. Bidder number? 79.25. Lot number 8, Royal Dalton Boy Scout Bunnykins, dressed in the traditional Boy Scout attire, wearing the little hat with an olive knee socks and the striped handkerchief.
1,000.
I've got a bit of $1,000. This one is a prototype, and it is clearly marked prototype only. Now 11, we go 12. I have a bit of $1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Now 12, we go 13. I have a bit of 12, now 13, way to go 14, please. I have a bit of $1,300. I'm looking for 1,400 to advance. Any increase on 1,300? Will you take me to 14, please? Now $1,300. I've got 13. You can still jump in and take it to 1,400 right now. You want to? That could have been interpreted in so many different ways. All right, I'm no worries. I don't want you to not move, though. don't live in terror. 1,300, holding steady, going once, twice. We'll sell 1,300. 79.25. I believe you are scratching your nose to the tune of $5,000, madam. Now 9, bid lot number 9. We've got a Royal Dalton plumber Bunnykins, and man, he gets paid for his time. You know that was the. If you're going to be a Bunnykins in trades, you want to be a plumber. This one has all the correct details, including the prototype details. I've got a bit of $1,000 now. 1,000, 1,100, please. Now $1,000. I'm looking for 1,100 to advance. Now I've got 11 on here. I'm looking for 12. Now 12 would go 13. I have a bit of 1,300 down. Now 13 would go 14. I've got 1,400 would go 15. Now 15 would go 16. I have a bit of 1,600 would go 17, please. Now 17 would go 18. I have a bit of 1,700. I was looking for 1,800 to advance. Any increase on 1,700, 1,700 go on. Now 18 would go 19. I've got a bit of 1,800. Now I've got 1,900. Thank you, madam. Now 19 would go 2,000. I've got a bit of $1,900 holding steady. You want to jump in and take it to 2,000? You can. 1,900 is my bid going once. Now $1,900. Any increase from 1,900 to 2,000. 1,900 twice. Sold 1,900 to bidder number 1294. Congratulations. Very nicely done. Lot number 10. Here's a Royal Dalton colorway exclusive. This is the Huntsman. Very, very rare limited edition colorway that has the rabbit and the Huntsman with a deep blue double breast coat, yellow buttons, gray breeches, black shoes, looking like very much like a late Victorian or Edwardian gentleman, and one ear just kind of boop. I love that. It just says everything, you know, like you're being like he was caught in a lie or something. $400 in advance on 400. Now 425. I've got 450 to go 475. Boop. Now 475 to go 5. I've got 5 to go 550. Boop. Now 500 in advance from 5 to 5. Now 550 to 6. I got 6. We go 650. I have a bit of $600 looking for 650 to advance. Now 650 to 7. Now 7 goes 750, and it's a nice size too. It's also got all the correct details, including the colorway exclusive stamp to the underside. $700 holding steady. You want to take it to 750? You can. Any advance on 700? 700 going once. Now $700. You want to take it to 750? You can. 700 twice. Sold 700 to bidder number 79.25. Nicely done. Lot number 11. Royal Dalton Bunnykins, created exclusively as part of the Punch and Judy line. This one depicting Mr. Punch in that traditional jester style costume with the striped collar, details, if you will, and the jester belled cap on top. He's got some anger issues, Mr. Punch, although this Bunnykins looks very happy, so, you know, maybe he won't whack you with his little thing. $650, any advance on 650. I have $650 looking for 700 to advance. You want to take me to 700? You can. I've got 750. Now $700, looking for 750 to advance. You want to take it for 750? Jump in and take it 750. Any increase on 7? All right, let's move on then to lot number 12. Dalton Bunnykins prototype. This is Dolly. Dolly Playtime. We had a reserve. We did not meet the reserve on that last one. That is correct. Lot number 12, Royal Dalton Bunnykins, Dolly Playtime, Money Bunny, Mommy Bunny. Dolly Bunnykins holding, she got really that very interesting print dress, and she's got her little dolly, which is kind of fun. Now $400, any advance from 4 to 425? I have a bid of $400 over 425 to advance. Any increase on $400? All right, let's move on to lot number 13. Dalton prototype. We've got mother and baby. Very, very wholesome and touching scene with the mommy in a red dress, yellow apron, holding the baby in a blue blanket or swaddling a cloth, as they say. Property of Dalton details, not produced for sale to the underside. Now $475 would go 5. I'm not going to get into trouble selling these, am I? Now $550 would go 6. I've got a bit of $550 over 600 to advance, because it says not for sale. I don't want Michael Dalton showing up, with a hammer in his hand. Now $650 to go 7. These weren't for sale. Don, what are you doing? Now 7 go 750. I'm kidding. Now $750 go 8. I have a bit of 8 would go 850 now. Now $850 go 9. I have a bit of $850 looking for 900 to advance. An increase of $850. You want to take it to 9? This would be the time for you to do it, because the hammer is going up, the hammer of door. $850 is holding steady and going once. Now $850 twice. We're going to sell it. $850 bidder. $79.25. Very nicely done. Congratulations. Lot number 14, colorway prototype. The Master Potter. You have this ceramicist working at his pottery wheel and making a nice vase or vessel. He's got his little glasses looking looks like me, kind of, right? If I was a bunny. Where's my bunnykin? $475 would go 5. Now $5 would go $550. I have it at $550 would go 6. Now 6 would go $650. All the correct details, as that say, including not produced for sale. To the underside, we've got a bit of 600. Now $650 goes 7. Now 7 goes $750. I have a bit of $700. I'm looking for $750. Will you take me to $750, please? Any increase on 700, this is the time. Now is the time. Now is the best time. $700 once. I've got 7. You can take it to $750. 7 twice. Sold. 700 bidder. Bidder number 79.25. Nicely done. Lot number 15. This is a prototype figurine, the Fisherman, depicting a Bunnykins in a fisherman costume, dark jacket, red waistcoat or waistcoat, blue trousers, and he's got his a basket and a briefcase. He's a businessman, and he looks very distinguished for a fisher guy. I mean, this guy, filing legal briefs and shucking clams. $500 in advance on 500. 500 now. 550 goes 6. I've got, or maybe he's not really shucking clams, more like a scaling fish. How's that? I've got a bit of 600. You can definitely tell when he's coming, though. I've got 650. Thank you. Now 650 to go 7. I've got $650. Now 7 goes 750. And increase now 750 to go 8. I have a bit of 700. Now 8 would go 850, please. Now 850 would go 9. I have a bit of $850. Now 9 would go 950. Now 950 go 1,000. I have a bit of $950. Any advance? Any interest at $1,000? 950 holding steady and going once. Now 950. Could you ever take it to 1,000? 950 twice. We'll sell for 950. Bidder number? 79.25. Lot 16, this is a rare Dalton Bunnykins, this one called Bath Night, in a very cool tableau style featuring a mother, Mrs. Rabbit, in a green floral print pattern, bathing the baby bunnies in a very cool old school wooden style wash tub. Now $475, would you go 5? I've got 1,000 now, thank you, Arthur. Now 1,000, we go 1,100, all the details. Now 11, we go 12. All the, also a factory notation. I've got a bit of 1,200 now, 12 would go 13. Royal Dalton tableware, not produced for sale. $1,200, now 13. I have 13, thank you, madam. Now 13, would you go 14? I have a bit of $1,300, looking for 1,400 to advance. Now 14, would you go 15? I've got $1,400 in advance for 14 to 1,500. There's 15, thank you so much. Now 15, would you go 16? I have a bit of $1,500 holding steady. You can jump in and take it to 16, though. 15 going once. Now $1,500. Any interest online? Now would be the time. 1,500 twice, and we're going to sell it to bidder number 1294. Congratulations. Lot number 18. Oh, wait, I lost my paper. I think, right? Yes, maybe, or did I not? Or perhaps they were put in misorder. I don't know. All right, we'll get through it either way. I've got lot number 17, Dalton Bunnington. Well, actually, I may need to see. Yulia, you're going to have to give me a hint. I don't think I got one page. Sorry about that, folks. I would think I was missing a page, so you have to let me know if there's a reserve in the next few. Daltons, we've got Father Bunnykins in a very, very cool colorway. And look at his hands posed in a very interesting to the back. I've got 1,300 and also the prototype only back stamp to the underside. Now 1,400, would go 15. I've got a bit of 1,400 looking for 1,500 to advance. Do I hear 1,500? Any increase on 14? 14 going once? All right, let's move on then to lot number 18. Thank you so much. 18. Lot number 18, Dalton Prototype, Beatrix Potter. This is Christmas stocking depicting Tom Thumb and Hunka Munka playing a little game of sixpence in a stocking on Christmas Eve. Very cool. What a neat, and this, man, this just evokes Christmas right there. Possibly the name is a giveaway. I've got $1,000. Now 1,000 go 1,100. I'm doing a little Christmas in July event this week too, so that's actually fun. Now 11 to go 12. Maybe I'll take this one with me. I don't know unless you buy it, of course. Now 11 to go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100. Would you go 12? You better buy it. Now 1,100 going once. I've got a bit of 1,100. You want to jump in and take it to 1,200? You can. I've got 1,200. Thank you so much, Arthur. Now 12 to go 13. I've got a bit of 12. Now 13. Now 13. Would you go 14? I've got a bit of 13. Also has the correct Dalton marks, including design sample, attesting to its rarity. Very, very rare piece. In the Patrick's. I've got 1,400, thank you, on our phone bid. Now 14, would you go 15? I have a bit of $1,400 from our phone bid, thank you so much. I've got 15, now looking for 1,600 to advance. We have 1,500, I'm looking for 16, thank you so much. Now 16, would you go 17? Just a very, very, look at the very wholesome piece with that great coloration too. Now 1,700, thank you, would you go 1,800? I've got a bit of 1,700. Now 1,800, thank you so much to our phone bidder. Now 1,800, we go 19. I have a bit of $1,800, looking for 1,900 to advance. Any increase from $1,800, will you take me to 1,900, please? It's 1,800 going once. I have $1,800 holding steady. You want to jump in to take it? I have 1,900, thank you. Now 19, would you go 2,000? I've got a bit of 1,900, looking for 2,000 to advance. Any increase on 1,900, just an absolute exemplary piece, not only of Dalton and Beatrix Potter, but also just a good, cool piece of holiday Christmas cheer, which you can have throughout the year. 1,900 is my bid. You want to take it to 2,000? Now it's time to do it. 1,900 once, 1,900 twice. You want it for 2,000? It's yours. Sold. 1,900. Bidder number 7925. Very nicely done. Congratulations. Lot number 19. We've got Royal Dalton figurine, Crouching Hare. Wasn't that, is it Crouching Hare, Hidden Dragon? No, that was something else. Yeah. I like this very cool design, though, right, with the ears lowered to its back. It looks like it's either stalking something or being stalked by something, having all the correct details, and a very, very nice early 20th century piece. Any advance from 425 to 450? Now 450, we go 470, now 475, we go 5. I've got a bit of 475, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase of 475? 475, all right, let's move on to lot number 20. We have a Royal Dalton kitten figurine. Look at that sleepy kitty. Look at that little sleepy kitty. This is Royal Dalton kitten HN2579 on its side with the paws. This is exactly how my cat Dash likes to sleep, at the edge of my bed. You know, like almost tempting me to pet him. Give me the belly. Now 40, any advance from 40 to 50. 40 once. 40 twice. We'll sell it for 40 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 21. Rosenthal hand-painted kitty figurine. A little playful posture, looking very, again, my cat looks like that when I've got one of his toys on the thing that's running around. He's like, at that. Underside having all the correct factory marks, too. Now $30 in advance on 30. 30 going once, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 22. Royal Dalton King Charles Spaniel figurine, looking very much like the dogs that have been kept by much of English royalty throughout the centuries, including Dash, which happens to be the name of my cat, but was the name of Queen Victoria's dog, the dog that she owned when she was queen, when she first became queen. It was her favorite pet. Now 325, any advance, but it didn't like, by all accounts, the Duke of Wellington. I don't know. 375 would go 4. Maybe it did. Any advance on 375, 375. Now 4 would go 425. Look at that very cool. Will you give me some love? Look on its face. Now 400, any advance on 4. 400 now going once. 400 twice. Sold 400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder on the home team platform. Lot 23, Bezic. English porcelain foxhound figurine in a modeled in a tracking or scenting mode. He's got his prey and he's on the hunt. The head lowered and the tail curved upward. Now $30 in advance on 30. 30 once, 30 twice. Sold 30 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 24, Bezic porcelain foxhound hunting figurine. He's got his nose. He's got the hound. Now he's got his nose. It's up there. It's out there. Hollow cast porcelain, high gloss glaze finish with a very cool tricolor coating with black and tan patches on the glazed white body. $4 in advance on 40, 40 once, twice. Sold for 42, invaluable bidder, yeah. Lot 25, we have this very striking stalking tiger Dalton flambe figurine HN 1082 with the rich flambe glaze and black stripes throughout, having the Dalton flambe backstamp produced mid to late 20th century, most likely. 275 now. Any advance on 2, and it's a nice size tooth, 13.5 inches long. Now $300. Any advance on 300, 325 would go 350. I've got a bid of $325 over 350 to advance. Now 350 go 375. Now $350. Will you take me to 375, please? 350 once. I've got 350, but you can take me to 375. 350 twice. 375 would go 4. I've got a bid of $375, looking for 400 to advance. Any increase from 375, 375 once. Now 375 twice. Sold 375 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 26, Royal Dalton candlestick prototype. This one very cool, having a very South Asian, style design with that great, almost the candlestick perhaps taking the place of where the howdah or where the rider would be. I've got a bit of 1,200, looking for 1,300 to advance. Now 14, would it go 15? I've got 15, would it go 16? Now 16, would it go 17? The underside having the Royal Dalton tableware, not produced for sale, backstamp. And it's a nice size too. It's almost 12 inches tall, 12 inches wide. $1,600 now, holy steady. You want to take it to 1,700? You can. 1,600 once. Now 1,600, you want it for 17, you can take it for 17. 16 twice. Sold 1,600, bidder number 7954. Nicely done. Royal Dalton, extremely rare monkey figurine. One of the 3 wise monkeys. This one in the Hear No Evil pose with the very striking Royal Dalton jade glaze. You know, the 3 wise monkeys, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. This one is the Hear No Evil monkey. And also having all the correct details for the Royal Dalton to the underside.
I think this is jade.
It's very, very, very striking jade glaze. Now $2,000. The artist was it's Martin Alcock. Now $2,000. Any advance from 2,000? 2,000 going once. I've got a bit of 2,000. You want to jump in to take it? 21. You can. 2,000 twice. Sold 2,000 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Lot 28, Wedgwood, John Skeeping, Art Deco Celadon monkey figural group depicting a mother and a young baby hunched over, kind of a, it's a very intimate parental style pose. Now 400, we go 425. And it's got all the correct details for skeeping to the underside in that minimalist Art Deco style with a beautiful glaze. Now 450 go 475. That's a very, very striking Celadon. Now 5 will go 550. I've got a bit of 500. I was looking for 550. This, and of course, produced a number of these Animalier figurines for Wedgwood. Now $500. Any advance on 500? 500 once. 500 twice. Sold 500 bidder. 79.54. Very nicely done. Lot number 29 from the Very cool Ardmore South African studio with its very interesting wildlife-inspired designs and very whimsical designs. Sometimes you see these, you got to look twice in some of these figurines to see where the hands are and what they're doing. This one has got a cool, it's an egg cup and it's shaped like a giraffe, right? I'm guessing it's a giraffe, right? Or maybe some similar style herbivore. Now 225, yeah, it's a giraffe. It's got little horns there. Now 225 advance on 225, 225. No, all right, let's move on to lot number 30 then, where we find a Wedgwood Queensware Taurus the Bull by the artist Arnold Machin. Highly stylized, rounded form, but you know, getting its design, I think, from almost neoclassical forms of the bull. And this one has got just a very striking design with these floral sprays and gilt accents and the curled tail. Nothing not to like about that. I've got a bit of 140 now, for 150 to advance. Now 150 to 160. Annie advance from now 160 to 170. I've got a bit of 160 now 170 would go 180. I've got 180 would go 190. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 2 would go 225, please. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 250 would go 275. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 3 would go 325. Now 325 would go 350. I've got 350 to 375. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of 375 looking for 400 to advance. Will you take me to 400, please? Now 4 would go 425. I've got 425 would go 450. Now $425. Do I hear 450 from you, please? Now 450 will go 475. I've got a bit of $450 over 475 to advance. Any increase on 450, 450 hold down, 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of $470 over 400, we'll give her 500 to advance. Any increase of that 5 would go 550. I have a bit of $500 over 550. Will you take me to 550, please? Will you take me to 550? Now $500 going once. I've got 550. You could still sneak in there and take it to 550, though. 550 twice. 500 twice, sorry. Sold 500 to our bid square bidder, lot 31. Royal Dalton Flambe Polar Bear dish, a pin dish, or possibly a bibelot or ring dish with a very, very eye-catching red flambe. That's got glazes within glazes and a very cool complementary base as well. Now 900, we go to 950. I've got 950, would you go 1,000, please? Now $950, do I hear 1,000? Any increase from 950? All right, let's move on to lot 32. We have a Lomonosov porcelain polar bear, little polar bear cub, very cool. Underside with all the correct markings on it. I've got a $20 bid looking for 30 to advance. Any increase on 20, and looks like the markings in, yeah, very cool. $20 once, 20 twice. We'll sell for 20 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 33, Royal Dalton Fledgling Bird figurine, early 20th century, interwar period. This is style 2, the fledgling looking down, possibly checking out its reflection in a little puddle of dew, or maybe it's eyeballing a worm for breakfast. $30 in advance on 30, 31 twice. Sold for 30 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 90, I'm sorry, 94, hello. Lot 34, Royal Dalton Fledgling Bird. This is style number 1 with a sort of a curious expression on his face. His head turned as if he's just noticing you stepping into the room and wondering if you're friend or foe. $30 maybe. Any advance from 30 to 40? $30 once. 30 twice, we'll sell for 30 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 35, Royal Dalton experimental figural group with penguins in a very interesting green glaze with these great variegations throughout, and both of them having, again, kind of an interesting, curious look, as if they've just noticed the people who are admiring them. Now, an early 20th century model too. Now $800 in advance from 800 to 850. All right, let's move on then to lot number 30. Oh yeah, you're right. Lot number 36, Flambe Chicks. We got a figural group in a seated pose. Look at that wonderful luster with that high gloss red surface, and then you've got some additional deep crimson variations throughout. Now 180 would go 190. I've got a bit of 180. I was looking for 190 to advance. This is HN 236. Two baby birds. Baby bird, do, 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 do. All right, let's move on to lot number 37. Dalton toucan on a perch. Figurine, naturalistic design. I wonder if he's a fan or friends with the Guinness toucan. I have to imagine the English toucans probably stick together. You know, I've got 325 to go 350. Now $325. Any increase of 325. Green beak with a dark tip, yellow throat and breast, green head. Just a very, very cool and unusual colorway. 325. You want to jump in and take it to 350? You can. All right, let's move on to lot number 38. Bezic porcelain bob white quail. Naturalistic bird figurine with a matte finish, painted white, black, and tan. Modeled on a naturalistic style landscape form base and having all the details for a Bezic to the underside. Now $100 in advance on 100 to 110. 100 going once. So I've got 100, we can take it to 110. 100, now 110, would it go 120? I've got a bit of $110. Do I hear 120? Now 120, would it go 130? I have a bit of $120, looking for 130 to advance. And increase on 120, 120 once. 120 twice. We'll sell 122 our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 39. Wedgwood Japanese crested ibis figurines, a pair of them in flight, perhaps taking off. I've got a bit of $400 over 425 each one with the wings spread wide with the great colorways, including a salmon pink blush to the underside of the wings. Now 425 would go 450. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bit of 450 looking for 4. So now 475 would go 5. Underside, both having the gold printed marks for Wedgwood, etc. Now 5 would go 550. Now 550 would go 6. I've got a bit of 550. Now 6 would go 650. Now $600. Do I hear 650 from you, please? Any increase from 600, 600 going once. I've got 600. You can still jump in and take it to 650 though. 600 twice. Sold 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 40, Gold Scheida. Art Deco Austrian figurine. This is Aida, the central figure of the opera. Was it Verdi? Was that her? Verdi? Yeah, the opera Verdi. And this, more than likely, I'm guessing that Lorenzo was using this as a depiction of a stage performer, perhaps an actress that was performing that opera, maybe on the Vienna stage at that time. Now $1,000 in advance on 1,000 to 1,100. I've got a bit of $1,000, but with that great Art Deco styling throughout, and it's a nice size too. It's a 1.5 feet tall, 18 inches tall. $1,000 now. Any advance on 1,000? 1,000 going once. I've got 1,000. You can jump in and take it to 1,100 though. 1,000 twice. Sold for 1,000 to our bidder at $79.54. Thank you so much. Lot number 41. We've got a Goldscheider Julius Heinschel figurine, a Chinese girl, a figural work with a traditional dressed Chinese girl inspecting a vase. I'm guessing she's a potter, modeled here on a square base with all the correct details, and just that great, both the colorway to the pot itself, but also to her colorway too. Now $850, would it go 9? I have a bit of $950, would it go 1,000, please? And it's a nice size too. It's almost 15 inches tall. We have $1,000. Jump in to take it for 1,100 right now. You want it for 11, you can take it for 11. $1,000 going once. I've got 1,000. You want it for 11? Do you want it for 11? It's yours for 1,100. $1,000 twice. Sold for 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Congratulations. Lot 42. Goldscheider Josef Lorenzo dancer figurine, modeled with that great billowing skirt and in a stooped pose, like maybe she recognized somebody in the audience. Now $1,000 in advance for 1,000 to 1,100. I've got a bit of $1,000. Or maybe she was ducking. You know, wasn't that the era where people threw fruit at the stage performers? Maybe somebody didn't like her. I've got 1,100. Thank you. 11 would go 12. I'm just wondering why she's ducking. You know, I'm concerned for the woman's safety. Now 1,100 would go 1,200. I've got a bit of $1,100. Will you take me to 1,200? 1,100. You want it for 12? It's yours for 1,200. All right, let's move on to lot number 43. Julius Heinschel, a Chinese girl with a fan. Again, one of these wonderful Orientalist pieces. And these are very, very popular in that interwar period. She's modeled with this very exquisite fan to give her, modesty, but not quite, because she's looking over the fan. I like that. 850 would go 9. I have a bid of 850 looking for 900. All the correct Goldscheider details to the underside. Now 950. You want it for 1,000? Take it for 1,000. Now 1,000 go to 1,100. I've got a bid of $1,000 looking for 1,100 to advance. Will you take me to 1,100, please? Now $1,000 going once. I have 1,000. You could take it for 1,100. Do I hear 1,100 from you, please? 1,000 twice. Sold 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 44, Goldscheider, Josef Lorenzel, Art Deco figurine. Carmen, again, that very, very popular opera, and presumably an actress modeled after an actress or stage performer that was performing that opera, and has all the correct details, and it's a nice size. You can't really tell from the picture, even though the picture is a very nice depiction, but it's 20 inches tall. Now $400 in advance from 400. 400 going once. I've got 400. You can jump in to take it at 425 though. Signature of Lorenzel to the underside along with the Goldscheider backstab. 400 twice. Sold 400 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 45, Dalton Richard Garb wall mask, a serene depiction of St. Agnes with all the correct details, potted by Dalton and Company. The edition number, a limited edition, only 100 of these were produced. This is number 2 in that edition. It also has some additional impressed factory marks to the underside, and it's a good size too, over 1,100, and produced in that interwar period, in a very striking piece as a cathedral-style decoration. Now 850 and advance from 850 to 9. All right, let's move on to lot number 46. We've got Royal Dalton, the Bather, a Leslie Harradine figurine, nude female with a very striking robe, her bathing robe. But the way she's holding it, she's very likely to catch cold. 850 would it go now, 9 would it go 950. Sort of counterintuitive having the robe on if you're going to not use it. 9 would it go 950? Well, not necessarily counterintuitive. Maybe it's perfectly intuitive. Now $900, you want to take it to 950? You can. All right, let's move on to the Harlequinade figurine, Royal Dalton HN 585. We've got an absentee bidder or possibly a phone bidder on this one. Part of the Harlequinade series, Commedia dell'arte figurine. $1,000 in advance from 1,000 to 1,100. I have a bid of $1,000 looking for 1,100. This is a Harradine figurine produced interwar period. Now 11 would go 12. I've got 12 would go 13. In that very striking Harlequin gown or dress with a lot of other details, roguish bicorn hat. Now $1,200 any advance from 12 to 13. $1,200 holding steady and going once. Now $1,200. You want to jump in to take it to 13? You can. $1,200 twice. Sold. $1,200 bidder. 5078. Congratulations. Lot number 48, Dalton Lady Jester figurine, designed by William K. Harper. The original was by Leslie Harradine, and you've got this female jester with all the correct details, modeled with a pillar behind her. Now $100 in advance from 100. I keep wanting to say 1,000. $100 going once. I have 100. You want to take it to 110? Now 110 would go 120. I have a bid of 110 looking for 120. Now 120 would go 130. I have $120. Any increase from 120, will you take me to 130, please? Now 120 going once. I have 120. You could jump in at now 130. Would it go 140? I have a bid of $130. Will you take me to now 140? Would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140. Do I hear 150 from you, please? Now 140 going once. Any advance from 140 to 150, this is the time to do it. 140 twice. Sold 140 to our live auctioneers. Bidder, lot 49, Royal Dalton. This is an artist copy figurine with a rare bottle green base. The jester, also known as Jack Point, a figure that goes all the way back to the time of the great Noak. On this one, a traditional three-pointed jester hat, seated on a column with marbleized glaze in green and tone, and then you've got that solid square bottle green base, and clearly the words artist copy, this specifically for the artist. Now 29 would go 3,000. I have 3 would go 30. Now 31 would go 32. I've got a bit of 3,002. Now 33 would go 34. 34 would go 35. Now 35 would go 36. I've got a bit of 36. Now 37 would go 38. Now $3,700. Now 38 would go 39. I've got a bid of 3,900 go 4,000. Now 4,000 would go 41. Now 41 would go 42. I've got a bid of 4,002 would go 4,003. Now 4,003 would go 4,004. I've got a bid of 44 would go 45. Now 45 would go 46. I have a bid of 4,500. Now 4,500. Any advance from 4,500 to 4,600. Now 46 would go 47 would go 48. I've got a bid of 4,700. Now 48 would go 49. Now 49 would go 5,000. I have a bid of 4,000. Now 5 would go 5,250, please. Now 5,000. Now go 52. Now 50 would go 55. I have a bid of 5,250. Now 55 would go 57.50. Now $5,500 looking for 5,700, now 57.50 would go 6. I have a bid of 5,000. Now 6 would go 62.50. Now $6,000. Any advance from $6,000 to $6,250? Will you take me to $6,250, please? Any increase from $6,000? Now's the time for you to do it. You want it for $6,250? You could take it for $60. Now $62.50 would go 65. I have a bid of $6,065. Would go 67.50. Now $6,500. Will you take me to $6,750, please? $6,500 is my bid. I'm looking for $6,750. Do I hear $6,750 from you, please? Now $6,500 going once. I have $6,500. You want to take it to $6,750? You can. Any increase from $6,500 to $6,750? $6,500 going twice. You want to take it for $6,750? This would be the time for you to do it right now. And we're going to sell $6,500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Very nicely done. What an exciting round. Lot number 50, Martin Battersby, Wedgwood Clarice Cliff, First Lady of Art Deco limited edition porcelain plaque. What a very striking design in fine porcelain. Part of the First Lady of Art Deco series, produced as an exhibition poster that was designed in 1972 for a Clarice Cliff retrospective at an art gallery in Brighton. Now $250 to $275. The plaque is plate signed by Martin Battersby. Now $300 would go to $325. I've got $325 would go $350. Now $350 would go $375. Now $4 would go $425. I've got a bit of $425 would go now $450 would go $475. I've got $475 would go $5. Now $475. Will you take me to $500, please? Upper left-hand corner having the plate signed signature, also a printed text with the exhibition details. Very nice look, and it is big. It is over 32 inches tall. Now $475 going once. I've got a bit of $475. I'm going to take it to $500. You can. $475 twice. We'll sell at $475. Bidder number 7954. Thank you so much. Lot 51. Kevin Francis, Victoria Burns ceramic figurine. Artist original proof depicting a seated Art Deco lady with a very, very striking Art Deco outfit with a wide collar. And there's this great landscape background with trees and additional details that evokes the work of Clarice Cliff. I've got a bit of 90, now 100, we go 110. I have a bit of $100 over 110 to advance. Any increase from 100, 100 going, now 110 would go 120. I think I missed another page. Did I? Oh, they're stuck together. Oh no, they're back to back. Aha! I have solved the missing page. It was not missing at all. Now 120 would go 130. And very environmental, I like that. Now 140, or just mental. Now 140 would go 150. I have a bit of $140. You want to take me to 150? You can. 140 once, 140 twice. So 140 to our live auctioneer is bidder lot 52, Kevin Francis, Tallulah Bankhead. She was hot stuff in the early 20th century. She was the hottest actress in Hollywood and had the inside track to play Scarlett O'Hara until Selznick's brother saw Vivian Leigh in London, and that was the end of that. Great story about Tallulah Bankhead and Harpo Marx. I'm not going to tell you the story, but you should Google it. It's kind of funny and a little risque. 160 would go 170. I've got a bid of $160. Any advance from 160, 160 once. Now 160 twice. Now 170 would go 180. It was that Harpo Marx story, huh? Now, and she said to him, no, actually, I'm sorry, it wasn't Harpo, it was Chico Marx. Chico Marx, he was the womanizer. And she said, and so you shall, you old-fashioned boy. 170, any advance from 170, 170 once. 170 twice, we'll sell 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 53, Kevin Francis, Peggy Davies, Victoria Bourne. There's a lot of talent in there. Kevin Francis, Peggy Davies, and Victoria Bourne. And this is a one-of-one unique colorway figurine depicting a seated lady in a very striking dress. She looks like a starlet of that Art Deco period. Now 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170. And increase of 170, 170, and this has got all the correct details, including artist original colorway, one of one, with the artist details and Peggy Davies too. 170 once, twice. Sold 170 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 54, Peggy Davies Art Deco colorway, Ruby Fusion. Hello, Ruby Fusion. Very, very Art Deco design, right? And look at that, almost a flambe detailing, right? You like that? Thank you so much. I like having a nice, sympathetic audience in the house. Very cool. Look at that high gloss ruby red glaze with the black inclusions, very reminiscent of flambe. Now 150 to 160. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got 170. Would it go 180, please? Now $170. Any increase from 170? 170 going. Now 180. Would it go 190? I have a bid of $180. Now 190. Would it go 2? All the correct details to the underside of the base, along with Ruby Fusion by Peggy Davies, which I understand as the name is often pronounced Davis in the UK, as in Ray Davis of the Kinks band. So Peggy Davis, Peggy Davis. 109, where's Christopher? We need him. Now 190 going once, 190 twice. We'll sell 190 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 55, Peggy Davies, Victoria Bourne, artist proof, The Temptress, a reclining nude female in the very, very Art Deco design. You could imagine Urte saying, "Why didn't I design this?" Because it's got that very much the long lines there, reclining on that very, very lustrous-looking divan or couch. I've got a bid of 120. Would it go 130, please? Now $120. Now 130. Would it go 140? I have 140. Would it go 150, please? And she's like, "Come in. I've been waiting for you. I am made of porcelain, but you are still mine." I 140, would it go 150? Any increase on 140, 140 once. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid of $150 looking for 160. Now 160, would it go 170? Now $160. Any advance to 170? Will you take me to 170, please? 160 going once. Now 160 twice. So 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 56. We have a Peggy Davies ceramic Andy Moss sculpture called La Chic, or La Chic, but no, it's La Chic. Le Freak, c'est chic. Modeled by Andy Moss. Art Deco style lady with this great Parisian street landscape behind her, and the text, La Chic. I like that. 56 now, I'm sorry, 225 is my bid. Looking for 252, we're on lot 56. We got a bid of 225. Any advance from 225 also has the correct details for the limited edition. Only 500 of these were produced for the Guild members exclusive. I've got a bid of 225 holding steady, going once, 225 twice. We'll sell 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 57. Coalport, bone china, Diana, the jewel in the crown, depicting the People's Princess. Princess Diana, limited edition, only 9,500 of these were produced. Certificate of authenticity, and this was issued in 1999. I've got a bid of 120. Would it go 130, please? Now $120. Any increase from 120? All right, let's move on to lot number 58. Wedgwood, hand-painted Lucretia sculpture, the classical figure of Lucretia of Greco-Roman myth. It was her violent attack that brought about the changing of the social orders in ancient Rome. And so this is a very interesting Wedgwood pearlware sculpture. And if I'm not mistaken, Lucretia, if I'm not mistaken, she was the symbol of Roman female purity, because after she had reported on her assault, she took her own life rather than live with the shame of it. We don't recommend that. But 325 is my bid, but it was a good story anyway. 358 advance from 375, would it go for? I have a bid of $375. Also includes all the correct details, including the provenance label for the Rubin collection and a dealer label for Art Trading Limited, David Newborn. There's also a handwritten note dated July 1948 that says that this was once belonged to the Ross family. Now 550 to 6. I've got a bit of 6. Would it go 650, please? Now 600. Now 650. Would it go 7? I've got a bit of 7. Would it go 750? Now $700 over 700. Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of 8. Would it go 850? Now 850 would it go 9. I've got a bit of 800 and now 9 would it go 950. I have 900 and 950 would it go 1,000. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. Now $1,000. Now 11 would it go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 looking for 1,200 to advance. Any advance from 11? Now 12 would go 13. I've got a bit of 1,200 looking for 1,000. Now 1,300 would go 14. And increase to 13, now 14 would go 15. I have a bit of $1,400 looking for 1,500 to advance. Now 1,500 would go 16. I've got a bit of 16 would go 17. Now $1,600 looking for 1,700. Now 17 would go 18. I've got a bit of 1,700 looking for 1,800 to advance. Now 18 would go 19. I have a bit of $1,800 looking for 1,900. Now 1,900 would go 2. Now 19, now 2,000 would go 21. I've got a bit of $2,000 looking for 2, now 21 would go 22. I have a bit of $2,100. Will you take me to 2,200, please? Any increase from 21 to 22. Do I hear 2,200 from you, please? Now $2,100 going once. I've got 2,200. Would it go 2,300? Now 2,200. Any advance from 22 to 23. Do I hear 2,300 from you, please? Now 23. Would it go 24? I've got a bit of $2,300 over 2,400 to advance. Will you take me to 2,400? 2,400, thank you. Now 24 would go 25. I've got a bit of 2,400 over 2,500 to advance. Will you take me to 2,500, please? Any increase on 2,400. 24 is my bid going once. Now 2,400, you can still jump in and take it to 25. 2,400 twice. Sold 2,400. Very nicely done to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nice round of bidding. Lot 59, Wedgwood, Long John Silver, our Jim Hawkins, Montague Weaver, Bridgman, 1924. I'm doing the accent of Robert Newton, of course, who was the quintessential movie Long John Silver. Also a very bad life influence on Keith Moon and Oliver Reed. Bad Robert Newton. 120 Andy Vance, but great Long John Silver and a great figurine too, nice size. 120 once, any advance from 120? 120 twice. We'll sell at 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 60, we have a very, very striking mid-century glazed porcelain bust, a Penelope designed by Arnold Machin for Wedgwood. A female subject with closed eyes, very serene expression, her hands clasped in front of her, perhaps in prayer or meditation. And you've got this interesting Windsor gray glaze throughout. Also includes provenance label for the Rubin collection. It's a nice size, 11 inches tall. Now $90 in advance on 90. 90 down 100, we go 110. I've got a bit of $100 over 110. Now 110 would go 120. I have a bit of $110. Now 120 would it go 130, please. Now $120. Now 130 would it go 140. I have a bit of 140. Would it go 150, please? Now $140 holding steady. You can still jump in to take it to 150 though. 140 going once. Now 150. Would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 looking for 160 to advance. Now 160 would it go 170. I have a bit of $160. Will you take me to 170, please? $160 going once. Now 160. You could jump in to take me to 170 though. 160 twice. We'll sell for 160 to our invaluable bidder. And on that note, let's take a short break, give you a chance to regroup, stretch around inside your private auction space. We'll continue with more of our Legacy of Lustre, Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Don't go anywhere. And we are back with our Legacy of Lustre, Masterworks, and Rarities auction here at Line and Unicorn, lot number 61, Wedgwood, na-na-na-na-na-na-na, Wedgwood. We got the Jack Glenn Glaxay collection, bone china governor figurine. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the Galaxy collection, not the Glaxay. He's maybe from the planet Glaxay. But wow, how cool is that with that, I don't want to mess with him though, if that's the governor. I've got a bit of $60 over 70 to advance. Very cool, I like that science fiction thing. It kind of gives me those Q vibes though from Star Trek The Next Generation, you know, with that hat when he was the judge. John Delancey, you know what I'm talking about if you're a Trekkie nerd like me. $80 any advance on 80, 80 once, 80 twice. Sold for 80 to our Line and Unicorn bidder, lot 62. Wedgwood Jack Glenn Spirit of the Age Galaxy collection. Again, very cool, interesting, modernist, postmodernist, futuristic, muscular figurine with this silver tone luster, and he's got this, is that a CVS receipt in his hand? No, it's some sort of a ribbon. Maybe it's a CVS receipt. And oh, it's got the ribbon, has got the formula E equals MC square, so it's very futuristic. I like that, it's kind of neat. $70 in advance on 70, the limited edition, only 2,000 of these were produced. This is number 57 in that edition, and it's a nice size too. It's over 12 inches tall. $100 now. I got a bit of 100. We'll go 125, please. I'm sorry, 110 would go 120. Now 120 would go 130. I have a bit of $120 over 100. Now 130 would go 140. Now $130. Now 140 would go 150. Rubin Collection provenance label accompanying it too, along with the quality inspector sticker. Now 150. Now 160 would go 170. I've got a bit of $160. Now 170 would go 180. I have 170. Now 180 would go 190. Now $180, now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 2 would go 225. Now $200, now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250 to advance. And increase of 225, will you take me to 250? 250 would go 275. I have a bit of 275, would go 3. Now 275, looking for 300 to advance. I've got a bit of 275 now. Holding steady. You want it for 300, you can take it for 300. 275 once, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our Line and Unicorn bidder, lot 63. Wedgwood hand-painted bisque. Voltaire figurine, the French Enlightenment philosopher. Although there was a great one, my favorite quote from Aaron Burr is, "If I had read Stendhal more and Voltaire less, I would have known that the world was wide enough for both Hamilton and me." So Voltaire was a little bit of a, you know, Jeff, well, he was a little bit of a rabble-rouser. So anyway, but there he is. He was also one of the fathers of modern liberty and such. Having the correct Wedgwood details. 130 any advance on 130, also having provenance labels from Rubin and the Buckman collection. Any advance on 130, 130 once, 130 twice. We'll sell 130 to our Line and Unicorn bidder. Lot 64 Wedgwood pearlware pastoral figurines depicting two female. Is it? Oh, you got a male. It looks like he's a huntsman, maybe. Looks like could be a huntsman. Yeah, and he's got a dog, so possibly a huntsman or a shepherd, if you will. Now I've got a $500 bid now. 500 now, and looking for 550 to advance, having all the correct details with Wedgwood. Also provenance labels for the Rubin collection and the Lenhart collection. Now 6 would go 650. I have a bit of $600 looking for 600. Now 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of $650 looking for 700 to advance. Any increase from 600? Will you take me to 700, please? $650 going once. Now 650 twice. We'll sell 650. Bidder number 7954. No. Oh, bidder number 600. Sorry, bidder number 600. Sorry about that. Bidder number 600. 600. Lot 65, we have London Cry, strawberries. Strawberries, get your strawberries. Part of the Street Vendor series. This one designed by Leslie Harity, depicting a mother and child in the interwar period. And you've got, they're carrying strawberries in a very nice, very pleasing colorway. I've got a bit of 425, would go 450, please. Now $425. You want to take it at 450? All right, so on to lot number 66, Royal Dalton Leslie Harradine Bone China Paisley Shawl, HN 1707. This is a rare version of the figurine with a stylized pattern in magenta, purple, and blue with the tiered skirt, teal green, wide-brimmed hat. I like the looks of that. Now 425, would it go 450? I've got 5, we'll go 550. Now $500, you want to take it to 550, you can. 500 once. Now 500 twice, we'll sell at 500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 67, Leslie Harradine, Royal Dalton figurine. This is Marie, rare version of HN 1635 with the polychrome glaze, pink bodice, puff sleeves, and the hand-painted floral motifs in lavender, rose, and blue. Now 160, 170, please. I have a bid of 160. You want to take it to 170? Now 180 would go in, now 190 would go 2. I have a bid of $190, looking for 200 to advance. Take it for 200 right now. You want it for 200, it's yours. There's 2 to go, 225. I've got a bid of $200, looking for 225 to advance. Now 200 once. I've got a bid of 200, you want to take it to 225? Take it for 225. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 68, Royal Dalton Camilla figurine, HN 1710. It's 18th century style lady in a very pleasing glossy pink overskirt with cream petticoat and additional details to the bodice. And I've got a bid of 400 now, looking for 425 to advance. Now $400. Will you take me to 425, please? 400 going once. I've got 400. I want to take it to 425. You can't. 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of $425 over 400. Now 450 would go 475. Now $450. Will you take me to 475, please? $450 going once. Now 450 twice. Sold 450 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 69, Royal Dalton Lisette figurine, rare version. A 18th century courtly lady, crimson bodice, ruffled neckline, layered pastel skirt, and you've got some additional yellow and red details there. Very pleasant design in that from that interwar period. Now 180, would you go 190, please? I have a bit of 190, would you go 2? Now 225, would you go 250? I have a bit of now 275, would you go 3? I've got a bit of $275, now 3, would you go 325? I have a bit of $300, over 325 to advance. Any increase on 300, 300 going once. Now 300 twice. Sold 300, now 325. I've got 325, take it out. 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325, now 350 would go 375. I've got $350. Will you take me to 375, please? Now 350 going once. I've got 350. You could jump in and take it to 375 though. 350 twice. Sold 350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 70, Royal Dalton Miranda, HN 1819 in style 1. Soft peach and seafoam green with additional details and having all the right details to the underside, including the HN number. Now 650 to go 7. I have a bid of 700, thank you. Now 7 would go 750. I've got 750, would go 8. I have 800, thank you so much, madam. Now 8 would go 850. I have a bid of $800 on the floor, looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 800. 800 going once. Now 800 twice. We'll sell at 800, bid number 1294. Nicely done. Congratulations. I like the colorway. Lot 71, Royal Dalton Polly Peachum figurine, part of the a character in literature originally made popular in the Beggar's Opera, the Three Penny Opera, later Mac the Knife. Polly Peachum, baby, yeah. She was not quite as dangerous when Bobby Darin sang about her, though. $80 now. 80 would go 90. I have a bit of $80. You know, you weren't going to lose your life, but the earlier one. $80 once. Actually, her dad was the police chief, but he was the corrupt one. 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 72. No, 73. Did we jump past? Yeah. Okay. 73. Royal Dalton Princess Elizabeth. This is the daughter of Anne Boleyn and King Henry VIII, later Queen Elizabeth I, with that very, very striking Tudor red hair. And this one modeled, you've got she's got a checkerboard. She was very smart, Queen Elizabeth, when she was a princess. She was very, very, very well educated, and remains so. All of Henry's children were very well educated, actually. 850 would go 9. I've got a bit of $850 any advance because Henry himself, despite his many, many, many problems, was a very enlightened person, but you know. Anyway, let's move on to lot number 74 then. Goodbye, princess. Goodbye. Lot 74, we've got bitty penny farthing, no balloons, hand painted in an early colorway style, very rare prototype version unique, it's being said. This one is produced without balloons. There we go. Well, how are you going to have the balloon solar without the balloons? There's a conundrum. This one dated 1942. I got a bit of 650. Would it go 7? Very cool, rare piece. Any interest on the floor? All right, let's move on to lot number 75, where we find Spanish Lady. Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish Lady. Royal Dalton HN 1294, dressed in a very striking vermilion and coral red colorway. And I've got a bit of 650-07. Now $650. Will you take me to 700? All right, let's move on to line number 76. Michael Suddy, Junior Leaders Regiment Royal Artillery. Trumpeter of the Junior Leaders Regiment Royal Artillery, as appearing in 1981 in ceremonial attire with the trumpet. Although that sounds more like a kazoo than, but you know, anyway. Imagine if it was a trumpet, though, with the majesty of a trumpet, but not sounding like a kazoo. 190 and advance from 190 to 200. I used to play the bugle back in the day. I was a boogie woogie bugle boy. All right, you want to take it for 200? You can. This is a limited edition, only 250 of these were ever produced, and you can have it for 200 right now. Take it for 200. 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 All right, let's move on to line number 77. Michael Suddy, Royal Garrison Artillery, Victorian, mid-Victorian era, 1864. Michael Suddy backstamp, additional text, including the limited edition number 250. This is number 41 in that edition. Depicted in the full uniform, dark tunic, red and yellow collar with additional trim. Now 180 would it go 190, please. Now 190 would it go 2. I've got a bit of 190. Take it home for 2. Now 2 to go 225. I have a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. 200 once. Now 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 78. Michael Suddy, Napoleon Bonaparte, Old Boney, as they used to call him. Modeled after the famous 19th century oil painting of the Emperor of the French, depicted on his horse with lots of cool details and his famous bicorn hat. The underside having the Michael Suddy backstamp. The original was the famous 19th century oil painting by Jacques-Louis David titled Napoleon Crossing the Alps. Now 200 go to 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. 200 once. 200 twice. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225 over 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250? Now 250 to 275. I've got a bit of $250 over 275 to advance. Increase on 250, 250 once. Now 250. You want to take it to 275? You can. 250 twice. Sold 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 79. Royal Worcester, Alexander the Great. On a rearing horse, a great military leader. He conquered the known world, or most of the known world at that time. Depicted on Bucephalus, his famous horse, and put together in a very cool way that suggests, neoclassical style design. Not really, of course, but very cool. And you got the young Alexander wearing his, was that diadem around his curly hair. $900 in advance on 900? No. All right, so that's lot number 80. Royal Worcester, limited edition candle snuffer, depicting Winston Spencer Churchill with his fingers in a V for victory pose. We will never surrender. And this, a limited edition, only 500 of these were ever produced. Churchill depicted in his Homburg hat. 110 in advance on 110. Any interest at 120 from you? All right, Small number 81, Royal Dalton pilot skipper figurine HN 4510, depicting a pilot, a mariner pilot.
We're at 200.
I've got a bit of 200. We go 225. Dressed in his oil skins and leathers and such. Now $200 in advance, and this one designed early 20th century by Martin Alcock. Now 250 would go 275. Now 275 would go 3. This one produced for to commemorate Pilot Insurance Company's 75th anniversary. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 275 going once. Now 275 twice. Sold 275. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 82, Royal Dalton. Very rare colorway prototype. The Cobbler, depicting an Orientalist-style shoemaker, seated cross-legged with various shoe designs and a very pleasing colorway, too. Now set, how 50 would go 9. I've got a bid of $850, looking for $900 to advance. Now 9 would go 950 would go 1,000. I've got a bid of $950, and he's got that traditional Orientalist style attire with the great turban, head wrap, and additional details. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got a bid of $1,000, looking for $1,100 to advance. Will you take me to 1,100, please? I've got 1,000 going once. Now 1,000 twice. We'll sell for 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 83, Royal Dalton Scribe figurine. Again, another Orientalist style. This one designed by the legendary Charles Noak. The scribe having a scroll form over his lap. Very, very intent at reading whatever interesting words of wisdom can be found on it. And I've got a bid of $275. Would it go 3? Now $275. Take it for $300 right now. Very cool design with that great cobalt blue and additional really deep, almost emerald green to his cloak. You want it for $300? It's yours for $300 right now. Take it for $300 right now. Take it for 3. 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 All right, let's move on to lot number 84. Royal Dalton Carpet Vendor figurine, Orientalist style design, designed also by Noak. A kneeling carpet vendor, sort of in the blackamoor style motif, if you will, but he's holding a orange cloth pattern textile with a lot of other details. And I've got a bit of 9. Would it go 950, please? I have 900, looking for 950 to advance. Any increase on 900? All right, let's run to lot number 85, Dalton Prototype Tall Story figurine. I believe we have competing absentee bids, possibly. This one depicting a mariner-style figure, and he's got a wooden model boat and seated, and he's telling a story to all who will listen. Now 800, would it go 850, please? Yep. I've got 850, would it go 9? Now $850. Now 9, would it go 950? Now 1,000, would it go 1,100? I've got a bit of $1,000, looking for 1,100 to advance. Now 11 would go 12. I have $1,100. Now 12 would go 13. Now $1,200. Any advance from 12 to 1,300? Will you take me to 1,300, please? 1,200 going once. I've got a bit of 1,200. You can still a bit of take me to 13 though. 1,200 twice. We'll sell a 1,200 bidder number. 5078. 5078. Lot 86, Royal Dalton. This is a prototype Yeoman of the Guard figurine depicting a very, very striking, very early. This was 2004, but it really is kind of a callback to early 20th century figures, really. The male youth with the ceremonial Yeoman of the Guard designs and a lot of other details. And this only 3 of these were produced. Very, very rare piece, only 3, and this is number 3 in that edition. $850, any advance on 850 to 900? All right, let's move on to line number 87. Dalton Prototype Vicar figurine depicting a vicar or parson type of the Church of England, I'm guessing. Standing at the pulpit with an open prayer book or Bible. All the correct details, property Royal Dalton, not produced for sale. Now $650 to go 7. I have a bid of $650. You want to take it to 700? Any interest at 7? All right, let's move on to lot number 88, Royal Dalton Prototype Choir Boy figurine. Friends with the Vicar, perhaps glazed finish. He's holding 2 books and having all the great cool details with the ruffled collar, and having the Royal Dalton and factory proof mark handwritten to the underside. Now $650, would it go 7? I've got a bit of $750. You want to take it to 700? You can. All right, lot number 89, we have an absentee bid. It looks like Royal Dalton Advertising Classics Limited Edition Golly figurine. This is AC1, produced in a limited edition of 2000. Part of the Advertising Classics. Now $325, would it go 350? The original one produced for James Robertson and Sons Marmalade, and depicting a very popular 19th century motif known as the gollywog. I've got a bit of 375. Would it go 400? Now 4. Would it go 425? I have a bit of $400. Looking for 425 to advance. Any increase on 400? 400 going once. Now 400 twice. Sold 400, bidder number 7954. Lot number 90, Royal Dalton Advertising Classics Fox Polar Bear. This one produced for Fox's Glacier Mints, and having the name impressed onto the ice flow style base. Also accompanied by the certificate of authenticity. I've got a bid of 60. Would it go 70, please? Now $60. Any advance on? Will you take me to 70, please? Now 70. Would it go 80? I have a bid of $70 looking for $80 to advance. Any increase on $70? 70 going once. Now 80. Would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Will you take me to 90, please? Now 80 going once. I have 80 going twice. Sold 80 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 91, Royal Dalton Advertising. Milky Bar Kid figurine depicting a young cowboy with speckles dressed as a American Western sheriff with red pants and a blue shirt, and the underside to the base has got "The Milky Bars are on me," along with the Dalton backstamp. I love these advertising figures. $70 any advance on 70. 70 going once. I've got 80. Would it go 90? Now $80 any advance on 80. 80 going once. 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our line and unicorn. Bidder lot 92, Royal Dalton Guinness Harpist advertising figurine. Very cool. Depicting a harpist figure, and instead of playing a harp, she's playing the giant bottle of Guinness, which has the harp in the place where her fingers are. Kind of cool meta-referential details. Produced the early 21st century under license from Guinness, and it says Encore on the base. Now 200, we go to 225. This one modeled by Shane Ridge in a limited edition. Only 750 of these were produced. Now $200 went up for 225. You can take it for 225. 200 going once. Now 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 93, Royal Dalton Guinness Topiary Sea Lion. Limited edition advertising figurine depicting a sea lion, a very large sea lion. I've worked with sea lions. Well, I guess they get that big, maybe. Oh, this is a topiary sea lion, so it's made of it's made of topiary. And I think we have absentee bids on this, perhaps.
Yes, we are ready.
Let us tell them.
It's 425.
I have bid of 425 now. Thank you. This 425. Would it go 450? Limited edition. Only a small number of these were. 750 were produced. This is number 392 in that edition. I've got 450. Would it go 475? Having all the correct details. Now $450. Will you take me to 475, please? Oh, let me get my hammer. It was not hammer time. 450. Any advance on 450? 450 going once. 450 twice. Sold 450. Bidder number 7954. Lot 94. We got a prototype Dalton large character jug, the famous sex symbol of the early 20th century Western or American film industry. Mae West. A large character jug, dare I say it. Exquisite attention to detail with Mae and her signature style with a fur-lined coat and her blonde coiffure. Come up and drink me sometime. Now 950, want to take it to 1,000? And having all the correct, there's the painter for a Royal Dalton says, "Nice meeting you, Earl," and signed by Dawn Lamas herself. Now 950, any advance from 950? All right, so it's lot number 95, Royal Dalton John Wayne figure depicting the American Western film legend Marion Morrison, better known by his film name John Wayne, as a prototype in a small version. Never released for general production, so this is very, very rare. And that is a fairly nice depiction of the Duke on his face, and it's got other details with the saddle and other a mountain landscape for the handle. Now $225, would it go 26? I've got a bid of $2,500 over 2,600 to advance. Any increase on 25, 25 going once. 2,500 twice. Sold 2,500 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 96, Royal Dalton Pearly Boy character jug colorway design. Plain brown handle, Royal Dalton backstamp. This one modeled as Ari, the Pearly Boy, and having all the correct details, including his name, Ari, on the back. Now 200, we go to 225. I have a bid of $200 over 225 to advance. Now 225, we go down 250, we go to 275. I have a bid of 275, would it go 3? Now 3, would it go 325. I have a bid of $300 over 325, now 325, would it go 350. I've got a bid of 350, would it go 375. Now 375, would it go 4? I've got a bid of 4, would it go 425, please? Now $400, will you take me? Now 425, would it go 450? I've got a bid of 450, would it go 475? Now 450, now 475, would it go 5? I've got a bid of 5. Would you go 550? Now $500. Will you take me to 5? Now 550. Would you go 6? I've got 6. Would you go 650? Now $600. Now 650. Would you go 7? I've got a bid of 7. Would you go 750? Now $700. I'm looking for 700. Now 750. Would you go 8? I've got a bid of $750. Looking for 800 to advance. Any advance from 750, now would be the time for you to take me to 800. 750 once, 750 twice. Sold 750 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 97, Peggy Davies, John F. Kennedy. Fusion character jug produced in a very striking, in that ruby fusion, which is meant to mimic or suggest flambe. This one depicting our 35th president, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and having a presumably, I guess, a Saturn rocket, used by the Gemini and Apollo programs when he was president. Now $100 in advance on 100, 100 once, 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 98, Royal Staffordshire Admiral David Beatty Toby jug, produced in that very interesting early 20th century. They had all these great world leaders from World War I and that period, a little bit before then. This one depicting Admiral David Beatty, who was a very strong proponent of the dreadnought, or the large battleship design. 425 or 450 would go 475. Now 475 would go for 500. I've got a bit of $475 looking for 500, and there's a great book called Dreadnought, which I read many years ago by the same author who wrote Nicholas and Alexandra. Any advance on 475? You want to take it to 5? You can. 475 once, twice. Sold 475 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn, lot 99, Daum. Very cool modernist glass sculpture by the artist Roy Adzak, titled David, in a heavy curved slab, clear polished crystal, with the front having a satin or frosted finish, low relief human face molded in the center. Just very cool. And I guess it is possibly modeled after Da Vinci's, or rather Michelangelo's David. Also has all the correct details. I've got a bit of 60. Would it go 70, please? Now $60 once, 60 twice. We'll sell for 60 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 100, Daum Pat de Verre frog on lily pad. A dish or a vide poche, three-dimensionally modeled crystal frog, produced in a dark amber to black tone, that's perched atop a translucent lily pad vase that has these great color transitions, emerald green to yellow and amber. I've got a bit of 225. Would you go 250, please? Now $225. Will you take me to 250? 225 once, 225 twice. We'll sell 225 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 101, Baccarat clear crystal Buddha perfume bottle, produced for the Houbigant fragrance Subtilite, a clear crystal perfume bottle in the form of the seated Buddha in a kind of a lotus position, meditative pose, and having all the correct details, including a provenance label from the Ellis Rubin collection. $70 in advance on 70. 70 going once. I've got a $70 bid. You can jump in and take it to 80 though. 70 twice. Sold 70 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 103, Swarovski Star Wars Disney figurine. This modeled as the Millennium Falcon, the ship or space vessel of Han Solo, in a very interesting clear gray and blue crystal, and looking very realistic too, looking just like the Millennium Falcon. Now 450, would you go 470? Now 475, would you go 5? I've got a bit of $475 looking for 500 to advance. You want to take it to 500? You can. You want it for 500? It's yours for 500. It also includes the original box. Our sponsor, lot number 104, Swarovski Disney crystal figurine C-3PO, also from the Star Wars collection, depicting the droid C-3PO. Oh, goodness gracious, R2. Golden crystal, clear accents, fine black detailing throughout, and it's got a nice irregular form base, accompanied also by the original box. I've got a bit of 275, would it go 3? Now $275, looking for 300. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 3, would it go 325? I've got a bit of $300, looking for 325 to advance. Will you take me to 325, please? $300 holding steady and going once. Now 300, you can jump in to take it to 325 though. 300 twice. Sold 300 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 105. Lalique French crystal leaping fish paperweight. Produced in a dynamic C-shaped curve with the body in a frosted or satin finish with a lot of detailing to the scales. The head tail fins polished to clear finish, and the figure is mounted on a 3-tiered circular base. Now $30 any advance on 30, 30 once, 30 twice. We'll sell for 32 our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 106. Daisy McCaig Jones. This is a preparatory study. We might consider that a prototype or artist kind of a style. This was produced for Fairyland Lustre, a preparatory study for that line, illustrating verse from the poets The Fairies by William Allingham with whimsical nocturnal landscape designs and additional details. Now 3,000, we go 30, now 31, we go 32. I've got a bid of $3,100 over 3,200. Now 32, we go 33. Do we have an absentee bid on this? All right. Now 3,200. Any increase from 32? Now 33, would it go 34?
This is from the hand of Daisy McCaig Jones.
And this was very, very rare piece, and as just mentioned to me, it was produced by Daisy McCaig Jones herself. This piece is a very, very, very rare piece that just does not really come to market very often. Now 3,600, I got 36, we got 37. I have a bid of 3,600, and it's a wonderful size too. It's almost 2 feet tall, 23 inches. Now 3,800, we go 30 to 39. I have a bid of $3,800, looking for 3,900. Now 39, we go 4,000. I've got a bid of 3,900, looking for 4,000 to advance. Now 40, go 41. I've got a bid of $4,000, looking for 4,100 to advance. Will you take me to 4,100, please? Now $4,000 going once. I've got 41, would you go 42? I have a bid of $4,100, looking at 42, would you go 43? I have a bid of $4,200, looking for 4,300 to advance. Do I hear 4,300 from you, please? Now 4,300, we go 44. I've got a bid of $4,300, looking for 44, we go 45. I have a bid of $4,400, looking for 4,500 to advance. At 4,500, we go 4,600. Now 4,500, we take me to 46. Now 46, we go 47. I've got a bid of 4,700, we go 4,800. Now 4,700, we go 48. Any advance on 4,700, $4,700 going once. I've got a bid of 4,800 now. We're looking for 4,900 to advance. Now 49, we go 5,000. I've got a bid of 4,900, looking for 5,000 to advance. Any advance of $4,900. Do I hear 4,000? Do I hear 5,000 from you, please? Now $4,000, $4,900 going once. I've got 4,900. You can still take it to 5,000. $4,900 twice. You want it for 5. Now 5 would go 5,250. I've got a bid of $5,000 looking for 5,000. Now 5,250 would go 55. I have a bid of $5,250 looking for 50,000. Looking for 5,500 to advance. Any increase from 5,250 to 5,500. 5,250 holding steady and going once. Now 5,250. You want it for 55. You could take it for 55. Now $5,250 going twice. Sold 5252. Our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Nicely done. Lot number 107. We have this gorgeous Lustre Indian-inspired South Asian base with black painted human and animal figures on this very striking lustrous mother of pearl ground with mother of pearl interior and a pale yellow exterior shading in a very striking amphora form, really. I've got a bit of 4,300, looking for 4,400 to advance. Now 44, we go 45. Now 45, we go 46. I've got a bit of $4,500, looking for 4,600 to advance. Will you take me to 46? Now 46, we go 47. I have a bit of $4,600. Do I hear 4,700 from you, please? Now 4,600 going once. I've got a bit of 4,600. You still better take it to 47. 4,600 twice. Now, are we playing catch up? Then let us move on to lot number 108, Wedgwood porcelain vase in the very, very popular and well-regarded dragon luster form. This one having a great baluster body and a lidded urn form body with the ovoid body that tapers to the flared circular foot and is topped with a domed lid and circular finial and that great encircling dragon design. with a really, really gorgeous mottled iridescent blue and green luster to the exterior. 1,400 would go 15. I've got a bid of 1,500. Would you go 1,600, please? Now $1,500. Any advance from 1,500? Will you take me to 1,600, please? 1,500 going once. 15 twice. Sold. 1,500 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 109. Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Celestial Dragon vase with a globular body, tall, slender, tapering neck, and the exterior finish to this eye-catching mottled iridescent red and blue mottled luster glaze, and the encircling celestial dragon in gilding throughout. Now would it go 550? I've got 550, would it go 6? Now 550, now 6, would it go 650? I have a bit of $600 over 650 to advance. Any increase on 600, 600 going once. Now 600, you could jump in to take me to 650 though. 600 twice. Sold. 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 110, Wedgwood Bone China Fairy Vase. Polychrome luster glazes, elaborate gilding, the central motif having a winged fairy in flight over a landscape, forest landscape, I think. Perhaps kind of a more brooding landscape. I've got a bit of 750, please. Now $700. Any increase from 7 to 750? 700 once.
This is an amazing piece.
Very, very striking piece, and I'm told that it really has to be experienced to believe it. And of course, you see that great angel in flight or fairy encircling the body. Now 8 would go 850. I have a bit of 850. Would it go 9, please? Now $850. Will you take me to 900, please? 850. Now 9 would go 950. I have a bid of $900 over 950 to advance. Will you take me to 950, please? Now 900 going once. I've got 900. You said I'm going to take me to 950. 900 twice. Sold. 900 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 111, Wedgwood Nighttime and Daylight Fairyland Luster Octagonal Bowl. Having the fairy in a cage pattern with the river scene, featuring bridges and additional details. And I've got a bid of $2,100. Would it go 22, please? Now $2,100. Any increase from 21 to 22? Will you take me to 22, please? 2,100 holding steady. All right, let's move on to lot number 112, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Sunset Bowl. Highly sought after woodland elves and jumping fawn patterns. Early 20th century by Daisy McKay Jones, decorated with these great vibrant colors with mischievous elves depicted throughout. I've got a bit of 21, we go 20, now 22, we go 23, now 2,200, we go 2,300. Now $2,200. Any increase from 2,200? All right, let's run to lot number 113. W.R. Carlton Ware Moonlight Cameo Fairyland Luster Bowl with a moonlight cameo pattern in Fairyland Luster, hand-painted silhouettes, intricate gilding over iridescent glazes. Now $130 over 140 to advance. $130 is my bid going once. Now 130, you want to take it to 140, you can. 130 twice, we'll sell for 130 to our valuable bidder. Lot 114, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Bowl, featuring an Armagh design, produced early 20th century, porcelain body with a flared rim and sitting upon a wasted pedestal foot. I've got a bit of 100, thank you. Now 100, we go 110. I've got 150, would it go, now 160, would it go 170? I've got 170, now 180, would it go 190? I've got now 225, would it go 250? I have a bit of $225 over 250 to advance. Just a very striking design. The interior well glazed with the Armagh design in white. And I've got a bit of 250 now, looking for 275 to advance. Any increase on 250, 250 going once. Now 250 twice. Sold. 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 115, Wedgwood Fairyland Luster Octagonal Bowl in the butterflies pattern. Small bowl with a mother of pearl exterior luster glaze. Now 2 would go 225. I've got 225, would go 250. Now $250 would go 275. I've got a bid of $225 holding steady and going once. Now $225 twice. Sold $225.
7954.
Bidder 7954. Lot 116 Wedgwood footed bowl with the poplar trees pattern. Orange luster sky above shaded crimson tones, green trees, gold printed flowers on a black ground, and a blue bridge way out in the distance. Now 116, I was right, we're now 1,000, would it go 1,100? I've got 11, would it go 12? Now 1,100, would you take me to 1,200, please? Any increase from 1,100, 1,100 once? Now 12, would it go 13? I've got a bit of $1,200, looking for 1,300 to advance. Any increase on 1,200, 1,200 once? Now 1,200, you could jump in and take it to 13 though. 1,200 twice. Sold 1,200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 117, Daisy McCaig Jones Fairyland Lustre Bowls, a pair of them. Both with iridescent mottled glaze transitions. I've got 475, would it go 500? The first one, a small, shallow circular bowl on a raised foot. The second one, a deep circular bowl on a short foot. Now 475, would it go 5? I have a bid of 475. Now 5, would it go 550? I've got a bid of $500, looking for 550 to advance. Any increase on 500, 500 once? Now 500 twice. Sold 500. Bidder number 7954, lot number 118, Wedgwood octagonal bowl in the hummingbirds pattern. Now 500, we go 525. I've got 550, we go 6. Now 6, we go 650. I've got a bit of 600, looking for 650 to advance. Any increase on 600, 600. Now 7, would you go 750? I've got 750, would you go 8? I've got 8, would you go 850? Now 850, would you go 9? I've got a bit of $850, looking for 900 to advance. Look at that wonderful exterior with that modeling and the birds in flight encircling the body. Now for 850, any advance on 850? 850 once, 850 twice. Sold 850. Bidder number 7954, lot 119, Wedgwood ordinary luster porcelain footed bowl. 750. Now 750, would you go 8? Produced early 20th century, pre-war period with the mottled powder blue ground and floral sprays with circular non-motifs. Now 750, we go 8. I have a bit of $750, looking for 800 to advance. Any increase from 750, 750 once? 750 twice, we'll sell 750. Bidder number? Bidder 7954. Lot 120, Wedgwood Fairyland Nizami Chinoiserie earthenware plat. Now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of 3, would it go 325? Now $300, looking for 325 to advance. Any increase from 300 to 325, having all the right details and a very striking chinoiserie design. Now $300 once, 300 twice, sold 300.
7954.
Bidder number 7954, lot 121, Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre cabinet plates in the Silenus pattern.
1,000.
I've got a bid of 1,000, now 11, we'll do 12. I have a bid of $1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 1,100, 1,100, now 13, what do you go 14? I've got a bid of 1,300, looking for 1,400 to advance. Any increase from 1,300, 1,300 once? Now 1,300, you can still jump in and take it to 14. 1,300 twice, sold for 1,300. Bidder 7954, lot number 122, Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre and Versailles double-sided copper transfer printing plate. Very, very interesting design there. You got double-sided engraved copper plate that was used for transfer printing in the manufacture of Wedgwood ceramics. One side having an elaborate decorative pattern identified as the Versailles pattern. You've got a lot of details, scrolling underwork. The central portion has the manufacturer's label marked 16 in dish, and all kinds of details. So I would take it.
Truly a historical piece.
Very, very interesting historical piece.
It was never sold. It's a museum quality. It's any collector of Fairyland. This is it. The Holy Grail.
Highly recommended. Now $1,000, looking for 1,100 to advance. I've got a bit of $1,000 holding steady. You want to jump in and take it to 11? You can. That's $1,000 going once. 1,000 twice. We'll sell it for 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 370, lot 123, Wedgwood Thumbelina plate. Bone porcelain designed by Daisy McCaig Jones with the central medallion having the Thumbelina pattern with a reclining figure in a gown on a lily leaf within a pod. And lots of cool details there. I got 1,000, we do 1,100. Now $1,000. Any advance from 1,000 to 1,100? Do I hear 1,100 from you? Now 1,100. Thank you. Would you go 12? I've got a bit of 1,100 looking for 12. Now 12. Would you go 13? I've got 13. Would you go 14? Now 1,300. Now 14. Would you go 15? I've got 15. Would you go 16? I have a bid of 1,500 looking for 1,600 to advance. Any increase on 1,500? 1,500 once. 1,500 twice. Sold 1,500. Bidder 79.54. Nicely done. Lot 124. We have a rare Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre butterfly cabinet plates group, and we have competing bids of 500 right now to kick off the bidding. Now 6. Would it go 650? 650. Now 650. Would it go 7? I have a bid of 7. Would it go 750? Now 750, would it go 8? Yep. I've got a bit of 8, would it go 850? 850. Now 850, would it go 9? I've got 9, would it go 950? Yep. Now 950, would it go 1,000? I've got 1,100, would it go 1,000? Would it go 12? Now $1,100, I'm looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 1,100 to 1,200? Do I hear 1,100 from you, please? Now 1,100 going once, 1,100 twice. Now 12, would it go 13? I've got a bit of 1,200 over 1,300 to advance. Any increase on 1,200? 1,200 holding steady and going once. Now 1,200, you could still jump in and take it for 1,300. 1,200 twice, sold 1,200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 125, Daisy McCaig Jones, very rare Wedgwood fine bone china. Argus the pheasant. And of course, Argus was, I believe, the name of a famous bird, and it also does mean pheasant in Latin.
Are you okay? You only have?
Well, I'm waiting for you to tell me where we're at.
Because it's cool. Okay, so 475.
I've got a bit of 475, looking for 500 to advance. Now 475, just a gorgeous dramatic arrangement with these pheasants and floral elements. Now 475, would it go 5? I have a bid of $475 looking for 5. Any advance from 4? Do we have an absentee bid for 500?
We're at 475.
We're at 475 going once. 475 twice. We'll sell it. 475 bidder 79.54. Lot 126 Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre Dragon Cup in a very striking tea or soup cup design. Small bowl, mottled green exterior. I got 2 at 225. Gilt transfer printed Asian motifs and additional symbols. Now 225 would go 250. I have a bid of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once, 225 twice. Now 250 would go 275. I have a bid of 250 looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 going once. Now 250, but you can still jump in and take it to 275. 250 twice. Sold 250 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot number 127, Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre and Baiku pie dish. 20th century bone china saucers. The first one is this pin dish in the dragon luster pattern. And then you've got the second is a saucer with the blue fish pattern. Now $70, I got 70, we'll do 80. 70 once. 70 twice. We'll sell for 70 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 128, Wedgwood Fairyland Lustre, Dragon Luster Chalice, produced early 20th century, over 100 years old. I've got 350 to 375, a large footed vessel with a flaring bowl joined to a pedestal foot by the central metal bolt and nut assembly. Now 425. I've got a bit of $400, 425 to advance. An increase on 400, 400 once. Now 400 twice. We'll sell at 400. Bidder number 79.54. Lot number 129, Wedgwood lidded box, attributed to Daisy McCaig Jones, featuring rounded corners, a slightly domed off lid, and it's got this great stylized bird design to the center. Now $375, what do you go for? I have a bid of $375, looking for $400 to advance. Now $400, $425. Underside having all the correct details, including provenance labels for the Rubin collection and others. Now $425, we go $450. I have a bid of $425, looking for $450 to advance. Any increase on $425, $425 going once, $425 twice. Sold $425 to bidder number 7954. Lot 130, Wedgwood, Fairyland Lustre, 14 karat gold hummingbird brooch. Can we brooch the subject in 14 karat gold with the oval porcelain plaque featuring stylized hummingbird details? Now $375, what do you go for? I've got a bid of $375, looking for $400 to advance. Any increase from $375, $375 once. Now $400, what do you go? $425. I've got a bid of $400, looking for $425 to advance. Any increase on $400, $400 holding steady, and $400 going once, $400 twice. Sold $400, bid number 7954. Lot 131, Wedgwood, Norman Wilson, turquoise and platinum luster grapevine motif pieces. One a lidded jar and the other a matching open bowl, both produced by Wedgwood in a fine earthenware with this wonderful turquoise blue glaze. Now $425, what do you go? $450. I have a bid of $425, looking for $450 to advance. Will you take me to $450, please? Now $425 going once.
Can we retract this last bid?
Sir,
Yeah, I can.
no worries. We have a standing bid now of $400. Right, we've got $400 bid. We go $425. Now $400 going once. I've got a bid of $400. You still have been to take it at $425. $400 twice. Sold $400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. And on that note, let's take a short break, give you a chance to regroup in your private auction space, and we'll come back with more of our Legacy of Lustre, Masterworks, and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. Welcome back to our Legacy of Lustre. I don't see myself. Legacy of Lustre. I don't see myself. I can't see myself. Legacy of our Masterworks and Rarities. We're on lot number 132, Wedgwood Blue Lustre Porcelain Dragon Bowl, produced for James Powell and Sons. We've got, that's a retailer in Whitefriars, London. Now $40. Thank you, sir. Interior of the bowl having that powder blue glaze with the celestial dragon in gilt. Now $40. Any advance on 40? 40 once? 40 twice. We'll sell for 42. Our invaluable bidder. Lot 133, Wedgwood Imperial Bowl in Daventry Red. A Daventry pattern designed by Daisy McKay Jones in the 20s with this wonderful mottled magenta ground with gilt foliate scroll work. Now 120 would go 130, and you've got the diamond-shaped vignettes on I guess opposing sides, perhaps. Now 140 would go 150, down 150, 160. I have a bid of $150, looking for 160 to advance. Do I hear 160 from you, please? Now 160 would go 170. Now I've got 170 would go 180. Now $170. Will you take me to 180, please? 170 going once. Now 180 would go 190. I've got a bid of $180. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bid of $190, looking for 200 to advance. Any increase now 2 would go 225. I've got a bid of 225 would go 250. Now $225. Will you take me to 250, please? 250 would go 275. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bid of $275, looking for 300. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bid of 325 would go 350. Now $325. Will you take me to 350, please? 325 going once. Now 350 would go 375. I've got a bid of 375 would go 4. Now 375. Any advance from 375? Will you take me to 400, please? Now 375 going once. Now 4 would go 425. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bid of $425, looking for 450 to advance. Any increase now, Phil, 450 would go 475. I've got a bid of 475 would go 5. Now $475, looking for 500 to advance. Will you take me to 5? Now 5 would go. Now 550 would go 6. I've got a bid of $550, looking for 600 to advance. Will you take me to 600, please? Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bid of $600, looking for 650 to advance. Any advance from 6 to 650? Do I hear 650 from you, please? Now 600 once. I've got 600. You could jump in and take it to 650, though. 600 twice. We'll sell 600 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 134, Wedgwood Porcelain Lustre Bowl. Flared body on a short unglazed foot rim. The exterior having this mottled ruby luster glaze, decorated with a continuous gilded foliate scrolling pattern. I've got 110. Would you go 120, please? Now 120. Would I 130? Would you go 140? I've got a bit of $130, 140. Now 140. Would you go 150? I've got a bit of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Any increase from 140? Will you take me to 150, please? Now 140 going once. I've got 140. You can still jump in to take me to 150, though. 140 twice. Sold 140 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 135, Wedgwood Porcelain Lustre Bowl, mottled blue interior with gilded accents. Shallow, wide mouth form, decorated on the interior with the central hand-painted floral medallion in blue and green enamel. Now 170. Would it go 180, please? Repeating gilded wave pattern borders the inner part of the rim. Now 225 would go 250. The exterior finished in a plain white glaze. Now 225. Any increase? 225. 225 once. Now 225 twice. Sold 225 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 136, Wedgwood Dolphin Centerpiece Bowl, earthenware with a tripartite design, circular bowl supported by 3 stylized dolphins with upright tails that meet at the central pedestal. Now 475 would go 5. I've got 5 would go 550. The exterior of the white glazed bowl has a hand-painted band of foliate scrolls and stylized floral blossoms in an iron red palette. Now 500 would go 550, and the wonderful base and that great deep iridescent purple pink luster. Now $500. You want to jump in and take it to 550? You can. 500 once. Twice. Sold 500 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 137, Wedgwood Lustreware Footed Bowl. No worries. Give us a moment while, there we go. We've got this Wedgwood exterior bowl finished with a pale blue ground decorated with large scrolling foliate motifs in a copper tone metallic luster glaze. The interior with this great complex pattern that's divided into 8 segments for them with blue and white scrolling wave patterns, and the alternating segments having vertical green fronds flanked by orange and blue lines. Now 225, we go 250. I've got a bit of 225, looking for 250 to advance. Any increase on 225. 225 once, twice. Now 250, would it go 275? I've got a bit of $250 over 275 to advance. Any increase on 250, 250 once. Now 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 138 Wedgwood Lustre Bowl, produced early 20th century, over 100 years old. The interior having a brilliant fiery orange vermilion mottled luster glaze, and the exterior with a contrasting mottled ground with hand-painted and stenciled gilt accents. Any interest at $30?
Yep.
Now 30, we go 40. I've got a bit of $30 over 40 to advance. Any increase on 30, 30 once, 30 twice. We'll sell for 30 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 139 Wedgwood Snowdrop Octagonal Bowl in the snowdrop pattern. The exterior with a mottled powder blue luster ground overlaid with hand-painted sprays of snowdrops, detailed with gilt highlights, and then the interior finished in a contrasting white ground with snowdrop motifs below the rim. Now 70, any advance, now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 over 90 to advance, the base having the printed Wedgwood Portland vase mark and the original additional details. Now 90, would it go 100, please? I've got a bit of 9, now 100, would it go 110? I've got a bit of $100 over 110 to advance. Any increase on 100, 100 once? 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 140 Wedgwood Aesthetic Movement Persian pattern relief decorated porcelain vase, produced mid to late 19th century, exhibiting this great complex aesthetic movement design with horizontal registers, compressed globular body surmounted by a flared neck, and the lower half decorated with this deeply molded relief design with white highlights on the raised areas. 225, any advance from 225 to 250? 225 once, twice, sold 225 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 141 Wedgwood Bone China Raised Gilded Floral Vase, produced late Victorian period with a globular body supported by a scalloped and gilded foot, 2 ornate reticulated handles, tall fluted neck with a pierced rim. $60 might be down, 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of $60 going once, now 60 twice, now 70 would go 80. I've got a bit of $7 over 80 to advance. Will you take me to 80, please? Now 70 once, 70 twice, sold 70 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 142 Wedgwood hand-painted gilt bone china twin-handle lidded vase, very late Victorian period in a very striking ovoid form that tapers to a narrow waist set upon octagonal pedestal base and having this great wonderful turquoise blue and additional details, white ground with hand-painted swags of pink roses and green foliage. Now 350 would go 375. I have a bit of $350 going once, 350 twice, sold 350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 143 Wedgwood Marsden Artware Vase with low relief flowers and gilt, produced with a large ovoid form, almost 15 inches tall. Tapered base, short, straight neck, the earthenware body decorated with hand-applied low-relief enamels and gilding in the impasto style. And that wonderful encircling band to the center with all those great flowering branches and white flowers with the yellow centers. 325 now. Any advance on 325? 325 once, twice. Sold 325 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 144 Wedgwood small lidded urn. Deep claret ground, elaborate gilt decoration with an ovoid body, short neck, circular fluted foot, and secured to a square pedestal base with the metal rod. And that very striking detail with that just absolutely gorgeous red claret ground with the profusion of gilding to the exterior. 250 to 275. I have a bit of 275. Would you go 3? Now $275. Will you take me to 3? Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of $300 over 325 to advance. Any increase from 300, 300 once. Now 300 twice. Sold 300 to our invaluable bidder at lot 145. I believe we have an absentee bid on this lot 145. We got Wedgwood lidded urn with raised gilt decoration, Edwardian design, early 20th century, elaborate paste gilding over a white porcelain ground. Now 425, would go 450. Ovoid body decorated with passion flowers and vines. Now 475, would go 5. I got 5, would go 550. I have a bid of 500, will give her 550. Now 550, would go 6. I've got a bid of $550 over 600 to advance. Now 550 going once. 550 twice, sold 550 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 146, Wedgwood gilded caneware urn, produced mid to late Victorian period in a matte unglazed tan stoneware body. Now 5, would you go 550? The exterior decorated in the style of the aesthetic movement with raised and encrusted gilded floral sprays. Now 550, now 6, would you go 650?
Yep.
I've got 650, would you go 7? Now 7 goes 750. I have a bid of $700 over 750 to advance, short neck, accented with impressed and gilded repeating patterns of stylized leaf motifs. Now $700 holding steady and going once, 700 twice. We'll sell 700 to our bidder 7954, lot 147. Wedgwood gilt decorated hand-painted natural scene porcelain urn, Edwardian era, late Edwardian, with an ovoid body, 2 small scrolling handles, and resting on a pedestal with a squared base, accompanied with the matching domed lid that's topped with a gilded pine cone finial. And I've got a bid of 275, over 300 to advance. Now 275 once, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our lion and unicorn bidder, lot number 148, Wedgwood white and gilt stag and pine cone lidded jar. Porcelain body supported with a bulbous form, supported with 3 relief molded tripodal form feet, and looking very in a very striking stag head design with the antlers extending upwards to frame the exterior. Nothing not to like about that. And it's got this great acorn finial to the top. $100 in advance on 100. 110, would you go 120? I've got a bid of 110. Now 120, would you go 130? I've got a bid of $120. Looking for 130 to advance. Will you take me to 130, please? Now 120 once, 120 twice. Sold 120 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 149, Wedgwood lidded milk jug with silver gilt decoration, produced in the Georgian era. That would be the 20th century Art Deco Georgian era by Louise Powell. Matte black glaze, hand-applied silver gilt overlay, designed with a squat globular body, short cylindrical neck, and a flared rim with an integrated pouring spout. Now 170, would you go 180, please? I've got a bid of 170 going once, 170 twice. Sold 170 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 150, Wedgwood gilt modeled luster bone china fluted bowl, early 20th century, about 100 years old. Variegated luster glaze, gilded decoration, the interior having a mottled pink and purple luster that's accented with gilt traced bamboo leaf motifs. Now 120, would it go with? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 over 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? 130 going once. Well, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of $140 over 150. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid of $150. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 150 once, 150 twice. Sold 150 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 151, Wedgwood caneware vase by John Goodwin, over 100 years old. Earthenware globular body, flat, flared rim, short circular foot. The exterior having an iridescent copper and violet luster over a cream-colored ground. Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got 160, would it go 170? Now $160 holding steady and going once. 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of 180, would it go 190, please? Now $180, will you take me to 190, please? 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of 2, would it go 225? Now $200, will you take me to 225, please? 200 going once. Now 225, would it go 250? I've got 250, would it go 275? Now $250, will you take me to 275, please? 250 going once. 250 twice. Sold 250 to our live auctioneer's bidder. Lot 152, Wedgwood John Goodwin caneware copper luster vase. Art Deco style with this wonderful baluster body, flared rim and foot, crafted in caneware with a copper luster decoration around the exterior, having a stylized foliate plume or feather pattern in purple and metallic copper luster. Man, nothing not to like about that. Now 250, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bid of $275, looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275, 275 once, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 153, Wedgwood caneware copper luster decorated vase in a round caneware body with a tapering cylindrical form, featuring lug handles, decorated with an all-over copper luster on a cream ground. Now 425, would go 450. I have a bid of $425, looking for 450 to advance. Any increase on 425, 425 once, 425 twice. Sold 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 154, Wedgwood caneware copper luster vase, 1920s, about 100 years old, designed by John Goodwin. Bulbous squat body, short straight neck, the exterior hand painted with this complex luster design over a cream colored earthenware body. Now 200, we'll go to 225. I've got 225, we'll do 250. Now $225, looking for 250 to advance. Any increase of 225, 225 once, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 155, Wedgwood John Goodwin caneware copper luster vase. Bulbous wide mouth form, tapering to a flared pedestal foot, the exterior having these 3 distinct horizontal bands of metallic copper and purple luster. Now 3, would go 325. I have a bid of $300, over 325 to advance. Will you take me to 325, please? Now 300 once, 300 twice. Sold 300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 156, Louise Powell, Wedgwood silver luster earthenware vase, hand-painted silver luster decoration on a cream-colored cylindrical body with a slightly flared rim and flat base. The exterior having a bold graphic pattern of stylized overlapping feather or shell motifs arranged in diagonal bands. Now 325 would go 350. I have a bid of $325. Any increase from 325, 325 once, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 157, Wedgwood Alfred Powell silver luster blue vase, 1930s. I've got a bid of 3, would it go 325. Ovoid earthenware form, wide shoulder, flared neck, finished in a deep cobalt blue glaze, and having silver luster that was produced using a reduction fire technique. Now 375, what do you go for? I got 4, would you go 425. I have a bid of 400, looking for 425, now 450, we'll go 475. I've got a bid of 450, any increase from 450, 450 once, now 450 twice. Sold 450 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, 158, Wedgwood Alfred Powell silver luster decorated vase, cylindrical form in a matte powder blue glaze, decorated with silver luster, hand-painted design with birds of prey, one perched among stylized foliage, the other descending. I've got 350, now 375, would it go 4? Vase designed with a slightly everted rim and a flat base. Now 425, would it go 4? Now 450, would 475. I've got 475, would it go 5? I have a bid of $475, looking for 500 to advance. Underside having the Wedgwood factory mark, along with Made in England. Now 475 once, twice. Sold 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 159, Wedgwood Alfred Powell Art Deco cobalt blue and luster finish fish vase, ovoid form, flared rim. Now 550, would it go 6? Exterior finished in a cobalt blue glaze with stylized Art Deco fish and aquatic motifs. Now 650, would it go 7? I've got a bid of $650, looking for 700 to advance. Now 650 going once. I've got a bid of 650 holding steady. You can jump in and take it to 7 if you want. And increase from 650, 650 twice. Sold 650, bidder number 7954. Wedgwood Jasperware lamp base, produced early 1930s with a distinctive biconical form, central horizontal ridge that tapers to a narrow cylindrical neck, the body having this really eye-catching seafoam green color and hand-painted silver luster foliate scrolls and bands throughout. Now 110, would it go 120? I have a bid of 120, would it go 130, please? Now $120 going once. 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 for 140 to advance. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of 140, now 150, would it go 160? Now 150, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160, looking for 170 to advance. Any advance to 170, now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 170 going once. I've got 170. You could jump in and take me to 180, though. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180, looking for 190 to advance. Any increase from 180 to 190? Do I hear 190 from you? 180 once, 180 twice. Sold 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 161, Wedgwood mottled purple vase with silver luster decoration, ovoid form, mottled blue powder glaze, silver luster overlay decoration, the body embellished with a stylized silver luster design of blossoms and stalks of grain. Now 325 would go 350. I have a bid of $325. Now 325 once, 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 162, Wedgwood Rouge, flamboyant and silver luster ceramic trumpet vase, a trumpet form body, flared rim, bulbous base. The exterior finished in a deep red rouge flamboyant glaze with stylized floral motifs in a silver luster overlay. I've got a bid of 110. Would you go 120, please? Now 110 once, twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 163, Wedgwood teal glazed ceramic vase, globular form, finished in a vibrant teal gloss glaze, decorated with multiple horizontal silver tone metallic bands in varying widths, featuring the spherical body, short cylindrical neck, and a small recessed base. Now 60, would it go 70? I've got a bid of $60, looking for 70 to advance. 60 once, twice. Sold 60 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 164, Wedgwood Norman Wilson turquoise and silver luster pilgrim vase, a pilgrim or flask, also known as a moon flask. This one designed by Norman Wilson with a vibrant turquoise blue glaze, signature accents with silver or platinum luster trim, and the form having a flattened circular body with a short flared neck that's flanked with the two loop handles. Now 225 would go 250. I have a bid of $225 going once, twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 165, Wedgwood Norman Wilson sea green glazed and silver luster lidded candy dish with a globular form. The exterior finished in a vibrant sea green glaze, also known as Chinese green, having a trailing vine and leaf pattern with silver luster and set upon a tiered ribbed pedestal foot. Now 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Now 140 once, 140 twice. We'll sell 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 166, Wedgwood Asian decorated textured luster bowl, textured pink luster exterior with a mottled shagreen effect, contrasted with a pale yellow mottled luster interior. The rim and exterior base finished with silver metal rims. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 over 140 to advance. Any increase on 130, 130 once, 130 twice. We'll sell it for 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 167, Wedgwood silver luster earthenware charger by both Powells, Alfred and Louise Powell. Shallow circular form, wide rim, recessed central well, and this very intricate hand-painted silver luster scrolling foliate and arabesque motif decoration set against a deep glossy black glaze. Very, very eye-catching and appealing. Now 650, would it go 7? I've got a bid of $650 for 700 to advance. Any increase from 650, 650 once, 650 twice. We'll sell 650 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 168, Wedgwood Art Deco yellow luster glazed earthenware vase featuring a globular form, finished in a vibrant yellow glaze with subtle horizontal ribbing, Also, the shoulder decorated with hand-applied bands of stylized foliate or feather-like motifs in a metallic bronze tone luster set against a stippled ground. Now 120 would go 130. I have a bid of $120 going once. Now 120 twice. I've got 130 would go 140. Now 140 would go 150. I have a bid of $140 looking for 152. If it's now 150 would go 160. I've got 160 would go 170. Now $160. Will you take me to 170, please? 160 is my bid going once. Now 160 twice. So 170 would go 180. I've got a bid of $170 looking for 180. Now wasn't 180 would go 190. I've got a bid of $180 looking for 190 to advance. Any increase from 180 going once. 180 twice. We'll sell for 180 to our line and unicorn bidder lot number 169, Wedgwood Arts and Crafts, hand-painted lustre vase by Louise Powell, a ovoid form with an all-over hand-painted arts and crafts style foliate pattern with scrolling acanthus leaves in blue with green leaf clusters. Now 300 would go 325. I've got a bid of $300 over 325 to advance. Any increase on 300, 300 once, 300 twice. Sold 300 to our line and unicorn bidder 170 Wedgwood hand-painted luster grapevine vase. Hand-painted luster decoration on an ovoid bulbous body tapers to a flat base with a short, wide-rimmed neck. Now 140 would go 150. That great surface decoration with botanical designs, purple grape clusters and teal and green leaves. Now 170 would go 180. I've got 180 would go 190. Now 190 would go 2. Now 2 would go 225. I have a bid of 200 over 225 to advance. Any increase from 2 to 220? Will you take me to 225, please? Now 200 once, 200 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our line and unicorn bidder lot 171, Wedgwood neoclassical luster glazed earthenware spill vase, mid-Victorian period, 1870s. The exterior with high relief neoclassical architectural and botanical elements with ionic columns and bands of laurel leaves and berries. Now 110 would go 120. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of 120, looking for 130 to advance. Any increase from 120, 120 once, 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our line and unicorn bidder lot 172, Wedgwood blue luster and gilt bone china plate, featuring a very pleasing fawn motif. Powder blue speckled ground decorated with a central motif of 3 white fawns in stylized gold line grass. Now 120 would go 130, please. Now 130 would go 140. The fawns in a subtle gray shading and having a continuous gilded foliate and scroll work border framing the edge of the blue ground. Now 150 would go 160. Now 160 would go 170. Now 170 would go 180. I have a bid of $170 over 180 to advance. Any increase from 180. Now 180 would go 190. I have a bid of 190 would go 2. Now 109, now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of 225 would go 250. Now $225 holding steady. Will you take me to 250, please? Any increase on 225? Excusez-moi. Now 250 would go 275. I have a bit of $250. Will you take me to 275, please? Any advance on 250? 250 once, 250 twice. Sold 250 line and unicorn bidder. 173 Wedgwood fine bone china plate with a model brown blue ground and a central wow, having a figural group, a farm life scene with rooster, hen, and baby chicks. Now 300 will go to 325. Having concentric bands of gilded scrolling foliate patterns. Now 325 would go 350. This produced late 19th century. Now 350 would go 375. I've got a bit of $350 looking for 375 to advance. Any increase of 350, 350 once.
Who's got it? Have I got it?
Yep, it's yours.
Okay.
375.
Now 375 would go 4.
400.
I've got 4 would go 425. Now $400 looking for 425 to advance. Any increase on 400, 400 once. 400 twice. We'll sell at 400. Bidder number?
Bidder number 3,000.
Bidder 3,000. Lot 174 Wedgwood lusterware hand-painted pieces by Alfred and Louise Powell, featuring a large circular charger and a flared trumpet form vase, both crafted in cream-colored earthenware with hand-painted lustre ornamentation. Now 110, would you go 120? I've got a bid of $110, looking for 120 to advance. Any increase of 110, 110 once, 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 175, Wedgwood Fiddler on the Roof commemorative dish, produced late 20th century, rectangular tray with rounded corners, a shallow well.
60.
I've got 60, would it go 70? Having the gold tone Fiddler on the Roof script, and you've got the fiddler design in the center of the well, very cool. Now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70, looking for 80 to advance. Any increase on $70? Is that Arthur's bid?
Mm-hmm.
Now 70 once.
80.
Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80, looking for now 90, would it go 100? All the correct markings and details too, including an inscription that refers to the Brisbane Amateur Dramatic and Operatic Society. Now 90, now 100, would it go 110? I've got 110, would it go 120? I've got a bid of $110, looking for 120 to advance. Any increase on 110, 110 going once. Now 110 twice. We'll sell at 110 to bidder number, Arthur.
Bidder number 1358.
1358, thank you so much. Lot number 176, we got a Wedgwood Lustreware bone china serving dish with a central snake design, produced early 20th century, over 100 years old, fashioned in an elongated oval form with lobed or scalloped rim, the interior having an iridescent mother-of-pearl luster and having this great hand-painted scarlet and brown snake or eel with the landscape features, and it looks like there's a snail there as well. Now 425, any advance on 425? 425 once, twice, sold 425 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 177, Wedgwood hand-painted maroon luster salt-glazed covered dish, muffin dish with a circular base, domed lid with a floral finial, salt-glazed earthenware with hand-painted maroon luster decoration in a pinkish purple. Now $30, any advance on 30? 30 once, twice, sold 30 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 178, Keith Murray for Wedgwood platinum luster earthenware mugs with silver resist decoration, each one having a looped handle, triple ribbed base, and the decoration having platinum luster over an off-white ceramic body. Now 180, would it go 190? One mug decorated with a laurel wreath tied with a bow. The second mug decorated with an all-over botanical floral pattern. Now 2, would it go 225? Any advance on 200? 200 once, 200 twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 179, Wedgwood limited edition black basalt Homeric vase. Limited edition, only 50 of these were produced to commemorate the 200th anniversary of Josiah Wedgwood's passing in 1995. I've got a bid of 900, looking for 950 to advance. This one produced in a limited edition of 50. This is number 9 of 50. The vase have fine-grained, unglazed black stoneware. Now 1,000, now 11, we go 12. I've got a bit of $1,100, looking for 1,200, dome lid surrounded by a finial depicting the winged horse Pegasus. Now 1,100 once. I've got a bit of 11. You can still take it to 1,200 though.
Yep.
Now 12, would it go 13? Reverse having the classical shrine and palm tree design. I've got a bid of $1,200 now, looking for 13. Now 13, would it go 14? The ornamentation depicts the apotheosis of Homer, the poet being crowned by fame, achieving his godhood, as it were. Now 14, any advance from 1,400 to 1,500, and of course, Homer, of course, standing on, one presumes allegorically in this case, for Josiah Wedgwood. A little bit of ego there on the Wedgwood family. What can I say? 1,600, any advance on 16, they're allowed. He was their ancestor. 1,600 once, twice. Sold for 1,600 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 180, Wedgwood black basalt two-handled amphora vase, fine-grained, unglazed, matte black basalt stoneware body in an ovoid amphora form with 2 scrolling handles terminating at the shoulders with molded masks of satyrs. The vase having sprigged bas-relief decorations throughout and having this great circular design of various neoclassical mythological figures, including Cybele or Ceres, the goddess of cereal agriculture. Now 700, advance on 7. 700 once, 700 twice. Sold 700 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 181, Wedgwood encaustic decorated black basalt amphora vase. featuring an ovoid body. Now 700, we go 750. Black basalt stoneware with the encaustic red figural decoration inspired by classical antiquity. Now 8 would go 850. Twin upright loop handles with a flared rim. Now 850 would go 9. I have a bid of $850. Now 9 would go 950. I have a bid of $900 looking for 950. The neck decorated with a band of palmettes and scrolling foliage. The rim having an egg and dart border, and then you've got these seated female figures with that great instrument, the double flute. Now $1,000. Any advance on 1,000? 1,000 going once. 1,000 twice. We'll sell for 1,000 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 182, Wedgwood black basalt, encaustic decorated two-handled amphora vase, to apply twisted rope handles to opposing sides. The vessel having a flared rim, tapered neck, circular pedestal foot. 850. Now 9 would go 950. The matte black body ornamented with red encaustic style painting in the neoclassical motif. Looks like we've got the Eros riding on the back of the hippocampus, which is a mythological beast that's half horse, half serpent. Now 1,400 would go 15. I've got a bit of 1,400, looking for 1,500 to advance. Any increase on 15, now 15 would go 16. I've got a bit of 1,500, will you take me to 16, please? Now 16 would go 17. I have a bit of $1,600, looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase from 16, do I hear 1,700 from you, please? Now 16 going once, twice, sold 1,600 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 183, Wedgwood black basalt tripodal vase and cover. Neoclassical form in an unglazed black stoneware form with the domed lid having a flower bud finial decorated with molded radial petals. The body having a deep bowl that features a band of floral swags suspended from rosettes above a lower section of upright leaf motifs. Now 950 would go 1,000. I have a bit of 9. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. Now 11 would go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 for 1,200 to advance. Now 12 would go 13. Any interest at 1,300? Now 1,200 going once. I've got a bit of 1,200. You can jump in to take it to 13 though. 1,200 twice. Sold 1,200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 184, Wedgwood gilt bronze black basalt tripodal pastille burner with an ovoid body, produced late 19th century Victorian period. Relief molded gilded floral festoons and rosettes supported with 3 legs modeled by gilded dolphins. Nothing not to like about that. Now $600 in advance on 600. 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of 750 would go 8. Now 8 would go 850. I have a bit of $800 for 850 to advance. Any increase on 800, 800 once. Now 850 would go 9. I've got a bit of 9 would go 950. Now $900, will you take me to 950? Now 950 would go 1,000. I've got a bit of $950 looking for 1,000 to advance. Any increase from 950, 950 once. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. I've got a bit of $1,000 looking for 1,100 to advance. Will you take me to 1,100, please? Now 1,000 once. Now 11 would go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 looking for 1,200 to advance. Any increase from 1,100, 1,100 once. Now 1,100, you can still jump in to take me to 1,200. 1,100 twice. We'll sell for 11 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 185, Wedgwood black basalt dolphin tripodal pastille burner and cover, featuring a black basalt stoneware body, tripodal pastille burner or incense burner if you prefer. Circular bowl, removable flat cover, features a central aperture, and then you've got these great tripodal dolphins that form the base. Now 160 would go 170, please. I've got a bit of 160 going once. Now 160 twice. Now 170 would go 180. I've got a bit of $170 looking for 100, and 180 would go 190. I've got a bit of $180. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 109. Now 2 would go 225. I have a bit of 200 looking for 225 to advance. Now 225 would go 250. Now 250 would go 275. I've got a bit of $250. Now 275 would go 3. I've got $275 looking for 300 to advance. Will you take me to 300, please? Now 275 going once.
Yep.
Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of $300 over 325. Now 325 would go 350. I have a bit of $325. Will you take me to 350, please? Now 325 going once. 325 twice. Now 350 would go 375. I have a bid of $350, would go 375, 375 would go 4. I've got a bid of $375, looking for 400 to advance. Do I hear 400 from you, please? Now 375 once. I've got 375 twice. Sold 375 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 186, Wedgwood tricolor, black basalt jesterware dice pattern lidded urn. Signature dice pattern with a crisp jasper dip design, black colored exterior over a white stoneware body. The urn having a tapered body, a pedestal foot domed lid topped with a tiered finial. These great White's Creek bas-relief neoclassical designs of priestesses and such, botanical elements, architectural forms, latticeware, or lattice work rather. Now 850, any advance on 850. 850 once, twice, sold. 850 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 187, Wedgwood black basalt, white jasper ware, a footed urn. Black basalt stoneware body in a ovoid form, matte exterior finish, glazed cream-colored interior, decorated with white sprigged jasper ware relief. Now 100 with a 110, please. I've got a bit of 110 with a 120. Now $110 holding steady and going once. Now 110 twice. So 110 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 188, Wedgwood black basalt Egyptian revival lidded urn, black basalt, fine-grained unglazed black stoneware with an ovoid body supported by a short pedestal on a square plinth. Now 1,000 would go 1,100. Now 11 would go 12. Now 12 would go 13. I've got a bit of $1,200 over 1,300 to advance. Domed lid with a seated figure finial. Now 13 would go 14. Now 14 would go 15. I've got a bit of 1,400 looking for 1,500, flanked by two handles in the form of Egyptian heads with headdresses. Now 1,700 would go 18. I've got 18 would go 19. Now $1,800 looking for 1,900 to advance. The front of the urn having an applied oval medallion in bas-relief with a seated male figure. Now $1,800 going once. 1,800 twice. Sold 1,800 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 189. Wedgwood black basalt gilded neoclassical bulb urn and flower frog lid. Produced in a campaniform bulb urn body with the black basalt bronze Carrara finish and gilded accents, having a removable perforated flower frog lid so that you can put your floral arrangements up. Very, very pleasing design. Now 650 would go 7. I have 7 would go 750. Now $700 will go $750 to advance, please. Any increase from 7 to 750, 700 once. Now 700 twice. Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of $750 looking for 800 to advance. Will you take me to 800, please? Now 750 going once. 750 twice. Sold it for 750 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 190. We've got a bit of $650 now to open. Lot 190, Wedgwood black basalt satyr head lidded urn. Now, did you say 7, Yulia? Now 7 will go 750. I have a bit of 700 over 750 to advance. Matte unglazed black surface, campana-shaped vessel. Any increase on 7, 7 once, twice. Sell for 7 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 191, Wedgwood encaustic decorated black basalt bowl. Stoneware ball with hand-painted encaustic decorations in the neoclassical style. With a matte black stoneware body embellished with terracotta and cream-colored slips, emulating ancient Greek pottery. Now 250 would go 275. I've got 275 would go 3. Now 3 would go 325. I have the 325 would go 350. Now 350 would go 375. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of $375 now 4 would go 425. I have a bit of 400 over 425 to advance. Will you take me to 425, please? Now $400 going once. 400 going twice. Sold 400 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 192, Wedgwood black basalt jasper ware footed bowl with ram's head handles, black basalt body in jasper ware with a low circular form, flared rim, the exterior having vertical fluting and 2 sprigged handles in the form of ram's heads. Now 192 would it go now 160 would it go 170. I've got a bit of $160. Will you take me to 170, please? 160 once, twice, sold 160 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 193, Wedgwood bronze and gilt black basalt sucrier and cover, produced late 19th century. A lidded jar, also known as a sucrier, crafted from fine black basalt stoneware, bronzed and gilded accents, having a globular body set on a flared pedestal foot with a central frise of various bacchanalian revelers or putti. Now $550 with 06. I have a bid of $550, looking for $600 to advance. Any increase from $550, now 6 would go $650. I have a bid of $600, looking for $650 to advance. Any advance on $600 once. Now $600 twice, sold $600 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 194, Wedgwood black basalt tea kettle and cover. Unglazed stoneware tea kettle, also known as a rum kettle, produced by Wedgwood, featuring a globular body, flared scalloped rim, ceramic lugs that support a metal swing handle to the top that's wrapped in wicker. Central body decorated with applied sprigged classical reliefs with scenes of putti at play. Now $475 would go 5. I have a bid of $5 would go 5. Now $550 would go 6. I have a bid of $550 over $600 to advance. Any increase from $550, $550 once. $550 twice, we'll sell at $550 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 195, Wedgwood black basalt coffee set, designed by Keith Murray. We are not, okay. We have the tall tapered coffee pot and lid, a lidded sugar bowl, and a cream jug. Now $130, would it go $140? I have a bid of $130, looking for $140 to advance. Now $140, would it go $150? I've got a bid of $140, looking for $150 to advance. Any increase from $140 going once. Now $150, would it go $160? I've got a bid of $150, looking for $100, now $160, would it go $170? I've got a bid of $170, looking for $180 to advance. Any increase from $170, now $180, would it go $190? I've got a bid of $180, looking for $190, now $190, would it go $2? Now $190, will you take me to $200, please? Now $2 would it go $225. I've got a bid of $200, looking for $225 to advance. Any increase from $225, would it go $250? Now $225, looking for $250 to advance. Will you take me to $250, please? Now $250 would go $275. I've got a bid of $250, looking for $275 to advance. Any increase from $250, $250 once. Now $250 twice. Sold $250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 196, Wedgwood bronzed black basalt cash pot or jardiniere, featuring a black basalt stoneware body, specialized bronzed metallic surface treatment, finish designed to emulate the appearance of cast bronze or patinated copper. And I've got a bid of $325, would go $350. Now $350 would go $375. I've got a bid of $350 over $375 to advance. Any increase from now $375 would go $4. I have a bid of $4, would go $425. Now $425 would go $450. I have a bid of $425 over $450 to advance. Will you take me to $450, please? Now $425 once, twice, sold $425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 197, Wedgwood limited edition black basalt gilded fishtail ewer, featuring a neoclassical form. Now $350 would go $375. Based on an original 17th century design by Jacques Stella. Now $375, now $4 would go $425. I've got $425, would go $450. Now $450 would go $475. I got $475, would go $5. Now $5 would go $550. I've got $550, would go $6. Now $6 would go $650. Now $650 would go $7. I've got $7 would go $750. Now $750 would go $8. I've got $8 would go $850. Now $850 would go $9. Now $9 would go $950. Now $950 would go $1,000. Now $1,000 would go $1,100. I've got a bit of $1,000, looking for $1,100 to advance. Any increase from $1,000, $1,000 going once, $1,000 twice. Sold for $1,000 valuable bidder. Lot 198, Wedgwood black basalt and Rosso Antico lidded pitcher, featuring that ovoid body in black basalt stoneware, wasted neck, wide flared spout, designed with a tall arched handle and decorated with a sprigged floral relief band in terracotta inspired Rosso Antico. Now $325 would go $350. I've got a bid of $350 would go $375. Now $350, will you take me to $375, please? 350 going once. 350, now 375 would go 4. I've got a bid of $375 over 400 to advance. And now 4 would go 425. I've got a bid of $400 over 4. Now 425 would go 450. Now 425. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bid of 450 over 475 to advance. Will you take me to 475, please? Now 450 going once. I've got 450 twice. Sold 450 to our invaluable bidder, lot 199, Wedgwood black basalt mug with silver plate rim and Oakland leaf, or rather oak leaf decoration. Black basalt mug, fine-grained, unglazed stoneware body, silver plate rim, the body decorated in high relief with these continuous oak leaf and acorn patterns. Now 375 would go 4. I have a bid of $375 over 400 to advance. Increase on 375, 375 once. 375 twice. We'll sell 375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 200. Wedgwood black basalt figural candlestick depicting a classically draped figure of Ceres, one of the agricultural divinities of ancient Greece, depicted holding a fluted cornucopia that serves as the candle nozzle. I've got a bid of 170. Would it go 180, please? Now $170. Will you take me to 180, please? 170 once. 170 twice. We'll sell for 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 201. Wedgwood black basalt figural plaque, along with Rosso Antico jasperware. This one having the jasperware body and the looks like a Cupid or putti style neoclassical figure in that very striking red against the black. I've got a bit of 150. Would it go 170? Would it go 160, please? Sorry. Now 150 once, twice. Sold 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot number 202, black basalt Earl Horatio Herbert Kitchener, a bust produced in a classical style by Alfred Francis Wegner for Wedgwood. Prominent mustache, laurel wreath crown. Of course, Kitchener was blown up on a ship during in the North Sea, if I'm not mistaken, during the middle of World War I. And so still a controversial death. Some people think it may have not been an accident, but an assassination. But 550 is my bid now. 550 to 6. I've got a bid of $550 going once. 550 twice. We'll sell for 550 to our Lion and Unicorn bid, lot number 203. Black basalt sculpted head depicting Josiah Wedgwood himself, the founding patriarch of the Wedgwood family, and himself related to the Darwin family. The Wedgwoods and the Darwins of Charles Darwin fame were close cousins. And in fact, Josiah Wedgwood was like the grandfather of Darwin's wife, if I'm not mistaken. I've got a bit of $1,000 for 1,100 to advance. Any increase on 1,000, 1,000 once, and Darwin's wife was Emma Wedgwood. $1,000 once, twice, sold for 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 204. Wedgwood black basalt trophy statuette by Eric Owen. Very rare. This is essentially a British Oscar, the British Academy of Film and Television Arts, for those of you who don't know. Sometimes you'll see these BAFTA award winning. That's the same thing, that's the British Academy, like the Academy Awards. This is a black basalt statuette that depicts the Greek muse of comedy, designed as a trophy for the BAFTA Awards. So you can have your own BAFTA and say, I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. Now 275 would go 3. I have a bid of $275 over 300. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bid of 325 would go 350. I would like to thank my husband for waiting outside the bathroom door all those long hours, and my children for all those noises that they make at night. Full length figural work in a very, very striking neoclassical style. I don't know, you can have your own award ceremony every night. Now 375 would go 4, and they can play you off the stage. Da, da, da. 375 once, twice. We'll sell for 375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 205. We've got a Wedgwood black basalt Cupid and Psyche figural group, neoclassical style on an integrated rocky outcrop landscape base. Now 110 would go 120. I have a bid of $110 looking for 120 to advance. Any increase on 110, 110 once. Yep. Now 120 would go 130. I've got a bid of 130, would go 140, please. Now 130, would it go 140? Any advance on 130? 130 once. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of 150, would it go 160, please? Now 150 going once. 150, now 160, now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170 for 180 to advance. Now 170 once. Now 180, would it go 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190 over 200 to advance. Any increase on 190, now 2 would go 225, now 225 would go 250. I have a bid of 225 looking for 250 to advance. Now 225 once, 225 twice, sold 225 to our live auctioneer's bidder. And on that note, let's take a short break, give you a chance to regroup and stretch around in your private auction space. We'll come back with more of our Legacy of Lustre sale here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And welcome back to our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. We're back with lot number 206, a rare late 19th century antique black basalt figure produced in England by Wedgwood, titled the Nubian Water Carrier, in a black basalt female figurine with braided hair, in a short skirt, and having a very interesting base with a lot of details, including a water jar. Now 700, we go 750. I have a bid of 700 over 750 to advance. 700 once, 700 twice. We'll sell for 700 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 207, Wedgwood black basalt raven figurine, Nevermore. Modeled, a naturalistically model with a perch position on a textured rockwork base with fine detail to the plumage, and having these inset dark glass eyes to really give it a little bit of a striking, macabre, literary look to it. Lots of cool details too. I've got 160, would it go 170, please? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got 180, would it go 190? Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190, now 2, would it go 225? I have a bid of $200 over 225 to advance, now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bid of 225, now 250, would it go 275? I've got a bid of $250 over 275 to advance, now 275, would it go 3? I've got 3, would it go 325? Now 325, would it go 350? I've got a bid of 350, would it go 375? Now $350 over 375 to advance. Any increase from 350, 350 once. Now 350 twice. Sold 350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 208, Wedgwood black basalt flower frog heron bird figurine on a craggy rock form landscape base constructed in an unglazed matte black stoneware with 8 circular apertures in various sizes to be used for floral support, your flower frogs. Now $50, any advance on 50, now 60, would it go 70? I've got it at $60, any advance on 60, now 70, would it go 80? The underside having circular foil provenance labels for the Norburn collection and the Rubin collection. Now 80, would it go 90, now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bid of $90, looking for 100 to advance. Any increase on 90, 90 going once, 90 twice. All right, let's move on. That's a lot number.
No, just keep going. The bids are still there, but we weren't going to sell it for under 100.
We've got 100, we got 100, we do 110. I've got 100, we do 110. Any advance on 100, 100 going once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 209, Wedgwood black basalt flower frog by Ernest Light. A heron bird form with a hunched standing form. I've got a bid of 100, we go 110. Bird with the detailed feathering throughout and on that landscape form base. Now 110, would it go 120?
120.
I've got 120, would it go 130?
130.
Now 130, would it go 140?
Yep.
I've got 140, now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid of 100, and now 160, would it go 170? Now $160, looking for, now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of 190, would it go 2? Now $190, looking, now 2, would it go 225? I've got a bid of 200 over 225, now 225, would it go 250? I've got a bid of 250, would it go 275? Now $250, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bid of 275, now 3, would it go 325? Now $300 over 325, now 325, would it go 350? I've got a bid of $325 over 350 to advance. Any increase from 325, 325 going once, 325 twice. Sold 3, now 350, would it go 375? I've got a bid of 350 over 375 to advance. Any increase from 375, would it go 4? I've got a bid of $375, looking for 400 to advance. Any increase from 375, 375 once, 375 twice. Sold 375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 210, Copeland black basalt Winchester Cathedral baptismal font model. This is a replica of the 12th century Romanesque baptismal font in Winchester Cathedral. Winchester, of course, a very important medieval cathedral going all the way back to medieval times. Unglazed stoneware with a square basin decorated in relief molded scenes from the life of St. Nicholas and other figures. Now 225 would go 250. Any increase from 225, 225 once, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our live auctioneers bidder, lot 211, Wedgwood black jasperware Portland vase in that iconic amphora form, two-handled, flared rim, tapered neck, decorated with applied white bas-relief ornamentation in the sprig technique. Now $275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 3 would go 325. Now $300 over 325 to advance. Any increase from 300 once.
Yep.
Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 over 350. Now 350 would go 375. $350 is my bid, looking for 3. Now 375 would go 4. I've got a bit of $375 looking for 400. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of $400 over 425 to advance. Any increase from 4 to 425. 400 going once. Now 400. You can still jump in and take me to 425 though. 400 twice. We'll sell at 400 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot 212 Wedgwood black jasperware potpourri urn on a figurative pedestal stand. Fine-grained unglazed stoneware, white bas-relief ornamentation applied using the sprigging technique, having a domed lid pierced with circular vents, topped with a finial, a cherub-formed finial, and then the body has got these fantastic classical figures that serve as as the human figural supports for the body. Just absolutely very striking, and a nice size too, almost 15 inches tall. 3,500 is my bid. I got 35. Would go 36. Now 36 would go 37. I've got a bit of $3,600 over 3,700 to advance. Any advance on 36? 36 going once. 3,600 twice. Sold 3,600 to our line and unicorn bidder. Lot number 213 Wedgwood black basalt plaque with repeated Cupid motifs. Stoneware plaque. 20 repeated white bas-relief sprigged 4x4 grid design with classical Cupid or Eros or putti forms, modeled kneeling and sharpening an arrow on a grindstone. Now $90 in advance on 90. 90 once, twice, sold for 92 our invaluable bidder. Lot number 214 Wedgwood circular black jasperware plaque, also with that motif of Cupid sharpening his arrows. White stoneware relief figures applied to a matte black jasper dip ground. And you've got that wing putti sharpening an arrow on a stone form with the quiver of arrows behind him. Now 130, would it go 140, please? I've got a bit of 130 going once. Now 130 twice. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140 looking for 150 to advance. Now 140 once.
Yep.
150, would it go 160? I've got a bit of $150 looking for 160 to advance. Now 150 going once. 150 twice. Sold 150 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 215 Wedgwood black and white jasperware sgraffito vase, producing a very striking postmodernist design. Tapered ovoid body narrowing toward a flat base and opening to the flared white rim neck. The exterior having a matte black slip over a white stoneware body, and it's executed in that great sgraffito style. $60 maybe now, 60 would go 70. I've got a bit of 70, would it go 80? Mid-century modernist design. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80, now 90, would it go 100? I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 100, would it go 110?
Yep.
I've got 110, would it go 120?
Yep.
Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of 130, would it go 140? Now $130, now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140 looking for 150. Now 150, would it go 160? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of 170, would it go 180? Now $170 looking for 180 to advance. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of 190, would it go 200? Now 190 looking for 200 to advance. Any advance from 190, 190 going once, 190 twice. We'll sell for 190 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 216 Wedgwood black and white jasperware lidded urn with the dancing hours motif, neoclassical form with a very striking body. I've got a bit of 4, would it go 425? I've got this dancing hours motif encircling the body, classical priestesses or dancing maidens with garlands. Now 400, we go 425. The shoulder, lower body, and a stem and lid decorated with vertical stripes in black and white. Now 425, we go 450. Now 450, we go 475. I've got a bit of $450 over 475 to advance. Any increase from 450, 450 going once. Now 450 twice. We'll sell at 450 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 217 Wedgwood jasperware limited edition ice pail. This one from the Noble Line collection, flared urn form with a tapering pedestal base. The body decorated with alternating vertical stripes of black and white, accented with the horizontal gilt bands around the rim, along with the midsection and the base, and centered on the front of the vessel. You've got this wonderful gilded relief Wedgwood family coat of arms. Now 500, would go 550. I've got a bid of $500, looking for 550. Now 550, would it go 6? I have a bid of 550. Now 6, would it go 650? Now 650, would it go 7? I've got a bid of $650, looking for 700 to advance. Underside of the base having numerous markings, along with a provenance label for the Rubin collection. Now 7, would it go 750? I have a bid of $700 holding steady and going once. Now 700 twice. We'll sell for 700 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 218, Wedgwood black and white ewer in Jasper ware, produced in the classical Wienerko form, Wienerkoe form, a wine vessel, wine pouring form. Matte black stoneware, applied white sprigged bas-relief ornamentation with that trefoil-shaped mouth and a slender neck, and that very, very pleasing ovoid body. An arched white handle that connects the mouth to the shoulder. Now 375, would it go 4? I have a bid of $375 over 400 to advance. Any increase on 375? Now with 4, would it go 425? I have a bid of 400 looking for 425 to advance. Now 425, would it go 450? I have a bid of $425 looking for 450 to advance. Any increase on 425? 425 once. Now 425 twice. Sold 425 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot number 219, Wedgwood black and white Jasperware Cupid plaque. We've got a circular Jasperware plaque with a finely detailed white stoneware bas-relief that depicts the winged putti or puto, Cupid kneeling while stringing his bow. Profile with a quiver of arrows and a lot of other details as well. Also featuring the circular paper label for the Rubin collection. Now 130, would it go 140, please? I have a bid of $130. Any advance on 130? 130 once, 130 twice. We'll sell it for 130 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot number 220. Wedgwood chocolate brown Jasperware two-handled vase with that wonderful chocolate brown dip body, applied white bas-relief ornamentation in an amphora style form body with a flared rim, beaded eagle, and a neck decorated with acanthus leaf motifs and a lot of cool details, including the Rubin collection label and an auction tag from Skinner Auctions. Now $600 in advance from 6 to 650. I've got a $600 bid holding steady. Now 650 would it go 7. I have a $650 bid. You want to jump in and take it to 7? You can. 650 holding steady and going once. Now 650 twice. We'll sell at 650 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot 221, Wedgwood Rosso Antico black basalt oil burner lamp, produced late Victorian period in a very striking and pleasing red unglazed stoneware body. That old neoclassical oil burner lamp form, very popular in the Near East, going all the way back thousands of years. Roman antiquity, this one inspired by, and you've got that circular body with the central filling hole and that great Rosso Antico body. Now 250 in advance on 250, 250 once, twice, sell for 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 222, Wilhelm Schiller und Sons, terracotta Portland vase. I've got a $300 bid now, and we've got a wonderful modeled after the Wedgwood famous Portland vase with that ovoid form. Now 325, would it go 350? Now 350, go 375. Reddish brown earthenware body with the extensive high relief decoration encircling the body. Now 375, now 4 would go 425. Contrasting with that darker reddish brown blackish tone and the high relief black decoration. And a very, very nice antique piece, over 100 years old. Now 400 would go 425. Any advance on 400? 400 going once. Now 400 twice. We're going to sell it for 400 then. To bidder number, is that 7954?
Yep.
Okay, bidder number 7954. Thank you kindly. Lot 223, neoclassical ewer, produced by Wedgwood. Fine Rosso Antico red stoneware with applied black basalt relief decoration, the sprigging, and you've got this encircling design of figural works of priestesses and priests and musicians, neoclassical forms, and that great, very striking pouring spout designed for, in the neoclassical period, of course, classical period for wine service. Now 425, any advance on 425? Once, twice, sold 425, Lion and Unicorn, bidder lot. 224, Wedgwood Rosso Antico Kenlock ware rope-handled jug in the dragon form. I've got a bit of 200, would go 225. Tall cylindrical form produced late Victorian, right on the cusp of the Edwardian, with matte red stoneware body and Rosso Antico.
225.
Now 225 would go 250. Distinctive twisted rope style handle and these great chinoiserie motifs in the dragon pattern encircling the body. 225 in advance for 225 to 250. 225 once. Now 225, any advance from 225 to now 250 would go 275. I have a bit of 250. You want to take it to 275, you can. 250 going once. Jeff, any advance? Jeff, she's got 250. Do we have any advance on 275? We don't have an absentee bid?
I don't advance on that. No.
Okay, no worries. 250 once, twice, sold. 250 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 225. Wedgwood Rosso Antico, black basalt dancing hours centerpiece bowl, produced in the very popular, highly regarded dancing hours design with the priestesses or Bacchanti style figures dancing around the bowl with hands held in that red stoneware with applied black basalt decoration. Now 275 would go 3. I've got a bit of 2, now 3 would go 325. I have a bit of $300, now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 over 350 to advance. Any increase in 325, 325 once. Any interest on the floor at 350? 325 twice. Now 350, thank you, would go 375. I've got a bit of 350 over 375 to advance. Now 375 would go 4. I have a bid of $375 over 400 to advance. Any increase on 375? 375 once, twice. Sold. 375 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 226. Rosso Antico, black basalt jasperware laurel leaf bowl from our friends at Wedgwood. Rosso Antico in unglazed red stoneware, featuring black basalt sprigged decoration in that classical laurel leaf and Betty motif. Now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid. You want to take me to 80? You can. Now 80 would go 90. $80 is my bid. I'm looking for $99. Will 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Will you? Daz 100 would go 110. I've got a bit of 100 looking for 110 to advance. Any increase on 100? 100 once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell it for 100 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 227. Wedgwood Capri Rosso Antico cabinet plate. Very striking design. Hand painted with a pink floral, blue shaded foliage intertwined with the gilded coronet design. That wonderful crown really kind of goes back to Renaissance or that transitional period to High Middle Ages. Central medallion with the broad engine-turned yellow border. Now 250 go to 275. I've got $250 going once, 250 twice, sold 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder lot 228. We have a lidded archaeological revival Rosso Antico teapot. Designed with a Neo-Assyrian or archaeological revival style. 275 would go 3. I have a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Now 3 would go 325. Now 325 would go 350. Where's my kiss? Now 325 would go 350. Lidded teapot, red dry-bodied stoneware with that Rosso Antico style with the globular body and that just striking design, that band encircling the body. 325, any advance on 325? 325 once, twice. Sold 325, bidder number, do we know? 7954, I think?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Lot number 229, we've got a Rosso Antico black basalt cash pot, or a jardiniere, if you will. Cylindrical planter, terracotta colored stoneware body with applied black basalt sprigged bas relief. And a very nice, pleasing design. $60, any advance on 60, now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid, now 80 would go 90. I have a bid of $80, there's 90, would go 100. All the correct details to the underside, including Wedgwood and made in England, and the Reuben Collection provenance label as well. Now $100, any advance on 100, 100 once. Yep. Now 110, would it go 120? Yep. I've got 120, would it go 130, please? Now $120, looking for 130 to advance. Any interest on the floor? Now 130, would it go 140? I have a bid of $130, looking for 140. Now 140, would it go 150? Thank you so much. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid of 160, would it go 170? Now $160, looking for 170 to advance. Any increase from 160, 160 going once. 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170, looking for 180. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180, looking for 190. Will you take me to 190, please? Now 180 going once, 180 twice. Sold 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 230, Wedgwood Rosso Antico, black basalt birth and dipping of Achilles zodiac plaque. Very cool. A neoclassical scene depicting the birth of Achilles with his mother. And is she showing him being dipped? You know, because she, well, I guess maybe this is pre-dip. You know, she held him by the heel and then dipped him. He was vulnerable in that one teeny tiny spot. I've got a bit of 150 now, looking for 160. Having all the correct details, including the Rubin Collection label. Now 150 once, now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bit of $160, looking for 170 to advance. Any increase on 160, 170, would it go 180? I have a bit of $170 over 180 to advance. Any interest on the floor at 180? 170 once, 170 twice. Let's sell it for 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 231 Wedgwood limited edition terracotta black jasperware teapot. I'm a little terracotta teapot. 250s might be now 250 with 275. Black basalt body, terracotta colored applied relief decoration. Now 3 would go 325. Vessel with a globular form, short tapered spout. Now 325 would go 350. Simple loop handle and low pedestal foot. Now 325 would go 350. I have a bit of 325 holding steady and going once. Any interest on the floor at 350? 325 twice. Sell it for 325. Bidder number 7954. Thank you so much. Lot number 232, Wedgwood Jasperware footed trophy vase, part of a golf tournament series. The NEC Invitational back in 1999, 20th century, featuring golfers in relief. These are priests of the game of golf, as it were. And you got this great foliate forms towards the bottom. Very cool design there. 110 would go 120, please, and all the provenance details as well. Only 150 of these were ever produced. And now 120, any advance on 120, 120 once? Yep. Now 130 would go 140. I have a bit of $130 over 140 to advance. Any increase on 130, 130 once. Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of $140 looking for 150 to advance. Now 140 going once. Yep. 150 would go 160. I have a bid of $150. I'm looking for 160 to advance. Any advance on 150, 150 once. 150 twice. We'll sell for 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 233, Wedgwood black on primrose jasperware lidded coffee pot. I like the looks of that. I've got a bit of 300, would go 325. Primrose colored cane ground black basalt sprigged relief decoration, tapered pear form with a prominent spout, with a leaf motif and a C-scroll handle. $300 my bid now. 300 waiting advance from 3 to 325. I've got, did we say 325? I've got 375. Well, that's a statement. Now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of 400 over 425. This was produced with a kind of very interesting neoclassical figures, a pattern associated with the domestic employment series. Now 400 holding steady and going once. 400 twice. We'll sell at 400. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 234. Wedgwood Primrose Yellow and Black Jasperware Dancing Hours footed bowl. $200 might get out 225. Black Jasperware foot relief decoration. Now 250 or 275. Central frise with dancing hours, patterned priestesses dancing and carrying on into all hours of the night. Now 300 we go to 325. Now 350 or 375. Waking up the neighbors. Come on now. Now 350 or 375. I've got 375. What do you go for? I got 4. What do you go 425? I now have a bit of 400 looking for 425 to advance. Underside stamp with the impressed Wedgwood mark and additional details, including the Rubin Collection provenance. 400 holding set on 425 to go 450. I have a bit of 425 now. Any advance to 450? 425 once. 425 twice. Sold 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 235. Wedgwood Primrose Yellow Black Jasperware Footed Ferner Bowl, produced in Primrose Yellow dipped Jasperware with black basalt bas relief decoration. Now $250, go $275. Exterior with the applied classical figures in various poses. Now $275, would you go 3? I've got a bid of $275, looking for $300 to advance. Any increase from $275 once. $275 twice.
Yep.
I've got 3. Would you go $325? Now $325. Would you go $350? I've got a bit of $320. Now $350. Would you go $375? Now $350. Holding steady. Any advance to $375? Any interest on the floor at $375? $350 once. $350 twice. We'll sell at $350 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 236. Wedgwood Primrose Jasperware Biscuit Barrel. Black basalt relief decorations in a biscuit barrel form, primrose yellow jasperware with applied black basalt sprig relief forms, including grapevines and fruit festoons, lion mask rings, and encircling priestess forms, presumably. Now 130, would it go 140? I've got 140, would it go 150? I have a bid of $140. Now 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of $160. Would it go 170, please? Now $160. Any advance from now 170? Would it go 180? Any interest on the floor? $170 holding steady and going once. 170 twice. Now 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180 looking for 100. And now 190. Would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190 looking for 200 to advance. Any increase from 190 now 2 would it go 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. Now 225, would it go 250? I have a bit of $225 looking for 250, now 250 to 275. And the advance from 250 to 275, 250 going once. Now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bit of $275 looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275, 275 holding steady and going once. Any interest on the floor? Now 3 would it go 325. I've got a bit of $300 over 325 to advance. Any increase from 300 going now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325 over 350 to advance. Any increase from 325 going once. Now 325 twice. We'll sell at 325 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 237, Wedgwood Primrose and Cobalt Jasper vase with a removable flower frog to the top. Now, how much was that, Jeff? I'm sorry. 500. I got a bit of 5. What do you go? 550. Primrose yellow dip body, white interior, cobalt blue bas relief decoration. Now 6. What do you go? 650. Tapered cylindrical vessel with a flared rim and a stepped circular base. Now $600 holding steady. You want to take it to 650? You can. Now $600 going once. I've got a bit of 600. You could jump in and take it to 650 though. 600 twice. Let's sell at 600. Bidder number 7954. Thank you so much. Lot number 238. Wedgwood Blue Jasperware, Lita and the Swans urn. Very striking Georgian design. 1800, produced in over 225 years old. Now 950. Would it go 1,000? And this producing depicting now 11. Would it go 12? This depicting the very striking the neoclassical theme of Leda and the Swan. And of course, the Swan was Zeus. Be careful of those swans, ladies. 1,300, any advance from 13 to 1,400. I've got a bit of 1,300 now, holding steady. Any advance from 1,300 to 1,400? You want to take me to 1,400? You can. These were produced late, the very, very late 18th century, right on the cusp of the 19th century, in the very, very last years of the Georgian era. 1,300 going once. Now 1,300, you can jump in to take it to 1,400. 1,300 twice. We'll sell it for 1,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 239, Wedgwood Jasperware porcelain vase, modeled after the classic Roman original.
400.
Now 400, would you go 425? Deep cobalt blue matte stoneware with white sprigged bas relief decoration. Now 425, now 450, would you go 475? Continuous frise with the mythological scenes around the body. Now 500, would you go 550? I've got a bit of $500 looking for 550 to advance. Any increase on 500, 500 once. Now 500 twice. We'll sell it for 500. Bidder number 7954. Thank you so much. Lot number 240. Rare.
Okay.
We do have a phone bidder, is that right? We have a very rare pair of Wedgwood Blue Jasperware bookends. These are prototypes by Eric Owen in a very striking modernist style. Almost a Mannerist form, and a very striking with, I guess, mother and children. I've got looking for, what are we opening the bid with here? I've got a bid of 1,400, now looking for 1,500 to advance. Underside hollow with 3 circular apertures. These were produced around 1960, all prototypes that were not released for production, but very, very striking for that period. 1,400, any advance from 1,400 to 1,500? I've got 1,400 going once. Now 1,400 twice. Sold for 1,400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 241, Jasperware Antique Peace and Plenty commemorative mug, produced well over 100 years ago. Central motif with the caduceus, or the staff with the winged serpent staff that symbolizes the medical profession. Twin cornucopias flanking it, and additional details, including the American eagle from the Great Seal of the United States. Very cool detail. This was apparently acquired at a Delaware antique show. Now 130, any advance on 130? 130 once, twice, sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 242, Wedgwood Bentley light blue Jasperware Diana the Huntress plaque, white bas relief, produced early, either late 19th or early 20th century, in a figural depicting Diana the Huntress, the twin of Apollo, and you've got lots of forms there, including the boar's head and additional details. I've got a bit of 850 now, looking for 900 to advance. Any increase on 850, 850 once, 850 twice. We'll sell it for 850 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 243, Wedgwood Bentley blue Jasper oval plaque, featuring Cupid or Eros, and a floral garland, an ovoid form.
We're at 200.
I've got a bit of 200, looking for 225. Now 250, would it go 275? Now 275, would it go 300? And this is very, very old. This now 325, would it go 350? Now 400, would it go 420? Now 425, would it go 450? Very, very old piece, produced during the partnership of Josiah Wedgwood and Thomas Bentley. Now 425, would it go 450? I've got a bit of $425, looking for 450 to advance. Any increase on 425, 425 once, 425 twice. We'll sell it 425. Bidder?
Bidder 2063.
Bidder 2063.
The music adds a bit of joy.
It does, it absolutely does. I never, who's entering? Lot 244. We've got Wedgwood and Bentley blue and white Jasperware, an oval plaque depicting the the classical figure Hebe and the eagle. And of course, if I'm not mistaken, the eagle was another form of, that was a sacred bird. That's right. Zeus took the day off that day, I think. $1,000. My bid got 1,000, looking for 1,100. But this one is a very, very old piece, well over 200 years old, during the lifetime of Josiah Wedgwood and Thomas Bentley, likely produced in the 1770s. While George Washington was still getting fitted for his uniform. $1,100, my bid now 11, would go 12. I've got a bit of 1,100 going once. Now 1,100, you could jump in and take me to 1,200 though. 1,100 twice, we'll sell it for 1,100 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 245, Wedgwood Celadon stoneware vase. Fantastic, look at that gorgeous seafoam green jasper or light celadon body with a matte finish bulbous form. Gilded ornamentation with floral swags and ribbons, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you could see that in the Palace of King George I. 160 is my bid, looking for 170 to advance. Any advance on one? Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170, looking for 180 to advance. Any increase on 170, 170 once, 170 twice. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180, looking for 190 to advance. Now 180 going once, 180 twice. We'll sell for 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 246, Wedgwood 19th century antique sage green Jasperware urn. I've got a bid of 550. Would it go 6? Ovoid form, tall waisted neck. Now 600. Would it go 650? Mounted on a separate attached square pedestal base. Now 650. Would it go 7? I've got a bit of $650, looking for 700 to advance. Now 7. Would it go 750? Square pedestal base having white floral and acanthus leaf sprays, and just an absolutely gorgeous, very exemplary piece of Wedgwood, produced likely mid-19th century, early to mid-Victorian period. $700 now, holding steady, going once. 700 twice. We'll sell for 700 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 247, Wedgwood marbled jasper covered vase in a very striking postmodernist form. Look at that, man, that looks absolutely gorgeous. A marble jasper, classical urn form with a tapered bowl, pedestal stem, and just an absolutely gorgeous variegated marble pattern. Nothing not to like about that. Now, 225 is when we got 225 would go 250. Any advance on 225? 225 once.
Yep.
Now 250 would go 275. I've got about $250 over 275 to advance. 250 once. Twice. We'll sell at 250 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 248, Wedgwood greenish gray and blue Egyptian jasperware bowl with a greenish gray stoneware body accented with applied blue relief sprig decoration in the Egyptian revival style with these great winged sun discs, sphinxes, and other Egyptian revival style designs. Now 225 would go 250. Very nice antique body. Now 250 would go 275. I've got a bit of 250 looking for 275 to advance. 250 once. 250 twice. We'll sell at 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 249, Wedgwood green jasperware plaque. I've got 225. Would go 250? This one depicting a neoclassical scene of.
We're at 475.
I've got 475 looking for 500 to advance. Now 475 would go 5. This was a neoclassical scene depicting Hercules, or Heracles as he was known to the ancient Greeks, capturing the Hound of Hell, Cerberus, and very cool, yoking him, I guess, tying him up. Cerberus looking a little small there. Now 500. Now 5 would go 550. Now 550 would go 6. But I love that. Look at that great sage green jasperware. And it's presented in a very striking frame, too. Now 550 would go 6. I've got a bit of $550 over 600 to advance. 550 once. Twice. Sold 550 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 250, Wedgwood sage green Medusa plaque. High relief white scrig decoration. Now 225 would go 250, featuring the classical Gorgon Medusa, one of the monsters of ancient Greek mythology.
250.
I've got 250 would go 275. Frontal view with the winged serpent hair, and then that great sage green jasperware background. Now 3 would go 325. I've got a bit of $300 over 325. Now 325 would go 350, and it's a nice size too, 9 inches in diameter. Now 350 would go 375. I've got a bit of $350. Now 375 would go 4. I have a bit of 3. Now 4 would go 425. Now $400 over 425 to advance. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of $425 over 450. Now 450 over 475. Now $450 over 475. Now 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of $475 over 5. Now 5 would go 550.
Yep.
I've got 550 would go 6. Now $550 over 600 to advance. Now 6 would go 650. I've got a bit of $600 over 650 to advance. Will you take me to 650? Now 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of $650 looking for 700. Now 7 will go 750. I've got a bit of $700 over 750 to advance. Will you take me to 750, please? Now 700 going once. I've got 7. You can still jump in and take it to 750, though. 700 twice.
Yep.
Now 750 would go 8. I've got a bit of $750 looking for 800 to advance. Any increase from 750? Now 8 would go 850. I've got a bit of $800 looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 800 to 800 going once. Now 800 twice. We'll sell it for 800 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 251, Wedgwood tricolor sage green jasperware Campania lidded urn. Neoclassical Campania form. I've got a bit of 5. Now 6 would go 650. Now 7 would go 750. Just a very, very striking piece. Now 750 would go 8. Now 8 would go 850. 3 separate components with the lid, the body, the stem, the base. All these great, wonderful details with gadrooning and leaves, ram's heads, nothing not to like about that. Now 1,000 would go 1,100, and it's over 13 inches tall. Now $1,000 at advance. Now 11 would go 12. I've got a bit of 12 would go 13.
Yep.
Now 13 would go 14.
Yep.
I've got 14 would go 15. Now 1,400 would go for 15 to advance. Any increase from 1,400.
Yep.
Now 15 would go 16.
Yep.
I've got 16 would go 17. Now 1,600, any advance from 1,600 to 1,700. This would be the time for you to take me to 1,700. Now 1,600 going once. I've got a bit of $1,600. You can still jump in and take me to 17. 1,600 twice. Sold 1,600 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 252, Wedgwood tricolor drabware vase. Regency period, 1820s, late 1810s, 1820s. Footed urn form, buff colored drabware cane jasperware with this wonderful tricolor form in lilac and white. Nothing not to like. This was produced during the lifetime of King George III. You've heard of him. 110 is my bid. Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bit of 110. Who's your favorite depiction of King George III? I liked, there's a couple of good ones. I like the Madness of King George. That was a good one. 130, any advance on 130? I've got 140. Would it go 150? Now $140. That was Nigel Hawthorne, right? Yeah. $140. He also did a pretty decent Martin Van Buren in Amistad, too. He was a good actor. 150. Any advance from 150? 150 once. Now 150. You can still jump in and take it at 160. It's over 200 years old. It's very possible that the young Princess Victoria admired this urn herself at some point. 160 is my bid. Any advance from 160? 160 once. You know, anything's possible. 170. Would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170 now. Any increase from 170, 170. Now 180, would it go 190? I've got a bit of $180 looking for 190 to advance. Now 180 going once, 180 twice. Sold 180 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 253 Wedgwood 4-color jasperware basket. This one attributed to the very well-regarded designer Thomas Lovett, Scotsman, with a very striking jasperware design, squat globular body, flared scalloped rim design. The exterior having this blue jasper dip with applied white relief plum blossoms and additional details. I've got a bit of $600 looking for $700. This one attributed to Thomas Lovett, circa mid-Victorian period. Now $600 going once. I've got a $600 bid, but you can jump in and take it to $650 rather. 600 twice. Sold 600 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 254. We've got a set of 3 Wedgwood light blue jasperware cut steel button groups, 3 arrangements in Wedgwood light blue jasperware featuring buttons and medallions, centered by a larger central medallion with radiating foliate pattern. And then you've got these 10 smaller circular buttons with daisy-like motifs and beaded edges. Very nice. They look like French macarons, you know. It makes me kind of hungry, actually. Now 800. Any advance from me? I would not advise eating them, however. Now 800 going once, 800 twice. We'll sell it for 800 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Line 255, 14-karat gold Wedgwood jasperware watch face pendant with diamond accent, having a watch face motif centerpiece with a blue and light blue floral design on jasperware, accented with a single round cut diamond at the center. And then you've got this 14-karat gold embellishments. Just really a very striking piece with that watch face design. Nothing not to like about that. 170, any advance, now 180, would it go 190? I have a bit of 180 out, now 190, would it go 2? Now 200 would go 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. Any increase on 200, 200 going once. Now 200 twice, now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of 250, would go 275. Now $250 looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 going once. Now 250, you can still jump in and take me to 275. 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 256, Wedgwood and Bentley black basalt intaglio pieces. Oval pieces produced late 18th century, 1700s, probably around the 1770s. Fine-grained, unglazed black stoneware featuring classical subjects in low relief, for use as cabinet display or possibly as seals too. Just a really nice piece of antique Wedgwood stoneware. $200, all 3 pieces there from the late 18th century, late 1700s. Now 250 would go 275. I have a bit of 250 delivered 275 to advance. 250 once, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 257, Wedgwood enamel decorated jasperware medallion, produced late 18th century, again, very likely during the lifetime of Josiah Wedgwood. This one depicting Queen Elizabeth I in her maturity, in 3/4 profile bust, having the crown over curled hair and that very prominent Elizabethan collar. Now 375, what do you go for? Now 4, what do you go 425? I've got a bid of 400, leave 425 to advance, and this was produced during the reign, very likely during the reign of King George the First. George the Third, rather, around 1800, right around the very start of the Regency area. Now 425. Any advance on 425? 425 once, twice. Sold 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 258. Wedgwood Jasperware pendant with gold-plated mounts. I think we may have an absentee or phone bidder on this one. We have this teardrop form body with cobalt blue jasper dip and finely detailed white bas-relief vignettes. Now 200 would go. 225 also having these great gold-plated mounts. Absolutely gorgeous. 225 would go. 250. I have a bid of $225 looking for 250 to advance. I've got 250 from our phone bidder. Thank you so much. Now 250. Now 275 would go. 3. I have a bid of 275. Now 3. Thank you so much to our phone bidder. Now 3 would go. 325. I've got 325 would go. 350. Pendants surmounted with this gold-plated metal screw top cap. Now 350 would go. 375. Now 375 would go. 400. Circular base with this fob seal. Now 4 would go. 425. Now 425 would go. 450. The blue jasperware intagliated carving featuring 2 classical figures. Now 425. Will you take me to 450, please? Any increase on 425. 425 once. Now 425 twice. Sold 425 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 259. 14 karat gold Wedgwood Egyptian Revival terracotta on black jasperware earrings, produced in the Egyptian Revival style, set in 14 karat gold, each one with a black jasperware disc, terracotta colored bas-relief, one of them featuring Queen Nefertiti, who, if I'm not mistaken, was the mother of King Tut, right? Isn't she the wife of King Akhenaten? And then you've got another one depicting the pharaoh, maybe even King Akhenaten himself, housed in 14 karat gold frames and 14 karat gold ball studs. Very cool. Now $80 in advance from 80. These were produced now 1975, which makes sense. That was probably around the time that the King Tut exhibits were starting to gain steam around the world during the late 20th century. $100 now. Any advance on 100? Now 110 would go 120. I've got a bid of $100 over 120 to advance. 110 once, twice. Sold 110 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 260. Moorcroft pottery vase, early vase in the Hazeldean pattern. It's signed by the master himself, William Moorcroft, early 20th century. Bowl-shaped vase with the scenic landscape, trees, and that very cool style of Moorcroft. Now 950, would it go 1,000? I have a bid of 950, looking for 1,000 to advance. Nope. All right, let's move on to lot number 261, Moorcroft Claremont vase. I believe we have an absentee bid. Bold organic design with a large red and lime green mushroom design. Again, now 5, would it go 550? I've got 1,000, would it go 1,100? Now 11, would it go 12? Interior having a glossy teal wash. And it has the signature of William Moorcroft too. Now 13, would it go 14? I've got 14, would it go 15? Now $1,400, I'll give her 1,500 to advance. Any interest on the floor at 1,500? Now 15, would it go 16? Now 16, would it go 17? I've got a bit of 1,600, looking for 1,700 to advance. Any increase at 1,600? 1,600 holding steady and going once. Now 1,600 twice. We'll sell for 1,600. Bidder number 7954, lot 262, Moorcroft pottery vase in the very popular and timeless pomegranate pattern, featuring a baluster form with very striking depictions of pomegranates and berries, and having a very nice curvaceous body, and with the various details produced signed by the artist Moorcroft himself. Now 280 advance on 200. 200 once. Yep. Now 225 would go 250. I've got 250, would it go 275? I have been 250, looking for 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 once. Now 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 263, Moorcroft wisteria vase in that baluster form with very striking plum and fruits and leaves on the cobalt background. Now 200 would go 225. I have a bid of 225, would it go 250? Now 225, now 250, now 275, would it go 3? I've got a bid of $275 or 300 to advance. Now 3 would go 325. I have a bid of 300, over 325. Any increase from 300, 300 once. Now 300 twice. We'll sell at 300 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 264, Moorcroft a Florian ware vase produced for James McIntyre. I've got a bit of 500 looking for 550 to advance. Just a very, very elegant baluster form. Now 6 would go 650. Elongated baluster form with a flared neck in that gorgeous Art Nouveau style. 700 goes 750. And look at those great, wonderful flowers. Now 800 would go 850. I've got a bit of 800 looking for 850 to advance. Any increase from 800 having all the correct details, including Moorcroft's signature and the McIntyre stamp. Now 800 going once. I've got an $800 bid. Any interest on the floor at 850? 800 twice. We'll sell it for 800 to bidder number 7954. Very nice. Lot number 265, Moorcroft Big Poppy. That's what they call me sometimes. Earthenware vase, ovoid form. I've got a bit of, how much is that, Jean-Francois?
That was 300.
300. Now 3 would go 325. And those wonderful large poppy forms encircling the body with grape forms as well. Now 350 would go 375. I've got a bit of 350 looking for 375 to advance. Underside having the Moorcroft mark. 350. Now 375 would go 4. I've got 4 would go 425. I have a bit of 400 looking for 425 to advance. Any increase on 400. 400 going once. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of $425 looking for 450 to advance. Any increase at 425. 425 going once. Now 425 twice. We'll sell 425 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 266, Moorcroft Pottery Pansy Vase in that very vibrant pansy pattern, having an ovoid form with vivid red and purple pansy flowers, soft green leaves, and that great cobalt blue background. Now 160 would go 170. I have a bit of $160. Any advance from 160? 160 once. Okay, let's move on to lot number 260. I've got 170, looking for 180. Now 180, now 190 would go 2. Any interest at $200? You could take it for 200 right now.
Yep.
There's 200, we go to 225. I've got a bit of 200. You want to take it to 225? You can. Now 200 once, 200 twice. We'll sell it 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 267, Moorcroft Pottery produced for Liberty and Company. It's a Florian ware double-handled vase in a very, very pleasing cylindrical form, very tall, with 2 stylized loop handles on opposing sides near the upper rim, and really put together in a very, very eye-catching Art Nouveau style. Signed by the artist William Moorcroft, too, and it's 11 inches tall. Now 24 would go 25, now 25 would go 26. I have a bit of 2,600, would go now 27 would go 28. I've got a bit of 2,800, go 29. Now 29 would go 3,000, please. I have a bit of 3,000, would go 3,100. Now 31 would go 32. I've got a bit of 32, would go 33. Now 33 would go 34. Now $3,300, looking for 3,400 to advance. Any increase on 3,300, 3,300 going once. Now 3,300, you can jump in to take it to 3,400. 3,300 twice. Let's sell it for 3,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 268, Moorcroft Florian ware peacock feather vase with a sterling silver rim produced by James McIntyre in a very striking peacock feather motif with that two-blind technique. And look at that, just very eye-catching colorware. 475 is my bid now, looking for 500 to advance. Any increase on 475, 475 going once. Let's move on. And let's take a short break and we'll come back with more of our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. Welcome back to our Legacy of Lustre, Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. We're back with lot number 269, a Moorcroft green and gold Florianware vase produced for James McIntyre and Company and their Florianware. Now $750, would it go 8? I have a bid of $750, looking for 800 to advance. Any increase on 750? 750 once, 750 twice. We'll sell at 750 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 270. Moorcroft small flambe vase in the leaf and berry pattern with a very striking flambe glaze, luminous red tones that graduate across the surface, and the tube line decoration with leaves and berries. Now 110, would it go 120? I have a bid of $110. Now 120, would it go 130? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130, looking for 140 to advance. Any increase from 130, 130 going once, 130 twice. We'll sell at 130 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 271, Moorcroft Beverly Wilkes twin-handled vase in the Satona pattern. Limited edition, 200 of these were produced, depicting a Mediterranean village scene with a clock tower and architectural elements and a very pleasing tube line design, having all the Moorcroft details to the underside. 325 now, 325 to go for 350. Any advance on 325? 325 once. All right, let's move on then to lot number 272, Moorcroft Paul Hilditch vase in the Clovelly pattern, limited edition with a wide bottom and a cylindrical base that's sort of concave and tapering. And you've got this great village scene of Devonshire with buildings, architectural elements, and botanical forms in the artist's signature, along with the edition number. Now 375, would it go for? All right, let's move on to lot number 273. We have, I believe, an absentee bidder, William Moorcroft Dragon Vase, produced with a
500.
globular form body with this coiled dragon wrapping around the center of the body. 500 is my bid. Now 5, would it go 550?
Yeah.
Now 550, would it go 6? Now 6, would it go 650?
650.
Now 650, would it go 7? I've got a bid of $650, looking for 700 to advance. Any increase at 650? 650 going once. Now 650 twice. We'll sell at 650. Bidder number 7954. Lot number 274. Moorcroft Pottery Dragon Vase in a baluster form with a globular form there. A coiling dragon in ochre, green, and coral with that really cool dragon design encircling the body. I've got a bid of 325 now, looking for 350 to advance. Any increase on 325? No worries. Give our platforms an opportunity to catch up with one another. I've got 350, we'll go 375. Now $350. Any increase from 350? All right. Just give us a moment, please, while our auction platforms synchronize with each other. Thank you so much for your patience. Now 375, what to go for? I have a bid of $375, looking for 400 to advance. All right.
Do we need tech?
Do we need tech?
I guess.
We may need some technical support. Thank you for your patience. I have a little possible lag time on one of our auction platforms, trying to give them a chance to catch up.
We'll take a 5-minute break. I'm going to turn.
All right, we're gonna take a short break to give our technical team an opportunity to get everything synced up. Please give us a moment. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay with us. Thank you. And we're back. Thanks so much for staying with us through our break. We got our little technical issues worked out. Now we're on lot number 274. Are we still on 274? Yeah. The Moorcroft pottery vase in the dragon pattern, baluster form with the encircling design of the coiling dragon. I've got a bid of 375 now, looking for 400 to advance. All right, let's move on to lot number 275, Moorcroft Eagle Owl limited edition pottery vase, designed by Sally Tuffin with an ovoid baluster form, short slide, slightly flared neck, and a recessed base. Now 450, would go 475. I've got 475, would go 500. Exterior having the tube line technique with the large eagle owl in very striking plumage. Now 550. I've got a bit of 550, would go 6. Now $550. Any advancement from 550? Will you take it for 600? All right, let's move on to lot number 276, Moorcroft Angie Davenport vase in the elegy pattern, having a very interesting baluster form with concave sides. Limited edition, only 350 of these were produced, and this one showing a country landscape with the central form of an owl, a barn owl in flight. Very cool. I've got a bit of 850 now, looking for 900, and having inspiration from Thomas Gray's poem Elegy, written in a country churchyard. Now 850, looking for 900 to advance. All right, so on to lot number 277, Moorcroft Carol Lovett Connoisseur Collection vase in the Eustoma pattern, launched in June of 2004 with the tube lining technique. Lots of cool floral patterns there. And the Eustoma draws inspiration from the plant that's native to the southwestern U.S. $90 in advance on 90. All right, so on to lot number 278, Moorcroft Sean. Sorry? Oh, okay. We'll sell it for 90. We'll sell it for 100. I've got 100. We'll sell it to bidder number, to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Lot 278, Moorcroft Sean Leeper Sharon Austin frosted hollow pattern vase, featuring a very pleasant winter landscape with hills and a village landscape scene with clouds, and it looks like snow forms to the landscape. Now 325, would it go 350? I've got a bit of now 350, would it go 375? I've also got the original signatures of the artists Sean Leeper and Sharon Austin. Now 375, would it go 4? I've got a bit of $375, looking for 400, and it's a nice size too, 11 inches tall. Take it for 400 right now. It's yours for 400. Take it now for 4. It's yours. All right, let's move on to lot number 279, Moorcroft Holly Hatch vase, continuous motif, a very baluster form with a nice elongated 12-inch body, botanical patterns encircling with applied high density across the surface with fruits and additional designs. I've got about 275, looking for 300 to advance. Any advance from 275? All right, let's move on to line number 280, Moorcroft Prestige vase in the Isle Royal pattern, featuring wolves. And again, a very interesting landscape, a winter landscape with woods, rock forms, and gray wolves. I've got a bid of 2,000, now 21, would it go 22? I've got 22, would it go 23? Now 23, would it go 24? I've got a bid of 24, would it go 25? Now 25, would it go 26? I've got 26, would it go 27? Now 27, would it go 28? I've got 28, would it go 29? Now 29, would it go 3,000? I've got a bit of 2, now 3,000, would it go 31? Now 31, would it go 32? I've got 32, now 33, would it go 34? I've got 34, would it go 35? Now 35, would it go 36? Now 3,500, now 36, now 37, would it go 38? I've got a bit of 3,800, would it go 39? Now 39, would it go 4,000? I've got a bit of 3,900, now 4, would it go 41? Now 41, would it go 42? I've got a bit of 4,100, looking for 4,200 to advance. Now 4,100, any advance from 41, 4,100 going once. I've got $4,100. You want to jump in and take it to 42? You can. 41 twice. Sold $4,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 281, Moorcroft Lion's Den vase. Limited edition, only 50 of these were ever produced, featuring the tube line decoration and a pub-style heraldic shield that says the Lion's Den, also having the Moorcroft details as well. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of $325, looking for 350 to advance. All right, let's move on to lot number 282, William Moorcroft Persian ware floral vase with a very, very striking wide squat bulbous body and then that slender neck that terminates in a wide flared trumpet mouth. I call this the genie bottle because it kind of reminds me of you know, Barbara Eden when she was the genie on the TV show, lived in that kind of bottle. Kind of cool. The lamp, right? Very cool. I mean, if you're going to live in a bottle, that's kind of a cool one to live in. 1,500 is my bid. I got 15. What do you have? 16. Now 1,500 going once. 1,500 twice. We'll sell it 1,500 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 283, Moorcroft Pottery, Rachel Bishop Scarlet Cloud vase in an ovoid, tall ovoid form, over 14 inches tall. I've got 190 now 475. What do you go? 5. I've got a bid of $475, looking for 500 to advance. Two-blind technique, layered pink and purple poppies with all kinds of green details. Now 475 once, twice, sold 475 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 284, Moorcroft Philip Gibson vase in the Swaledale pattern. Traditional two-blinding design, detailed wraparound pastoral landscape with these Yorkshire Swaledale sheep forms. Giving it the vase pattern its name. Now 450, we go 475. I've got a bit of 450 now. Any increase to 475? All right, let's move on to lot number 285, Moorcroft Paul Hilditch, Angie Davenport Prestige vase. The Park in a elongated baluster form, limited edition. Only 100 of these were performed. Looks like maybe Central Park, possibly. I don't know. But definitely a city park with the landscape urban park scene and additional details. And it's a nice size too. It's almost 17 inches tall. $1,100 my bid. Now 11, we go 12. I've got a bit of $1,100. You want it for 12. You got Dalmatians, you got botanical elements, what looks like a city fountain. Very cool. All right, let's move on to lot number 286, Moorcroft Kerry Goodwin Prestige vase, Town of Flowers. Wasted trumpet form, flared rim stepped pedestal base, and having this great decoration showing all these great patterns, architectural elements, botanical forms, just nothing not to like about that. And it's a nice size too. Over 18 inches tall. Now 13, what do you go? 14. I've got a bit of 13, over 1,400 to advance. All right, let's move on to lot number 287, Moorcroft Angie Davenport Winter's Feed vase. A very cool winter landscape design with Highland cattle, and additional details, including a Land Rover truck. Lots of cool stuff there. And of course, the winter landscape with the architectural elements, a little house in the background. Now 400, go to 425. I have a bit of 400 going once. Now 400, you can jump in to take it at 425 though. 400 twice. Sold 400 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 288, Moorcroft Florian Ware Biscuit Barrel in the poppy pattern, produced for James McIntyre and Company. Bulbous ceramic jar with the tube lining technique and these very striking floral and foliate scrolling forms in cornflower blue and cobalt. 425, now 425, we go 450. Any advance on 425? All right, so on to lot number 289, Moorcroft Emma Bosun's lidded biscuit barrel in the toadstool carnival pattern. Limited edition, only 200 of these were produced. Square body, integral side handles, and a coordinating lid with a central loop handle, and a very cool scene of mushrooms and spiders. Very cool. 325, any advance on 325? 350, would it go 375? I've got a 375, would it go 4? Now $375, will you take me to 400, please? Yep. Now 4, would you go 425? I've got a bit of 400 over 425 to advance. Any increase on 400, 400 once, 400 twice. Now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bit of $425 over 450 to advance. Any increase on 425, 425 once, twice. Sold 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 290, Moorcroft Collectors Club pin dish in the triple choice pattern by Rachel Bishop. Two-blind technique, hand-painted with underglaze colors and these great pansy flowers with additional elements. Now $20, any advance on 20? 20 once, twice. We'll sell for 20 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 291, Moorcroft Shirley Hayes Kerry Goodwin pin dish in the Sadian pattern. Tube lining with raised slip outlines and floral motifs with hand-painted translucent glazes. Now $20 in advance on 20, 20 once, twice. Sold 22 our line and Unicorn bidder. Lot 292, Moorcroft Collectors Club, Rachel Bishop pin dish in the new forest pattern with three stylized trees and additional details. Now 20 any advance on 20, 20 once, twice. Sold 20 live auctioneers bidder. Lot 293, Moorcroft Shallow Bowl in the pomegranate pattern. Iconic design by William Moorcroft himself with circular glazed earthenware body decorated using the tube line technique with berry clusters, pomegranates, autumnal leaves. Now 150, would it go 160? I've got a bid $150 going once. Now 150, twice. Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid $160 over 170 to advance. Now 160 once. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bid of $170 looking for 180 to advance. Now 180, would it go 190? Now $180, any increase from 180, 180 going once. Now 180 twice. We'll sell at 182 our sale room bidder. Lot 294, Moorcroft pottery plates in the Eventide pattern, a pair of them designed by Moorcroft. The tube lining technique with stylized trees in green and ochre with a sunset background. Now 300, we go 325. Now 325, we go 350. I've got a bid of $325 looking for 350 to advance, both having the impressed marks. All right, so on to lot number 295, Moorcroft Emma Bosun's floral motif pin dish in the cornflower pattern. Only 75 of these were produced. Earthenware body with the tube line decoration, stylized floral motifs with flowers in cerulean and cobalt blue with additional striking colors. Now $100 any advance on 100. 100 once, twice, sell for 100 to our line and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 296, Moorcroft Philip Gibson pin dish in the Inglewood pattern, executed with hand-painted polychrome glazes against a deep cobalt blue ground. And I've got a bid of $40 looking for 50 to advance. Now 40 going once. Now 50, would it go 60? I've got a bid of $50 looking for 60 to advance. Any advance from 50, now 60, would it go 70? I've got a $60 bid. Any increase from 60, now 70, would it go 80? I've got a bid of $70 going once. Now 70 twice, now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bid of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any increase from $80, 80 going once. 80 twice, we'll sell it for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 297, Moorcroft King George V and Queen Mary commemorative mug produced for the 1911 coronation of King George V and Queen Mary with the tube line decorations of the Royal Imperial Crown and additional, oh, I'm sorry, no, that's the Royal Crown. This is before, this was before the Empire. No, actually, no, that is the Imperial Crown. That's right, because Queen Victoria was, sorry, having a senior moment here, but she got all those great details, including an inscription for Mr. and Mrs. Lazenby Liberty. So this is actually a gift from the Liberty family. Very interesting. So a nice additional detail there as well. 130, any advance on 130? 130 once, twice sold. 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 298, Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin vase in the polar bear pattern. Earthenware body with a bulbous form, tapered neck, flared rim, and having all the correct details for the maker. I've got a bid of 150. Would it go 160, please? Now $150. Want to jump? Now 160. Would it go 170? I've got 170. Would it go 180, please? Now 180. Would it go 190? I've got 190. Would it go 200? Now 2 would it go 225. Now $200. Any advance from 200? 200 going once. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 299. Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin barrel vase in the African elephant pattern, tapered cylindrical ovoid form with a flared rim, continuous frise of African elephants encircling the body with slip trail or incised outlines, and the underside is marked with the impressed stamp along with the signature by the artist in gold ink. Now 160, would it go 170, please? I've got a bit of 160 going once. Let's move on then to lot number 300, Sally Tuffin Dennis China Works trial vase. This is a panda produced in a trial form, prototype for the studio's animal series, and this great panda bear design. Nothing not to like about that. I've got a bid of, this was a first trial, prototype produced in 2007. Now 200 would go 225. I've got a bid of 200 going once, 200 twice. We'll sell for 200 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot number 301, Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin miniature lion vase. Produced glazed earthenware with the hand-applied tube line technique and having all the correct details for it, and that great stylized lion face with those blue eyes. Now 150 would go 160, please. All right, let's move on to lot number 302, Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin pottery penguin vase, depicting a figural group of encircling penguins, encircling the bulbous body constructed in glazed earthenware with tube line decoration. Now 160 would it go one, now 170 would it go 180. Now 190 would it go 200. I've got a bit of 190 for two. Now 2 would go 225. Marks having all the correct details, including the designer marks for Sally Tuffin and Ruth McKean. Now 200 once, 200 twice. We'll sell 200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 303, Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin Angel Prestige vase, limited edition featuring angelic figures with golden wings and medieval style robes, designed to, I'm guessing, mimic or suggest the designs of stained glass, you know, and devotional style designs that you would find in, you know, stained glass windows and such in churches and cathedrals. Now 275 would go 300. All right, let's move on to lot number 304, Dennis China Works Sally Tuffin Puffins bud vase, depicting the puffin bird, Atlantic puffins, sometimes mistaken for penguins, but I don't know why, but you know, I guess. Very cool details and having all the correct date marks and the like. Now 325 would go 350. I've got a bit of 325. Now 375 would go 4. Now 4 would go 425. I've got 425 would go 450. Now $425 would go for 450 to advance. 425 once, twice, sold 425 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot number 305, Royal Dalton Flambe Sung Fish Vase. Hand-painted underwater imagery. This is an antique bulbous form with a slender tapered neck, vibrant flambe finish with the deep crimson, flowing orange, and plum accents. One side having a large fish head depicted emerging from aquatic, you know, botanical elements underwater. Now 1800 would go 19. I've got a bit of 1800. You want to take it to 1900? All right, let's move on to lot number 306, Royal Dalton Sung Flambe ceramic vase, hand-painted iris botanical forms, ovoid body, narrow upright neck, glazed earthenware with the vibrant deep red at the shoulder to dark charcoal and navy towards the base, with a very striking Art Nouveau, transitional Art Deco design. Now 7 would go 750. I've got 750 would go 8. Now $750 for 800. Now 8 would go 850. Underside having all the correct details for Dalton, including the word flambe. Now $800 looking for 850 to advance. And increase from 800 to 800 once, twice. Sold for 800 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 307, Royal Dalton Lambeth Art Nouveau stoneware Emily Stormer vase, produced at the Lambeth Studios with a baluster form body, slightly flared cylindrical neck, tapered body, and all these striking Art Nouveau style designs with fans. Now 450 would go 475. Fan-like floral motifs and petals and other things. Now 475 would go 5. I've got a bit of 475. Now 5 would go 550. I have a bit of 500, looking for 550 to advance, having all the correct details for Dalton Lambeth. Now 550 would go 6. I've got a bit of $550, looking for 600 to advance, also having the correct details for the artist EES for Emily Stormer. Now 6 would go 650. I have a bit of $600, looking for 650 to advance. Any increase on 600, 600 going once. Now 650 would go 7. I've got a bit of $650, looking for 700 to advance. Now 7 would go 750. I've got a bit of 700, looking for 750 to advance. Any increase from 700 going once. Now 700 twice. We'll sell 700 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 308, Royal Worcester James Stinton bone china cabinet vases in the pheasants pattern. Each one hand-painted by the artist James Stinton, 19th century, early 20th or 20th century artist. Very, very collectible. The vases with the game bird decorations set against natural landscape designs, both signed by Stinton, and a nice size too. Now $425, would you go $450? All right, let's move on to line number 309, hand-painted Belique porcelain mug by Charles Chapman, produced 1924, over 100 years old. Hand-painted example of American Belique, produced by the Willits Manufacturing Company, having these great woodland designs, including a frog and additional details. And I've got a bit of 275, looking for 300 to advance. Now 275 going once, 275 twice. Sold 275 to our live auctioneers. Bidder lot 310, Dalton Lambeth, Henry Stacy Marks, ceramic tile. Produced a farm life a tile titled Flesh. And you've got this great champion pig, it looks like, with a farmer dressed or maybe a gentleman, I don't know. He's dressed in Renaissance style garb, however. $1,000 might be down, 1,000, would it go 1,100? Now 1,000 going once, 1,000, now 11 would go 12. It's a nice size too, 11.5 by 11.5. Now 12 would go 13. It's very cool, and I guess, well, it's called Flesh because I guess he's, the gentleman is looking at his possible future dinner. One never knows. Now 12 would go 13. Now 13 would go 14. I've got a bit of 1,300, over 1,400 to advance. 1,300 is holding steady and going once. Now 1,300 twice. Sold 1,300 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder, lot 311, Minton ceramic fish tiles, produced in the style of the aesthetic movement, a group of 3 hand-painted, produced in a triptych format, and I believe we may have an absentee bid. I've got a bit of 1,600, over 17 to advance. Each tile depicts the unique fish species with aquatic vegetation, designs in a very, very striking Majolica Art Nouveau style. 1,600 is my bid. Any advance from 16 to 17? Now 16 going once. All right, let's move on then to lot number 312. William De Morgan, red luster ceramic winged goat tile, central motif with that great mythological creature, a winged goat, Capricorn, as it were, with the background dense, intricate foliage scrolling designs. Now 750, would it go 8? All right, so on to line number 313, Wedgwood Blackberry Majolica Jardiniere. Earthenware Jardiniere relief molded blackberry motif with a tapered bulbous body decorated with blackberry vines, clusters of ripe and unripe berries. The rim base molded to resemble gnarled interwoven branches, and you've got these branch-formed feet and a very striking scalloped rim with the interior having a vibrant turquoise glaze. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of 425, we'll give her 450 to advance. Any increase on 425? 425 once, 425 twice. We'll sell 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 314, Wedgwood Majolica Footed Floral Jardiniere, mid to late Victorian period with a bulbous earthenware body, high relief molded sunflowers on leafy stems, and this wonderful glossy oxblood red glaze with the relief molded elements in an ochre yellow. Nothing not to like about it. Also having the Rubin Collection provenance labels. Now 110 would go 120. Any advance on 110, 110 once, twice. Sold 110 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 315, Wedgwood Majolica lidded cowhead handle vessel, likely a butter cooler or a humidor, cream glazed earthenware with relief molded decoration, having a domed lid, footed bowl, and these great decorations throughout. I've got a bit of 190, would go 200, now 2 would go 225. Now 225 would go 250. I've got 250, would go 275. Now $250 over 275 to advance. Any increase from 250, 250 once, 250 twice. We'll sell 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 316, Wedgwood Majolica bamboo flower vase, produced with 3 staggered and connected vertical sections that resemble bamboo stalks in varying heights, with sprouting green lanceolate leaves. Now 350 would go 375. I've got 375, would it go 4? Now 4 would go 425. 425 would go 450. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bit of 475, would go 5. Now 5 would go 550. I've got a bit of 500, looking for 550 to advance. Any increase from 500, 500 going once. Now 500 twice. Sold 500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 317, Wedgwood Victorian Antique Yellow Majolica Glazed Earthenware Pedestal Plinth, featuring a columnar form with relief molded neoclassical ornamentation in a translucent mustard yellow Majolica style glaze. Nothing not to like about that. I love the looks of that. And it's a nice size too. It's 12.5 inches tall. Take it for $50 right now. You want it for 50? It's I got 50, thank you. There's 50, would go 60. I've got 60, would go 70. Now $60 any demand, now 70, would go 80. I've got a bit of $70, now 80, would go 90. I've got a bit of $80 looking for 90, now 90, would go 100. I've got a $90 bid looking now 100, would go 110. I've got a bit of 110, would go 120, please. Now 110, any advance from 110 to 120, 110 going once. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 looking for 130 to advance. Any increase now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bit of 130 looking for 140 to advance. Will you take me to 140, please? Now 130 going once, 130 twice. Sold 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 318, Wedgwood Majolica Morning Glory Ewer, produced mid-Victorian, 1860s, with an amphora-form body, twin scrolling handles in an ochre-colored glaze, the body having a cream-colored crackle glaze with high-relief central figure of a nude cherub figure, Puto, with morning glory vines and additional elements. Now $375, what do you go for? Do we have absentee bids on this, Arthur, by any chance? Now $375, looking for 400 to advance. Oh, I'm sorry, this is lot number 318. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the next lot. That's right, my bad. Now $375 once, twice. Sold $375 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. 319, Wedgwood Majolica Nautilus shell, and you've got this fantastic merman or triton cherub centerpiece. Man, absolutely striking with the glazed earthenware. I've got a bit of 700 looking for 750 to advance. The figure has these the fishtail, you know, it's a triton or a mermaid, merman, and just that great nautilus form with the wave form to the base. Now 850, would it go 9? I've got a bit of $850 looking for 900 to advance. Now 9, would it go 950? I've got a bit of $900 looking for 950 to advance. Any increase from 9 to 950, 900 going once. Now 900 twice. We'll sell at 900 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 320, Wedgwood Seaweed and Coral Bowl. Majolica Bowl, produced 1880 in a very striking seaweed and coral pattern, also known as the ocean pattern, with an earthenware body, lobed, scalloped form resting on a short circular foot. The exterior having that dark mottled luster glaze with iridescent metallic highlights in purple and blue. Now 110, would it go 120? I have a bit of 120, would it go 130, please? Vertical ribs accented with red glaze and decorated with radiating patterns of raised white slip-trailed dot forms. Now 150, would it go 160? I have a bit of 160, would it go 170, please? Now $160, any advance from 160, 160 once. Yep. Now 170, would it go 180? I've got a bit of $170 looking for 180 to advance. Any increase now 180, would it go 190? I have a bit of $180, now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bit of $190 looking for 200 to advance. Any increase from 190, 190 going once. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bit of $200 looking for 225 to advance. Now 225 would go 250. I've got a bit of $225 over 250 to advance. Will you take me to 250, please? Now 225 going once, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 321, Wedgwood Rare Enamel Bronze Majolica Fish Platter, produced in the late Victorian period, elongated octagonal dish with an elaborate central high relief cluster of molded seashells with coral and kelp. Lots of decorative elements there, finished in varied metallic bronzed and bismuth glazes. Bismuth? Merry Bismuth. Vibrant orange-red enamel accents, and all the correct Rubin Collection provenance details, too. Now 325, we go 350. I've got a bit, a nice late Victorian, circa 1880. Now 350, we go 375. Now 375, we go 4. I've got a bit of 370, but now 4 would go 425. I've got a bit of $400. Now 425 would go 450. Now 450 would go 475. I've got a bid of 475, would you go 5? Now 5, would you go 550? I've got a bid of 550, would you go 6? Now 6, would you go 650? I've got a bid of 650, would you go 7? Now $650, any increase from 650, now 7 goes 750. I've got a bid of 750, would you go 8? Now $750, looking for 800 to advance. Will you take me to 800, please? Now 8 would go 850. I've got a bit of 800, looking for 850 to advance. Now 850 would go 9. I've got a bit of $850 looking for 9. Now 9 would go 950. I've got a $900 bid looking for 950 to advance. Will you take me to 950, please? Now $900 going once. Now 950 would go 1,000. I've got a bid of 950 looking for 1,000 to advance. Any increase from 950, 950 going once. Now 950, you can jump in and take me to 1,000 though. Any advance to 1,000, this is the time for you to do it. 950 twice. Sold 950 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 322, Wedgwood Etruria Majolica Water Lily plates, a trio of them, each one with high relief molded decoration, featuring blooming water lilies with additional details and leaves having all the correct factory marks to it. Produced 1876, nice mid-Victorian pieces. Now 325 would go 350. I've got 350 would go 375. Now $350, I'm looking for 375 to advance. Any increase on 350, 350 going once. Now 350 twice. Now 375 would go 4. I've got 4 would go 425. I have a bit of $400 looking for 425 to advance. Now 425 would go 450. I have a bid of $425 looking for 450 to advance. Any increase on 425, 425 once, twice. Sold 425 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 323, Wedgwood Majolica glazed earthenware bird tile in a pheasant pattern. That's easy for me to say. Part of the game studies season with a male ring-necked pheasant in the foreground and another one kind of hidden back there in the foliage forms. Now 50 would go 60. I've got about $50 going once, 50 twice. Sold for 50 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 324, Wedgwood Majolica Hope figurine, middle Victorian allegorical figure. I've got a bit of 850 looking for 900 to advance, featuring a semi-nude female figure reclining against a rocky outcrop base with a beautiful teal blue cloth form or robe or something at her waist. Absolutely gorgeous. Now 9 would go 950. I've got a bit of $900 looking for 950 to advance. Any advance on 900, 900 once? 900 twice. We'll sell for 900 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 325, Wilhelm Schiller und Son Austrian Majolica sleigh form figure, produced 19th century with a very, if not earlier, earthenware piece with relief molded details and a multi-colored glaze throughout. Now 120, would it go 130? I've got a bit of $120 going once, 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 326, Wedgwood porcelain figural spill vase. Very cool design depicting two hands with very elegant ruffled collars, you know, evoking the Renaissance period or Baroque period, and they're tying a bootlace. Absolutely gorgeous, very elegant. And 160 is my bid. 160 would go 170. 160 once, 160 twice. Sold for 160 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Lot 327, Wedgwood and Bentley antique late 18th century creamware urn form vase produced during the lifetime of Josiah Wedgwood himself during his partnership with Thomas Bentley. Now 500 would go 550 before Bentley went on to invent the automobile. No, I'm just kidding, different Bentley. Now 500, any advance on 500? 500 once, twice. Sold 500 to our lion and unicorn bidder. Bidder. Lot 328, Wedgwood Art Deco glazed yellow earthenware vase in the checkerboard pattern. Absolutely gorgeous with a bulbous ovoid form, vibrant yellow ground, and then that checkerboard pattern on the bottom with the foliate forms to the front and cornflower blue. Nothing not to like about that. $90 in my bid. Now 90 would go 100. I've got 90 once, 90 twice. We'll sell for 90 to our lion and unicorn bidder. We have a 3-spouted blue and white ceramic vase from Wedgwood, produced a mid-Victorian period 1877 ring form earthenware body with tiny feet decorated with hand-painted blue motifs over a cream-colored glaze. And a very, very interesting design. Now 425, would you go 450? I've got 450, now 475, would you go 5? I've got a bit of $475 looking for 500 to advance. Any increase on 475, 475 once. 475 twice, we'll sell 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 330, Wedgwood blue and white earthenware vase with a very pleasing ovoid body designed by Alfred and Louise Powell. Flared neck, rounded rim that tapers to a flat base. The exterior having the blue underglaze patterns with the floral clusters and these great wave and scrolling forms. Now 70 would go 80. I've got a $70 bid now, 80 would go 90. I have a bit of $80 now. Any advance from 80, 80 once, and now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100 to advance. Now 100 would go 110. I've got a bit of 110 would go 120. Now $110, now 120 would go 130. I've got a bit of $120 now. Any advance on 120, 130 would go 140. Now $130. Any increase from 130, 130 going once. Now 140 would go 150. I've got a bit of $140 looking for 100 and now 150 would go 160. I have $150 holding steady. You want to take me to 160? You can. Now 150 going once. 150 twice. We'll sell 150 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 331, Wedgwood bone china gold leaf pedestal vase, neoclassical gold leaf pattern from the late 20th century with a very traditional baluster form, flared rim, constricted neck, and a tiered circular foot, and having all the right Wedgwood details. Now 400 would go 425. Now 425 would go 450. I've got a bit of $425 over 450 to advance. Any increase on 425, 425 once. 425 twice. We'll sell at 425 to our live auctioneers bidder. And let's take our final break of the afternoon, give you a chance to regroup in your private auction space, and we'll come back more with our last segment of our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn. Stay with us. And we are back for our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities auction here at Lion and Unicorn, our last hour. Thank you much for staying with us. We're on lot number 332, Wedgwood Bone China Emari lidded vase or urn form with an elongated baluster form, flared foot, and domed cover. And I believe we have an absentee bid on this one. I've got a bid of $450 now, $450 will $475. Rich powder blue cobalt ground with elaborate gilded decoration. I've got a bit of $450 now, looking for $475 to advance. Any increase on $450? Yes. $475, what do you go, $5? I have a bit of $475 now. Any increase in $475? Will you take me to $500 now? $5, what do you go, $550? I've got $550, what do you go, $6? You've got these two large quatrefoil cartouches hand-painted in polychrome enamels in the style of Emari porcelain. Now $550 going holding steady and going once. I've got $550. You want to jump in to take it to $6? You can. $550 twice. We'll sell at $550 to our bidder 7954, lot 333, 333, Dale Bowen, pot porcelain oval Wedgwood vase with a landscape depicting Mount Fuji in Japan. Pale gray pot behind the foreground foliage with lots of great details with the piece attributed to the artist Dale Bowen. Now $750. I've got a bit of $700 over $750 to advance. Now $700 going once. $700 twice. We'll sell $700 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 334, Wedgwood Emile Lustre hand-painted hunting vase with a very striking ovoid body. Two distinct scenes, one with hunters in a 19th century style design, and then you've got a dog with a rabbit and a bridge form. Lots of cool details. $325, looking for $350 to advance. Now $325 once, twice, sold $325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 335, Wedgwood George Marsden antique late Victorian vase. A stoneware vase produced late 1880s. Globular form, tall flared neck, pedestal foot. The body decorated in this barbotine technique with stylized acanthus foliage and a very bold, swirling form with these great high gloss, coppery, and with naturalistic designs. $325 in advance on $325 to $350. $325 once, twice, sold $325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 336, Wedgwood Thomas Allen Persian-style bottle vase, produced late Victorian around 1880 with a complex three-tiered decorative scheme reminiscent of the aesthetic movement. Pedestal base, relief molded with the continuous hunting scene of figures, foliage, and deer. Now $130, would it go $140, please? I've got a bit of $130. Now $130 once. $130 twice. We'll sell for $130 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 337, Wedgwood Etruria ceramic vase with a swirl pattern. Swirl and luster glaze design, baluster form, tapered body, rounded shoulders, and a flared rim. The surface having vertical columns, alternating blue and white stripes overlaid with horizontal arc-shaped strokes. Very pleasing design. $375 would go for. I have a bit of $400, we go $425, please. Now $425, we go $450, now $450, now $475, we go $5. I've got a bit of $400, now $5, we go $550. Now $500, looking for $550 to advance. Increase on $5 going once. Now $500 twice. We'll sell at $500 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 338, Wedgwood earthenware handled vase by Emile Lustre, 19th century antique two-handled vase, hand decorated by Emile Lustre. Ovoid body with a short pedestal foot that leads to a wasted neck, flared rim, and these great figural designs with the cherub putti, I guess, at play, right? And it's signed by the artist in the lower right side. Now $550, would it go $6? I've got a bit of $550, looking for $600 to advance. Now $6, would it go $650? I have a bit of $600, looking for $650 to advance. Any increase from $600 going once. Now $600 twice. We'll sell it for $600 to bidder number 7954. Very nicely done. Lot 339. Wedgwood Harry Barnard Queensware sporting vase. Twin-handled pedestal vase produced late 19th century, designed with a flared rim, tapered neck, bulbous body set with applied loop handles on a circular pedestal foot, and that great design with a portrait of the hunting dog. Man, I love the looks of that. $200 in advance on 2 for $225. I've got a bid $200 over 225. Now 225 would go 250. Attributed to the artist Harry Barnard. Underside having the impressed Wedgwood mark and impressed marks V and W. Now 250. Any advance on 250? 250 once.
Yep.
Now 275 would go 300. I've got a bid $275 looking for 300 to advance. Any increase from 275? 275 once. Now 275 twice. Sold 275 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 340 Wedgwood matte black porcelain lidded urn vase, Asian Buddhist lion decoration, an ovoid baluster form, matching domed lid that's topped with a knobbed finial, and the exterior having this great black ground that's decorated with hand-painted enamel designs of Buddhist lions, also known as foo dogs, and additional details with a checkerboard pattern encircling the bottom and towards the top and on the lid. 250 now. Any advance on 250? 250 once, twice. Sold 250 line and unicorn bidder. Lot 341 Wedgwood caneware vase in the sunlit pattern by Millicent Taplin. Hand-painted, stylized red flowers, blue buds, green leaves against a light-colored caneware ground with that tall, flared trumpet form and bulbous pedestal base. I've got a bid of 160. Would it go 170, please? Now 170. Would it go 180? Now 180. Would it go 190? I've got a bid of $180. Looking for 190 to advance. Now 190. Would it go 200? I have a bid of $190. Looking for now 2. Would it go 225? I have a bid of 200. Any advance from 200 going once. Now 200 twice. We'll sell 200 to our invaluable bidder. Lot number 342, Wedgwood Millicent Taplin caneware vase in the sunlit pattern with a very eye-catching tapering ovoid, high-shouldered body, short neck, flared rim with a pedestal foot. The body decorated with hand-painted Art Deco style floral patterns. Red flowers, yellow centers, black outlines. Now 170, now 180, would it go 190? I have a bid of $180. Looking for 190 to advance. Any increase from 180, 180 once. Now 190, would it go 2? I've got a bid of $190. Looking for 200 to advance. Now 190 going once. I've got 190. You could jump in and take it to 200 though. 190 twice. Now 2 would go 225. I've got a bid of $200. Looking for 225 to advance. Now 200 going once. I've got 200. You can still jump in and take it at 225 though. 200 twice. Sold 200 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 343 Wedgwood Queen Victoria Prince Albert miniature vase. Deep terracotta glazed body decorated with circular medallions in profiles of Queen Victoria and the Prince Consort, Prince Albert. This was produced after Prince Albert's death. This looks like it was dated 1880, so that would have been about a decade after the prince's death, and she would have been very much into her state of mourning at that point. 120, any advance from 120 to 131, 130, would it go 140? Of course, she was hanging out with John Brown too, so it's, you know, the heart wants what the heart wants. 130, any advance from 130 to 140, 140, would it go 150? I've got a bit of $140, looking for 150 to advance. Now 140 once, 140 twice. Sold for 140 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 344, Wedgwood Queensware Westminster Designs vase, early 20th century, about 90 years old, produced by Alfred Powell. A round, slightly flared shoulder, with the monochrome purple magenta pigment over the cream-colored ground and having these great foliate forms and landscape designs, along with the London skyline to the background. A little bonus, 1,000 in advance on 1,000, 1,000 holding steady and going once. Now 1,000, you can jump in and take it to 1,100 though if you want. St. Paul's Cathedral there. This St. Paul's Cathedral before it was bombed during World War II, so we have a newer version of it now. $1,000 going once, twice, sold 1,000 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 345, Wedgwood Bentley Neoclassical Agate Ware Urn. Just an absolute striking piece produced by that partnership of Josiah Wedgwood and Thomas Bentley in the late 18th century. Look at that piece with that variegated agate finish and these great opposing carotid form female handles. With the draping swag. Come on, man. 24, would it go 25? That is exemplary 18th century King George III era or period design. Now 26, would it go 27? I've got a bid of 2,700, looking for 28 to advance. Now 2,700 going once. I've got a bid of 2,008, would go 29. I have a bid of 2,900, looking for 3,000 to advance. Now 2,900, any advance to 29.3 would go 3,100. I've got a bid of 3,100, we're going to go 32. Now 3,100, any advance from 31 to 3,200. 3,100 is my bid. You can still jump in and take it to 3,200. Now 3,100 going once.
Yep.
I've got 32, would go 33. I have a bid of $3,200, looking for 3,300 to advance. Now 33 would go 34. Underside having the impressed mark for Wedgwood and Bentley. Now 33 would go 34. I have a bid of $3,300 over 3,400 to advance. Now 3,300 going once. I've got 3,300. Want to take it to 34? You can. 3,300 twice. Sold for 3,300 to our bidder at Live Auctioneers. Lot 346, Wedgwood bone china lidded pedestal urn. Neoclassical form with a tall tapered body, integral flared pedestal base, and twin scrolling gilt handles at the shoulder. Now it's $375. Now 4 would go $425. I've got a bid of $425, would go $450. Now $450 would go $475. I have a bid of $450, looking for $475 to advance. And increase from $450, $450 once. Now $450 twice. We'll sell at $450 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 347, Wedgwood Neoclassical lidded pedestal compote with a salmon pink ground, ochre brown accents on the lid, shoulder, and pedestal base, and decorated with white bas-relief sprigged ornamentation. Now 120 would it go, now 130 would it go 140. I've got a bid of $130, looking for 140, now 140 would it go 150. I've got a bid of $140. Any increase from 140? 140 going once. Now 140 twice. We'll sell 140 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot 348, Michael Hughes Wedgwood marbled clay fire bowl with additional pieces too. You got the globular vessel, wide mouth, removable, polished stainless steel liner, and also a group of smaller clay components with various spherical forms. And I've got a bid of 120, looking for 130 to advance. Now 120 going once, 120 twice. We'll sell for 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 349, Wedgwood creamware footed shallow bowl, early 20th century by Alfred Powell, produced in the arts and crafts style with this complex radial pattern of acanthus leaves in green and blue with clusters of red berries. And a lot of other nice details, and as well as provenance labels and stickers to the underside for various collections and exhibitions. Now 1,100, we'll go to 12. I've got a bit of 1,100, looking for 1,200 to advance. An increase on 11, 11 once, 11 twice. Sold for 1,100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 350, Wedgwood Art Deco experimental dancing nymphs bowl. This one attributed to Daisy McCaig Jones in an Art Deco style with experimental dancing nymphs encircling the bowl with botanical designs, and it very much evokes that Daisy McCaig Jones motif, including the stylized, fairies or nymphs or elves in the botanical designs. Now $600 in advance on 6. Now $650 would it go 7. Having the collection label for the Rubin collection as well. Now $650 in advance on 650. 650 once. 650 twice. We'll sell 650 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 351, Wedgwood Arts and Crafts earthenware bowl. Large bowl produced early 20th century. Hemispherical form, slightly flared rim sitting on a low unglazed foot rim with these great ruby or orange brown luster, cream ground with these foliate and floral forms in a very a pattern that suggests the oncoming, Art Deco form. Now $60 in advance on 60, 60 once, twice. Sell for 60 to our Live Auctioneers bidder. Lot 352, Wedgwood mid-century tripodal bowl by Norman Wilson, produced in that very mid-century modern form, organic tri-lobe rim on integrated tapered peg feet, ceramic body with 2 distinct glazes, a smooth matte black to the exterior, and the high gloss turquoise blue to the interior. Now 200, we go 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. 200 once, twice. Sold 200 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 353, Wedgwood porcelain bowl with yellow ground and a dancing nymphs medallion to the center, flared rim, tapered foot, exterior with a vibrant yellow ground and that clematis-like flower design. Now 325 would go 350. I have 325 going once. Now 325, you want to take it to 350, you can. 325 twice. Sold 325 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 354, Wedgwood reticulated turquoise glazed earthenware lidded bowl for oranges in a very, very pleasant form, produced in mid-Victorian around 1862, also called an orange bowl or a chestnut basket with this openwork reticulated design and that monochrome turquoise glaze, which is a nice, a very nice offset to the fruit, the orange fruit that you would put inside. Now 250, any advance, nice contrast, that's the word I'm looking for. Any advance on 250 once, twice, sold 250 Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 355, Wedgwood Bone China Commemorative Collection with various pieces, 2 commemorative plates and a commemorative mug. Sporting and historical themes. One of them is an Australian Centenary of Federation service plate. It also looks like you've got a Sydney 2000 Olympics Games showing these neoclassical sort of Grecian runners. And then you've got a cup for the Sydney 2000, right? Is that for, maybe for the Olympics, hard to tell. 130, any advance on down 130, would he go 140? And the Greek key designs to 2 of those pieces there, very striking. Now 130, any advance on 130 once, twice. Sold 130 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 356, Wedgwood hand-painted creamware dish. This is the Shepherd's Christmas after Duncan by Emile Lustre. This was produced after an original work by the British watercolorist Edward Duncan. I've got a bid of $475, looking for $500 to advance. Now $475, executed in a loose painterly style with a muted palette, and also having the correct a handwritten inscription saying the Shepherd's Christmas after Duncan. Now $475 once, $475 twice. We'll sell $475 to bidder number 7954, lot 357, Wedgwood Pearlware Barbary horse plate from the Horse's Head series, late Victorian, in a very striking design, transfer printed, the horse titled Barbary, open mouth, wide eyed, look like he wants to be anywhere but wherever he's heading. Now $70, any advance on 70, outfitted with a yellow bridle. Very cool, interesting design. Now $70 going once, 70 twice. We'll sell it for 70 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 358, Wedgwood Charger plate, blue enamel and platinum by Louise Powell. About 100 years old, and a very striking hand-painted daisy pattern with a central hand-painted floral sprig in blue enamel and black. Looks like we have an absentee bid for this. I've got a bid. Do we have anything right now?
Yeah, sorry, what lot are we on?
Lot number 358.
Got it.
Now 275, what do you go 3? The reverse of the plate having a number of significant marks, including the Rubin collection and the Robin Riley collection label. She was Robin Riley, he, world-renowned authority on Wedgwood ceramics. Now 275, any advance on 275 once, twice. Sold 275, bidder number 7954, lot 359, Wedgwood pink pearlware, Nautilus scallop shell plate in a very striking, eye-catching, naturalistic form, a dessert plate in the Nautilus pattern to give the look of a scallop shell with that radial ribbing and scalloped rim. I've got an absentee bid, also having various labels. Now 225 would go 250, having Rubin collection and Blyer collection labels, as well as a Skinner auction staber. Now 250, label rather for Skinner. Now 250 would go 275. I have a bid of $250 going once. Now 275 would go 3. I've got 325 would go 350. Now $325, looking for 350 to advance. Any increase from 325, 325. Now 350 would go 375. I have a bid of $350 holding steady and going once. Now 350 going twice. We'll sell at 350 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 360, Wedgwood Pink Pearlware Nautilus Scallop Shell Plate. Again, produced in that Nautilus pattern, molded radial ribbing, stylized hinge at the base, and that graduated pink glaze that's applied over the white ground. Also having the labels for the Rubin and Blyer collections and the Skinner auction label. Now 180 would it go 190. I've got 190 would it go 200. Now 2 would it go 225. I've got a bit of $200 over 225 to advance. And now 225 would it go 250. I've got a bit of $225 over 250. Now 250 would it go 275. Now $250. Will you take me to 275, please? Any advance on 250, 250 once, 250 twice. Sold 250 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 361, Wedgwood Queensware Darwin Plate by Pierre Mallet and Léonce Goutard. Hand-painted aquatic scene from the Darwin service with design attributed to Pierre Mallet and Léonce Goutard. And having a lot of details too, including the Prince of Wales mark to the underside. I've got a bit of 90 looking for 100 to advance. Very cool. Of course, the Darwin family and the Wedgwood family interrelated by blood and marriage. Now $90, any advance on 90? 90. Now 100 will go 110. I've got 100 going once, 100 twice. Sold for 100 to our line. Now 110. I've got 110. Would it go 120? Now $110. Any advance on 110? 110 going once. Now 110 twice. We'll sell for 110 to our bidder at Lion and Unicorn. Lots 362 Wedgwood Royal Danish Galleries Bird Plate by Mallet and Goutard, oval form with a central design of wading water birds in cobalt blue and canary yellow, having that Japonisme influence of the early 20th century aesthetic movement, late 19th, early 20th century. Now $90, any advance on 90, 90 once, twice. Sold 90 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 363, Wedgwood Caneware Oval Lidded Game Pie Dish, buff-colored unglazed stoneware that resembles a baked pastry crust, exterior with a relief-molded continuous design of grapevines, leaves, and grape clusters. And then you've got this fantastic fitted domed lid with rows of overlapping leaf or husk motifs. Now 70 would go 80. That's a very, very nice piece, over 125 years old. Now 90 would go 100. I've got a bit of $90 looking for 100. Now 100 would go 110. Any advance on $100? 100 going once. Now 100 twice. We'll sell for 100 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 364, Wedgwood Imari style hexagonal bone china baluster form vase with a wasted neck, flared rim, and the exterior decorated with a rich Imari style palette, cobalt blue underglaze, overglaze in iron red, and hand-applied gilding. The body divided into alternating vertical panels with various designs and sprays. Now 190 would go 2. I've got a bit of 2 would go 225. Now 225 would go 250. I have a bid of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Now 225 once, 225 twice. Sold 225 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 365, Wedgwood baluster vase in a cloisonné pattern, baluster form. The exterior handcrafted, mimicking the appearance of cloisonné enamel with this dense blue and white scrolling ground pattern and the hand-painted enamel floral sprays. Very, very striking and a nice size too. $80 now, 80 would go 90. I've got a bid of $80 going once. Now 80 twice. We'll sell for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 366, Wedgwood Ivory Vellum Lidded Baluster Jar, featuring a very striking Orientalist style design, Japonisme style, dense hand-painted floral patterns with peonies and blossoms. The dome-formed lid has got this great foo dog or guardian lion finial to the top. A lot of good details to it, along with provenance labels for Rubin and Skinner. Now 140 would go 150. I've got 140 once, twice. Sold 140 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 367, Wedgwood Japonisme ceramic vase, baluster form, flared rim, Small applied jug handles, or rather lug handles, I'm sorry, at the shoulders, finished in a mustard yellow or tan glaze with hand-painted enamel in the Japanese Mei style and featuring these great encircling birds and water foliage elements. Now 120, would you go 130, please? I've got a bit of 120 going once, 120 twice. Sold 120 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 368, Royal Danish Gallery's Wedgwood Japanese Mei earthenware soup plate featuring hand-painted Japanese-made design produced for Borgen and Company at the Royal Danish Galleries. And we've got the central well with 2 crows and botanical elements. The reverse has various marks on it, including the text Royal Danish Galleries, designed and painted by Pierre Mallet and Léonce Goutard. Now 80, would it go 90? I've got a bit of $80 looking for 90 to advance. Any increase on 80, 80 once. 80 twice. We'll sell it for 80 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot number 369, Wedgwood Cream Queensware soup tureen cover and stand from the Duke of Clarence service, produced early 19th century. And the Duke of Clarence, of course, was the son of King George III, the brother of King George IV, and he was the uncle also of Queen Victoria. He became King William IV. He was the immediate predecessor, and this was produced for the Prince William Henry, Duke of Clarence service, with the pedestal-based soup tureen, globular body, 2 scrolled gilded handles. A really, really nice design. He also had, and he was the brother of Queen Victoria's father, Prince Edward. Now 650. Any advance on 650? 650 once, twice. Sold 650 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 370, Wedgwood Caneware Potpourri Bowl, with a blue sprigged decoration, buff-colored caneware, shallow wide bowl, 2 scrolled handles, and a domed perforated lid with the central knob finial. Now 140, would you go 150, please? I've got 150, would you go 160? Now $150, any, now 160, now 170, would you go 180? I've got a bit of 170, now 180, would you go 190, now 190, would you go 2? I have a bit of $190 looking for 200 to advance, now 2 would you go 225, now 225 would you go 250. I have a bid of $225 looking for 250 to advance. Any increase from 225, 225 once. Now 225, you could jump in to take me to 250 though. 225 twice. Sold 225 to our invaluable bidder. Lot 371, Wedgwood Bone China Coffee Pot, designed by Victor Skellern in the Persian ponies pattern, designed Art Deco period, about 90 years ago, with a tall ovoid body, vibrant green ground stylized white cloud reserves with galloping horses in black and gray. Man, just a very, very cool design. Now 425, would you go 450? I've got a bit of 450, would you go 475, now 475, would you go 5? I have a bit of $475 looking for 500 to advance. Now 475 once. 475 twice. Sold 475 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 372, Wedgwood Celadon Green Glazed Stoneware Hedgehog Bulb Pot. Very cool. Who said the Victorians didn't have a sense of humor? Late 19th century, hollow body, textured surface with quills, pierced with circular apertures across the back to allow for the crocus buds to grow. How cool is that? Monochromatic Celadon Emerald Green Glaze, and produced around the probably 1870s, 1880s. Now 190, would it go 200? 190 once, twice. Sold 190 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 373, Wedgwood Glazed Buff Stoneware Bow Pot. Glazed buff-colored stoneware, Wedgwood marked to the underside with a black and white checkered border at the flared rim. Upper body having the applied white relief neoclassical swags with the ribbons and bows. Now 225, would it go 250? I have the 225 going once. Now 250, go 275. I have a bid of $250. Any advance from 250? 250 once. Now 250 twice. Sold 250 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot number 374, Wedgwood Beehive Honey Pot and Dipper. Tapering beehive form, a honey jar with a matching lid and dipper, featuring a variegated stoneware body with swirled yellow, black, and white clays in kind of an agate ware form style. And you've got these great applied bees around the body. I like the looks of that. Now 300, we go 325. Now 325, would it go 350? I've got a bit of 350, would it go 375? Now $350. You want to take it to 375? You can. $350 going once. Now $350 twice. We'll sell $350 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot $375, Wedgwood Porcelain Group, Puce Landscapes, a teapot, demi-tasse coffee cup, and a matching saucer. The pot having a tall baluster form body with gilt fluted accents at the base, the lid topped with the floral finial, and all these great, fantastic landscape designs in a very pleasing colorway. Now 160, would it go 170, please? 160 once, 160 twice. We'll sell for 160 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 376, Wedgwood Aesthetic Movement Prunus and Oriental Fan Porcelain Tea Service. Produced late 1870s, 8 pieces in the Aesthetic Movement style in white porcelain with dark brown faux bois branch form handles. And the service includes the lidded teapot, the smaller lidded teapot, the lidded sugar bowl, the smaller lidded bowl, a cream jug, and a teacup with matching under saucer. And then you've got that great rectangular tray with octagonal form sides. Now 250 would go 275. I've got a bid of 275. Would it go 300? Now 275. Any increase from 275? 275 once. 275. Now 3 would it go 325. I've got a bid of 300 over 325 to advance. Now 300 going once. 300 twice. We'll sell 300 to our live auctioneers bidder. Lot 377. Wedgwood Victorian matchbox holder and striker, produced in the playing card suit design, which was a very cool series from Wedgwood, Victorian era. And this one has the spade form base to the bottom. Now 120, would it go 130, please? Now 130, would it go 140? I've got a bid of $130 over 140 to advance. Now 140, would it go 150? I've got a bid of 140 going once. Now 150, would it go 160? I have a bid of $150. Will you take me to 160, please? Now 160, would it go 170? I've got a bid of $160. Will you take me to 170, please? 160 is the bid, and it's going once. Now 170, would it go 180? I have a bid of $170, looking for 180 to advance. Will you take me to 180, please? Now 170 once. 170 twice. We'll sell for 170 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 378, Wedgwood marbled pitcher and tumblers. 2 matching tumblers, each one crafted in earthenware with a marbled variegated glaze in deep green, navy blue, and cream with a solid turquoise blue glazed interior. You've got them having silver-plated rims as well. The pitcher with a tapered body, pinched spout, and curved handle. Tumblers all cylindrical with slightly tapered forms. 130 is my bid now, looking for 140 to advance. 130 once, twice, sold for 130 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Lot 379, Wedgwood Eric Ravelous alphabet mugs, alphabet pattern produced in the Art Deco period by the British artist Eric Ravelous. Cylindrical mugs made with the fine cream-colored earthenware, transfer printed alphabet motifs with whimsical illustrations, having a bird cage for A, a crown for C, a whale for W. Not sure why there would be. I'm believing that the bird cage is probably for B. Yeah, B for bird cage. Yeah. 450, any advance from 450 to 475. 475, would you go 5? I've got a bit of $475. You want to take it to 5? You can. Now 475 once. 475 twice.
Yep.
Now 5, would you go 550? I've got a bit of 500, looking for 550, each mug having the D-shaped handle. With additional decorative motifs to the interior rim too. Now 550, would you go 6? I've got a bit of $550 going once. Now 550 twice. Sold 550 to our Lion and Unicorn bidder. Our last lot of the afternoon. It's a 12-piece Wedgwood group of demi-tasse cups and saucers, signed by the artist Alfred Powell, produced 1927. In a very cool design, stags and deer in various poses and color schemes, and having matching underplate saucers. Now 325, now 350, would go 375. I've got a bid of $350 over 375 to advance. Now 375, would it go 4? I have a bid of $375. Now 4, would it go 425? Now $400, looking for 425 to advance. Will you take me to 425, please? $400 going once. Now 400 twice. We'll sell it for 400 to our live auctioneer's bidder. And on that note, we will thank you profusely and full-throatedly for spending part of your Sunday with us for our Legacy of Lustre Masterworks and Rarities sale. We will have our invoices sent out to you by Tuesday so that you can have your purchases and winnings delivered as quickly as possible. Thanks so much for joining us. We've got great auctions during the week. Stay with us and we'll see you during the week. Thank you so much for joining us.